which was the hockey team. I would have mopped the floors if they let me. I wanted to be there so bad. And taking that role was awesome because I met so many people and got to like really understand the ins and outs of a sports team as a whole on the business side. And then was lucky enough to shift over into the marketing department about 2 years in, and spent the remainder of the time with the Thrashers working on the marketing entertainment side until the team sadly left and we lost our hockey team, which is still hurts. But we had our basketball team. So then worked in basketball and was there for about 5 more years working there, and then ended in entertainment. So that's really where my heart is. But came to Brand Innovators as a total newbie, even new to the industry, knew nothing about traditional marketing and advertising technology. So, but sports is always going to be my first love and passion. So today was perfect. I said yes in an instant when they asked me to host. So I'm super excited to be here. You have a really awesome MC today. I'm just the person kicking off, but you have a real rock star MC, and I'll introduce her in a second. But if this is the first time that you're ever tuning into Brand Innovators event, welcome. There's a couple tips that you might want to take into consideration. The first of which being, we recommend that you use Google Chrome, and there's an extension that you can download. It takes 2 minutes to do. Once you do it once, you don't have to do it again. That'll give you the best viewing experience. We also recommend that you use the grid view. So that's actually at the top of your screen there, and there's like a little button, and you can see, basically it looks like a grid. Go ahead and hit that. That will give you the ability to see both of the speakers, or in some cases, multiple speakers, like 2 or 3, at once versus toggling back and forth. Our team really feels that's the best way to view. If you have a friend or a colleague, family, somebody who couldn't register for today, feel free to share the URL that you're using right now with them. They can register in real time and tune in at any point in the day today. And the broadcast is actually live on YouTube right now too. So, feel free to subscribe to our channel, and you can watch not only today, but all future broadcasts. So the last thing we'll do is just thank our lovely friends at Cisco WebEx. They're our technology partner. They're powering today's broadcast, so we're grateful to them, and they're able to give us this awesome experience with our friends at Media Monks, who are, really they're not just our partner today, but they're a real believer in this topic. They came to us and said, this is what we want to do. We want to feature some amazing speakers. We want to feature them, female executives in this space, give them a platform to tell their stories. So much thanks to them for bringing this to us and for allowing us to partner with them to bring this to the stage today. So we're excited to have them there with us. And so now I'm not going to give too much away because she's awesome and she's going to tell you more about herself. I couldn't do her justice, but I'm really excited to introduce you to Nora Henriksen. She's the managing director at Media Monks. Nora is bridging the gap between 2 increasingly interconnected industries, sports and modern marketing. So without further ado, welcome Nora.
Wow, what an introduction. Thank you so much. Hi all, and welcome to another welcome to today's Women in Sports Marketing Day, brought to you by Media Monks. Today we'll be hearing from some of the women who are on top of the game in sports marketing. So they are playing their A game at brands, sport leagues, clubs. And today is all about them sharing their experiences. So it's, of course, successes and also challenges, and they will provide you some really good insights. I can promise you that, and I'm sure it will be very valuable to all of you, all of us, I must say. As was mentioned in the introduction, I'm Nora Henriksen, and I'm the MD of Media Monks in Stockholm, actually. So I'm super happy to join from pretty far away. I'll take you through this day. And for those who don't know Media Monks already, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about us. We are an end-to-end creative and production partner. We partner with brands to create top-notch creative user experience and content. We partner also with that is also ranging from fan engagement experiences, which we are working a lot with at the moment, to like using the latest technology to elevate brand experiences. And capability-wise, I say like we range from mix of films to development of platforms to event virtualization and so much more. And as you can tell, or as I just told you, I'm in Stockholm, so that gives you a little nudge about Media Monks being like almost everywhere. We work across every time zone as a team. So I'd say like those virtual huddles that everyone does these days, we did them also like before COVID. And as Lauren said, I think like before we move on, I believe there's a point to actually share my personal experience in sports, like Lauren also did. I think it's interesting just to provide you some background. So like before joining the agency world and later on Media Monks, I spent over 12 years in sports journalism. I was working mainly in broadcasting, covering the biggest leagues and tournaments in international soccer. So I was also like living and breathing sports every day. But I was also the first woman ever at the sports broadcaster I worked in. So I'd say like it was the best job ever, but it also had some challenges. And that might be something I share with some of you, like that kind of, yeah, it was such an experience, to be honest. And I might also share with some of you joining this webinar that I also used to be an athlete myself. So that is also like kind of why I got so addicted to sports. I think there's something about like the culture and environment that is really addictive. And I've been runner-up in the Swedish championship in both boxing and American football, actually. But also that tells you that I don't have a gold medal. So I'm kind of still hungry for more, but I guess I switched my effort and moved my ambitions to this part of the industry instead. So like now I guess I rather put my effort into presenting the power of digital to sports franchises and brands and talking about like how that can create new experiences, etc. So yeah, still want that gold medal though, but I guess that's a little bit too late. Anyways, to kick this day off, I'm super honored to be speaking to our first guest myself. I will be joined by other hosts later on, so you're going to hear more people speak than me. You're going to be happy about that. But the first guest in today's fabulous lineup, I must say, is Cherie Barras. Please welcome her. Cherie is an award-winning brand marketing executive with a body of work spanning almost 20 years across some of the most recognized sports entertainment brands and front offices. So she currently serves as the Global Strategic Director of Sport Alliances for the American Cancer Society. So she works alongside the NFL to lead one of the most impactful cost marketing partnership, I'd say, in pro sports, and that is the NFL Crucial Catch. That is an initiative to fight cancer, as most of you probably know already. So I have to say, welcome, Cherie. I'm so happy to have you.
Thank you so much, Nora. I'm so happy to be here.
So many of us have that kind of moment when we fell in love with sports, right? Mine was like the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup 1990 in Italy. But I think you had one as well, didn't you?
Yes, and I don't think I've ever shared this publicly in this way, but my moment was actually the Atlanta Braves. I grew up in Atlanta, originally from Atlanta. I was a huge Atlanta Braves fan, more specifically a Javier Lopez fan and Andrew Jones, who were two of my favorite players on the team back in the 90s. So that was really what sparked my passion and just following sports. It was also a way for me to connect with my dad growing up. We used to watch Braves games together. And of course, I had the privilege of being in Atlanta when we got the 96 Olympics. So that was another sort of, marquee moment for me in childhood that sparked my passion for sports.
Yeah, that is so interesting. I think most of us has that kind of moment.
Yeah.
But so like every career journey is unique as well. And like sports may not be the obvious career path to many.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting to hear where your career journey in sports actually started off.
Yeah, that's a great question. So for me, like I mentioned, I was a sports fan, in high school, but I didn't really see it as a career really until college. And I kind of fell into it. Did my undergrad at Florida State, got a bachelor's degree in psychology. And like every other undergrad who's, entering their senior year, I was encouraged to go get an internship and, went to a career fair. I happened to be, in Tallahassee, Florida, just across the road there, about 2 hours from Jacksonville, Florida, where the PGA Tour is headquartered. And they were out recruiting interns. It was during the height of Tiger Woods, success and professional golf. And there was actually a diversity internship program that brought me in to intern on the PGA Championship. So there I am, about to finish my psych degree. And I had this phenomenal experience interning with at the time, it was the 11th largest sporting event in the world. I had no idea. I knew nothing about golf going into it, but really enjoyed it and really came to understand and appreciate sports as a career path. So that really caused me to finish my degree. I was a little too close to change degrees at that point. But I'd heard a lot about interning in the business to get into sports. And so I went to grad school for sports management and was able to do 2 subsequent internships, one with the Texas Rangers in player community relations and one with a sports agency before I got my first full-time job in sports with the Atlanta Falcons.
I mean, that is so inspiring. And I can't help to I would want to follow that path, because I'd say I guess you eventually found out that your passion was branding,
Right.
but with that extensive career of yours, I think many of us would be inspired to know more about that path and how you ended up here.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that found me. To your point, I am a brand marketer at heart. It's part of the reason I love brand innovators. I love the discussion, and I love, the camaraderie with colleagues that are passionate about brand marketing. So for me, I found my way there from my opportunities in the front offices of professional sports teams. So I started out in community relations and grassroots marketing, and then that grew into advertising. And one of the benefits of working in a front office for those that work in front offices is that you are working in a small business. And so you're able to touch and experiment and develop skills in a lot of different areas. So I really learned marketing by doing and by practice in the front office, and really discovered that passion for the brand marketing side. So, I went from the Falcons to, I did a small stint with the Atlanta Braves, went to Oakland for the Oakland, now Las Vegas Raiders, spent some time there. And then my last team, I worked in pro team sports for about 12 years. My last was the San Antonio Spurs, which I absolutely loved. I got to manage the marketing department down there before leaving and transitioning into the agency side. So I think my brand marketing passion and having, worked in that area for a team made me a lot better consultant. And I started consulting with an agency in Atlanta and really leading the national sports portfolio. So really recommending to our client at the time was AT&T subsidiary Cricket Wireless, who was undergoing a merger acquisition, and really looking for someone who understood, the professional sports team side to help them with which teams would best align with their brand. And so that was a phenomenal experience. Got to travel all over the country, working on their sports portfolio, negotiating deals, and then work with a phenomenal team to execute the deals. Went in and left and started my own consultancy at that point. And then the American Cancer Society found me. It was actually a former colleague, David Doan, who I credit with really my being with the American Cancer Society. And when he, saw that I was available, so to speak, as a lot of us say when we transition, he wanted someone with, insight to lead the NFL partnership. And I would have to say, of everything I did, I would always actually, when I would speak about my work, whenever someone asked me my favorite part of working in sports, it really was that connection to the community. And every sports team has a nonprofit arm. So now to be able to do that full time and work in philanthropy and take all of my marketing and branding skills and work with a phenomenal team, both at American Cancer and at the NFL, is just the perfect marriage, I feel like, of the career. Yeah.
I totally want to tap into that more, because I think it's pretty obvious to talk to you about that whole kind of sports and athletes, how they can make a difference, etc. I think that subject is going to be what we are going to talk about here. I just because it's this specific day, and I'm just kind of interested because in the prep talk we talked briefly about Sam Gordon, the young, super talented football player who broke barriers left, right, and center already.
Yeah.
And for me, when I play football, I was looking at Julio Jones or Odell Beckham Jr. And I'm so happy to see that there might be female role models in the future. So thinking sports marketing is still dominated by men. So do you think it matters to have female role models also in this business?
Absolutely. And I think it's been one of sort of the most proud parts of my career is just being able to inspire women, that you don't even think about. I think once you're in the business and you're doing it, sometimes I don't even think about being the only woman in the room or the only African American in the room. But when you see other people, that are coming into this business that you're able to inspire, it's so humbling. And it's a great time for women in sports, not only on the business side, of course, but also, on the operations side, having come from the Spurs where they named their first, female coach on the NBA team. there. So it's just really a great time, I think, across both on the field and off the field for women in sports. And I'm just humbled to be a part of it. I think that we're able to now express ourselves and bring our unique perspective, our unique leadership style, our unique sports background, because as we know, as you mentioned, women are athletes, as well. And so they're a really great fit, actually, to have, executive and leadership roles in sports.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I also think it's a powerful moment. And I also think like the visibility of like women like yourselves, but also athletes, it also makes like other women believe in this as a career path. And that is powerful. So social awareness, a good cause, and the power of sports, it's a really strong combination, I'd say. And you work with a Crucial Catch, and you're doing a lot to connect those things. Can you tell us more how that works for you?
Yeah. So again, one of the things that struck me when I was, asked about this opportunity, to work with the NFL and American Cancer was the cause itself. And as you mentioned, and as we all know, sports has such a unique role to play in furthering society and moving society forward. And that's what I love the most about this business. And so when I, learned about Crucial Catch and the partnership that's been an 11-year, going into our 12th year partnership with the NFL, and the fact that I didn't even know at the time that the NFL has been funding health equity work in the cancer space. So all of the money that's raised from Crucial Catch actually helps to provide screenings and prevention resources in underserved communities, particularly Black and Brown communities. So that was something that really spoke to me. And I think that's been my guiding compass and my passion, throughout. It's just, again, it's such a privilege to be able to use sport for such a great cause like that. African Americans actually have the lowest survival rate of cancer here in the States. And we are doing work with the NFL and utilizing sport to change that. So we've expanded this program since we partnered with the NFL. It used to be breast cancer specific. It's now multi-cancer. And with that, again, I just can't say enough about the people I get to work with at the NFL, because they're so committed and they're so connected to the cause and really so open to growing it. So we were really rebranding Crucial Catch when I joined, because we were moving from, a lot of people, when I tell them about Crucial Catch, I say, oh, you remember the pink on the football field every October? And they say, oh, yes, I know that program. Well, now that we've expanded to multi-cancer, we are multicolor. And so now you see multicolor hashtags, and it's really continuing to re-educate the fans and the community that we are now expanded. We've now expanded into prevention, early detection of multiple cancers, and risk reduction, and the health behaviors, health and fitness that a lot of people connect to other disease prevention is connected to you reducing your cancer risk, which, what better organization than a professional sports team to send that message from a health standpoint. So we activate throughout the year now, because again, we're beyond. We're also, of course, continuing to do work in breast cancer, but we're also addressing all forms of preventable cancer.
Yeah, I think you touched upon it already, but I think like it's super interesting with the awareness, but I'm also like interested in the like the funding, where it goes and how it kind of plays into a larger perspective than only fighting the disease, right?
Yeah. So the fun part of, again, this job is it's a quintessential sports marketing job. It's just that we're using everything to raise awareness for the issue and to help fund, the fight against cancer, particularly in underserved areas. So everything that we do from a promotional standpoint, again, the NFL is just phenomenal in their support of us and having the opportunity to, get partial proceeds from auction items and from the merchandise and the gear that players wear. So that really drives the funding to those change grants, which I mentioned. Those are the name, what we call them, are change grants that go into the form of really financial and educational resources in a health center in an underserved community in each NFL market. So each NFL market has a place to go that's, by virtue of NFL funding for this program American Cancer Society set up. And when I hear stories, I'll just give one testimonial. Again, it just touches me, of a woman. She is actually was treated at the center we have near the Patriot area in Boston. and she had, a lump in her breast, and she was past her first in the United States. Health insurers obviously have rules around how many screenings you're permitted to get depending on your plan. So she had already had her screening quota for the year, and then she found the lump. And so through our health center service that was funding cancer screenings for those that weren't able, she was able to get that screening that she wouldn't have otherwise been able to afford. And she caught cancer early, and she's a survivor because of that. So that's the real work that we're doing, the stories behind it that, again, I'm humbled to be able to do. And
yeah. Yeah, that's such a powerful story. Yeah, I guess that's makes the job really like powerful also in the day-to-day work that you do. And you were mentioning like the great partnership with the NFL, and but I'm also thinking like football as a sport or sports in general. I mean, what would you say is unique in its strength to actually unite people for a cause like this?
Yeah. I think it is. It's definitely the fact that our message is really twofold. So we are attacking cancer in underserved areas, but then we're also attacking cancer across the country. And an interesting stat I learned is that less than 50% of US adults know what they need to do to reduce their cancer risk. Inject the NFL, which has like the highest ratings, in terms of sports viewership and really television viewership across the board, some of the most viewed television programs every year, NFL games. So what better platform to be able to educate, fans on what they can do to reduce their cancer risk. And a lot of that is health and wellness behavior. So again, it's being able to use their unique platform to send that message of ways that you can reduce your risk, reminding people to get screened, reminding people that we're all in this together, and you may not be due for a screening, but maybe it's your mom, or maybe it's your brother, or maybe it's your sister or friend. So I think that having the NFL's platform is certainly helpful. And then in addition to the NFL work, we work with players directly. So we have over 30 NFL player ambassadors that we work with directly, most of whom have been touched by cancer in some way. And so we're constantly programming with them appearance opportunities, media opportunities that they can do to, again, raise awareness and help support our mission work as well. So we also partner with NFL affiliated organizations. So I mentioned the Super Bowl, program that I launched when I came in, and now we've also launched in a normal year, which this is not certainly. We do a sun safety initiative during training camp. We're reminding people about, protecting yourself from the sun for skin cancer reasons. And then in April, it's U.S. Minority Health Month. So we're doing a lot with the NFL draft now to try to help educate people on the work that we're doing for, underserved areas as it relates to cancer. So yeah, there's just so many opportunities. And again, the NFL having such a big platform, being, a sports, organization that promotes certainly health and wellness, makes our message a lot easier, that we're trying to get to really, again, everyone in the country and even, around the world. My role is global in the sense that American Cancer Society partners with 30 other countries and their cancer organizations. And so with things like the NFL London game last year, we were able to tap into that to help expand our message. And we're going to continue to do more of that through our partnerships globally.
I think like I'm not the only one who kind of also can't help but think about like sports being a megaphone for a lot of good causes, and like also with like what's happening now, like that evolution, like in the past half year only, including the global pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement, of course. And in all of this, sports have been very visible, right? Yeah. So starting off with the pandemic, I think it was pretty interesting. I mean, we talked about it, like it was almost eye-opener for many.
It was, and what we talked about also yesterday is, again, just how unique, what a unique role sports has to play in society in that sense. And for a lot of people in the United States, the moment that the pandemic became real was when the NBA canceled their season, was when an NBA player tested positive for COVID. And a lot of businesses took the lead of the NBA. And that was really what started that groundswell of people shutting down. So I think that's just such a classic example, again, of the privilege we all have in this industry, to be able to really, spark change, set a standard, be leaders in terms of moving major issues forward. And then as a result of that, you saw how players immediately reacted in a philanthropic way to be able to fund the salaries of those part-time arena workers that weren't able to work at that point. So, directly transitioning into my area, which is the philanthropic aspect of sport, is fully on display right now with both of the crises, that we're experiencing right now with the pandemic and racial injustice.
Yeah, because I think that's also I think that goes for a global perspective as well. I'd say for here it was the Italian football, and it was players catching COVID, people catching COVID, watching that game.
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting because I'd say players, except for those really generous fundings they did, they were also educating people to be okay, stay safe, you need to do this and that, you have to take this seriously, right?
Yeah, it's the whole leadership role model aspect. And I think that's also, again, we're talking about brands. That's why brands want to partner with sports teams, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit brand, because, their voice matters to consumers who are so passionate, about sports. And a lot of, to your point, people, those are the people they look to for advice and direction. And even just that sense of community and connecting people across different ideologies, different backgrounds. That's the beauty of sport. And that's, again, just why sports and the industry has such a unique role to play in bringing people together, educating people, and helping to move society forward, from a cause standpoint.
Yeah, but I guess also for many, just watching it from outside is pretty strong, with all the players being so educational, and also the strong messages that came across related to the Black Lives Matter movement, and how educational players have been, although they're athletes. So working with this on a day-to-day basis, how do you feel about it when you see this?
Well, I mean, it's just, again, it's so inspiring, to your point, to see, athletes that really care, and being able to, again, work with them in an area that they're genuinely connected to and passionate about. And in a lot of cases, yes, some athletes see philanthropy as a way, obviously, financially, to, transition and mitigate and all of that. But I think beyond the financial contributions, these are issues that matter to them. These are issues that they want to be able to make an impact in. Athletes see themselves as their own personal brand. And I think, and as bigger than just the sport that they play, which we've heard a lot of athletes share. And so for them, in working with them on this, I think that is what really comes through is just their genuine desire to help, and to try to utilize their voice and their platform and their brand to make a positive difference, and to remind people that they are more than just athletes, that they are, engaged citizens, and that they do care about these causes and moving them forward. So the fun part of what we get to do is really just work with them to help tell that story, and to help, bring them in as partners in making this difference, and just to see their faces light up when they see the impact that they're making is part of the best aspect of what I get to do.
You also mentioned that Arthur Blank, the owner of the Atlanta Falcons, that he really spoke to the franchise about being a part of the community.
Yes.
Would you say that made an impression on you, or was that kind of what you thought already?
Absolutely. I mean, I think working with the Atlanta Falcons, which is just such a great, first-class organization, as one of the first teams that I was with in my career, really set a nice foundation. And Arthur Blank was very intentional about sharing the fact that the Atlanta Falcons are a team of the community. So I mentioned sports teams are small businesses in that sense, and they're very much guided, and particularly leadership from the top in that example, with Arthur Blank, of saying, hey, we exist because of the community. We are here, to drive the community forward, and the community is us. And I think that also, again, I mentioned how every sports team has a nonprofit side. So it's a very purposeful way that teams approach, the impact they can make locally. Super Bowls are an example of that as well. And I've been partnering, as I mentioned, with the Super Bowl host committee the past couple of years, and really hearing that their goal is to ensure that the Super Bowl brings a lasting impact to whatever market is hosting it that goes far beyond the game. So that mentality that sports have of being, a business of their community is, again, what makes it unique and what makes it about driving the bottom line and then, moving society forward.
A question came in for you from someone joining this webinar, and I read, did you have a professional mentor early on in your career, and how did that relationship impact your journey itself?
That's a really good question. And you know what? I am not probably going to have the best answer here. I can't think of one person in particular. I think the best way to answer is I've had a lot of, mentors. I've had a lot of people who have inspired me, in different ways, people who have offered me opportunity. I'd say probably, every boss, of mine has been a mentor in some way. So I think that I've had the privilege of just being able to learn from leaders by example. So studying, mentors and leaders that have inspired me and what they've done. I also, do a lot of research on, colleagues, counterparts, leaders in this industry who are on other sides of it and really model. I think that's how I've been able to navigate and transition, is just by modeling after what I've seen them do. But I guess, the best, thing I've learned, again, across the board from all the leaders that I've worked with is just how important it is to see the big picture. A lot of times you can get caught in your silo, and if you're not thinking about the big picture, you miss a lot of things if you become a little bit too focused on the bottom line and what you need to accomplish, short-term goals versus how this is all, leveling up to the long-term goal and the long-term strategy. So the leaders that I most admire are those leaders that I've seen that really put it in perspective, think long-term, take risks, take calculated risks, but take risks in what it is that they're doing. And that's the beauty of marketing, is it is art and science. It is not just looking at the metrics, and I'm a big believer in analytics, but the insight side of the analytics is what's important, and being able to, again, understand that balance of sports being a business of passion. And so it's also taking some risk based on, that passion point that you're tapping into. So hopefully long answer, but hopefully that helped answer the question.
Yeah, I thought it was a good one. But talking about long and short perspectives, could you share anything about your future, or would you mind?
I'd love to do more of this. I'm again privileged and proud and so happy in working at the American Cancer Society. As I mentioned before, I joined American Cancer Society. I started my own consultancy. So, being able to consult as well. I've guest lectured, at privileged of guest lecturing for UCLA for the past couple summers now in their entertainment and sports department. Did a course with NYU. So I just enjoy, I think at this part of the career, being able to continue doing the work, but then also giving back. In this way is probably the best part of what I'm able to do now.
I'm thankful for that you want to share with us. Just last question, from a broader perspective, do you see like there's any way for the sports industry as a whole to strengthen its leadership when it comes to communities and be an example maybe even to other industries? Sports already is, to be honest, but is there a way to work even more in that direction?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, it's very connected to, a major issue right now, and it's diversity and inclusion. And I think when I see hires like the Washington Redskins, who just hired the first, African-American president, of an NFL team, that's inspiring. And that really is what I've been passionate about since getting into the business. I joined a group that I'm going to shout out now, Black Sports Professionals. My first year with the Atlanta Falcons, always in some way been a part of diversity and inclusion on the business side. And I think, again, sports and entertainment industries in particular can and really should set the standard for that. We should not just see diversity on our football fields, on our basketball fields. We should see them in the office as well. We should see them, in the strategy and the business side of this. So that's a major passion of mine. And that's from a business standpoint where I'm inspired, motivated, and want to continue to see that being driven forward in sports business.
Well, what better way to end this session than that quote? That was amazing. Thank you, Cherie. It was great to have
for
you and
having me.
super inspiring, not only for me, I guess, but for all of you joining. Yeah, that was great. Next, we'll actually have a panel. We'll be joined by Mary-Kate Shea, Senior Director, Sports Marketing and Sponsorship at John Hancock, and Deidre DeLilly, Group Manager for Olympic and Paralympic Marketing at Toyota. Kayal Matura, who is SVP Growth at Media Monks, will moderate the panel. And Kayal, I believe you are ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, over
Hi,
to
Nora. How's it
you.
going? Can you hear me okay? Everything good? Perfect. Great. And Mary-Kate and Deidre, can we just quickly check that you're both, I can see you both. Can I hear you both?
Hi there.
Perfect. Great. Well, yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brand Innovators, for arranging this great session. And yeah, thank you, Nora. The last one was awesome. So I'm going to jump in pretty quickly. As Nora mentioned, my name is Kyle Matura. I work at Media Monks, SVP of Growth and Partnerships. So we're here today to talk to and hear from Mary-Kate and Deidre. So maybe guys do a couple of quick intros and then we'll jump into your stories.
Okay, I can jump in. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invite, for Innovators. Really excited to be here and love the opportunity to talk about the industry of sports. So I would be remiss to not talk about the role sports has played in both my professional and personal life. It's really been a constant throughout really all phases of my life. So from a participatory perspective, I found the sport of field hockey in the 6th grade and never turned back. And so for me, it was field hockey all the time. And that really helped me in terms of my career path. And that culminated for me in a full scholarship to play field hockey at the University of Maine, and then into a graduate assistant program, acting as a coach during my MBA. So from there, I moved into more of my professional career and working in financial services for the first 15 years of my career, spending about 10 years at TD Ameritrade, starting in very traditional marketing roles, and then having a great opportunity when the organization did a deal with Team USA to actually start, develop, and culminate a sports marketing organization. So that's how I got started in the world of sports. And for me, it was the ability to bring two of my passions together, marketing and sports. And it's really a joy and honor to be part of this industry. So my most recent role is at Toyota. I've spent the last 3 years working on both our global and domestic Olympic and Paralympic partnerships. So sports led me to Toyota as well. Another great thing that sports has done as an advantage in my life. And when Toyota did a top sponsorship deal with the Olympic and Paralympics, they were looking for someone with some experience in the space. And so that led me to Toyota. So I've had a wonderful 3 years of really kind of building our platform around the Olympics and Paralympics, and really happy to be here. So thanks, Kyle.
Okay, tell us your story.
There. Hi there. Hi, Deirdre and Kayal and everybody listening in. Thank you so much for the about something. I took a non-traditional entry into sports marketing, but have been with it for about 22 years or so. My background is in liberal arts, and I also ran cross country and track and field for 4 years at the College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Massachusetts. And then after college, I moved to Germany and then Virginia and Texas. And throughout those journeys with my husband, had 4 children, and started my own consultancy. I taught at community colleges, and then I also freelanced in technical writing and journalism. But always, I'm the person who cried when Dina Castor won the bronze medal and Mecca Fleski won the silver medal in the marathon. I've always been passionate about the sport and been kind of that person who knows that Jeffrey Mutai ran a 2:03:02 in 2011. So I've always loved the sport of running. And when we moved back to Boston, where I'm from, the Olympics, the Celtics, the New York Marathon, USA Gymnastics, hockey, MLB. they were really in the sports game. So I knew all about John Hancock. And after running a road race and pitching an article to the Globe about this phenomenal female ultra runner, I got to know a few people, and they said, hey, we have a job that you might be interested in, reading and researching and writing and greeting the media about this elite athlete field that comes to the Boston Marathon. So I'm like, yes, please, me, please pick me. And from there, my role primarily now is with the Boston Marathon property. We are sponsors of both the Red Sox and the Boston Marathon. Those are our two premier properties. And for the marathon, it's really unique in the sports sponsorship world. We are the principal sponsor, but part of that sponsorship is owning the elite athlete around the world to represent our company and to be our media mavens, our ambassadors, to work for us throughout the year, but also on race week, and to run a phenomenal race, which builds the media interest, which builds the sponsorship value. That's my primary role.
Cool. That's so interesting, and there's so many parallels because of course, obviously, you know, Toyota sponsor many athletes. But before we get into the specifics of that, I guess, you know, the elephant in the room. Let's get it over with. Let's talk about COVID. You know, beyond the obvious, or even including the obvious, why don't you both take us through a little bit about how that's impacted your businesses and your activities this year so far? And then also kind of how you see that impacting, you know, what you're doing going forward, especially in terms of, you know, staying involved with customers when events are being either postponed or cancelled, and basically getting, you know, continuing to derive that value from your sponsorships.
Yeah, so I'll start with this one. You know, I think obviously in the face of the postponement of the Olympics and Paralympics, which is really the culmination of, you know, the work that we do, Toyota, on both the global and domestic front. March 24th came around and our world was rocked. We knew it was imminent and that that it was likely, right, that the games were going to be postponed. And for countless reasons, I fully believe it was the right decision. But you know, we had a team of people who had poured their heart and soul for 2 years into this. And so I think we kind of quickly came to a fork in the road. And for me, it's almost personal. And it sounds like Mary Kay is as passionate about what she does as well. But I'm so deeply invested in finding ways to help advance the movement that, you know, it was a hard thing to overcome initially, but I think you have to make a deliberate choice, and that's what we did. So rather than being engulfed by frustration or, you know, or being kind of bogged down with you know, what's happening, we really chose to see this as an opportunity. And so this is a gift of time for us. We have an additional year to do a lot more things. We have an additional year with our most valuable assets, which are our Team Toyota athletes. We have 240 athletes around the globe that we work with, and 29 here in the United States. So I think it took a moment to just kind of reground ourselves in what was really important. And the fact is that we have a clear vision for what we're trying to do with this platform. And it's all about demonstrating to the world that Toyota is no longer a car company, but we're a mobility company. And so that vision hasn't changed. We haven't wavered, you know, our commitment to showing the world and demonstrating that. And so I think it kind of gave you pause, but it also gave me a lot of hope and excitement that we have a longer runway to really deliver on what we're trying to do. And so, you know, maybe it's a different route, but we're still really gearing up to be able to deliver on those goals. I think one fundamental change that we made in terms of the way that we're planning is that with the Beijing Games beginning just 5 months after the end of the Tokyo Paralympics, you know, we found ourselves in really new territory here. So we are planning both of those now. Those are being planned in parallel. So that's something that's, you know, really new to us. And we quickly just kind of developed some guidelines around how to do that. You know, I simply kind of founded on this idea of do more with less and figure out how to drive efficiencies in everything that we're doing. So that's really kind of the process, the approach that we have in place. And, you know, I think you can certainly look at it as an opportunity of time. And for us, that's really what we're trying to use
That
this
makes a lot of
with. I
sense.
think the only other comment I'll make is that I think the most important thing for us, and it sounds like Mary Kate, was, you know, making sure that our athletes, who are crucial, they're core to really what we do, and they're really the heart of our program, that they understood that Toyota was behind them. And so very quickly we worked with each of them and extended all of their contracts to at least get us through Tokyo and many beyond. But that was a really deliberate decision to be made quite quickly. And you know, we look forward to continuing to work with them through Tokyo, Beijing, and hopefully moving forward.
Awesome. Mary Kate, COVID. Tell us how has that kind of changed what you're doing, and looking forward as well.
Sure, it's changed everything really. And I love Deirdre's focus on the athletes that they are partnering with. That, of course, was one of our main focuses immediately when originally the marathon was postponed to September. As you may or may not know, it is now canceled and will be a virtual event. So our the first thing we did was to check in with all of these athletes and agents and folks we work with every year around the globe. And in April, it was really phenomenal, the support we got. I offered each of the athletes the opportunity to come and, you know, continue their contract with us. We pay them appearance fees and housing and lodging and travel for them and their contingents. And what was most amazing, all but one athlete who had already committed to a different fall race decided to stick with us through September. So that's basically them losing the opportunity for two potential paydays, a spring and a fall marathon. So that was a nice testament to the legacy that is the Boston Marathon and the support that John Hancock has given these athletes over the years. During our sponsorship, it's really one of the longest sports sponsorships in the world. It's 35 years going strong. We have invited over 900 elite athletes from 48 countries to be on the John Hancock Elite Athlete team. So it is a big impression, and that legacy was very important, despite the changes due to COVID. So with John Hancock, one of our ambitions is to improve health and well-being of our customers, our employees, communities, and the marathon is a great fit. So typically, in a typical year, 85 million people would engage with this property, this primary property, which is the marathon. 30,000 people participate from 96 countries. 2 billion media impressions we get from this. 50 of the world's best athletes and ambassadors. $38 million is raised for nonprofits. $200 million in economic impact. So this is a big one-day event which is really celebrated. The advantage to sponsoring something that is so celebrated is that people are really passionate about the event, and it really allows our brand to shine. So when that shifted, when we knew we may not get that value, we now have to reevaluate the investment in the sponsorship. And it's analysis. No newsletter, no press release, nothing goes out there with our logo or attachment or affiliation without it being tracked and analyzed. So we were able to highlight to our stakeholders and to who we had partnerships with where we typically achieve value and where it would be impossible to achieve value now that COVID hit and Patriots Day was not going to happen. And we also have a long history in sports sponsorship overall. So some of the things we had done in the past, testing pay-for-performance models and other innovations that we had made along the way, all started to come into play. So we brought all of this together with our great team of Barbara Goose and Kate Ardini, Ellie Malloy, and Fee Ahrens. And we rolled up our sleeves and said, how are we going to still get value from this sponsorship? What's going to be rolled over? What are we going to pay for? What are we going to not pay for? So it was really a combining of a team. At the same time, what are you going to do on Patriot? And 23 years, the world's oldest annual marathon, and now it's not going to happen. what do we do for that community? Because we are invested in them. So what we did, our comms group is amazing. They developed a gratitude campaign. So before Patriots Day, they rolled this out, and basically we lit up the city blue to support frontline workers. We immediately donated $1 million to the Resiliency Fund. We provided 9,000 lunches to hospital staff. We just kept up that community support. We've been in the Boston community for 158 years. It's an expectation, and it's something we know is the right thing to do. We took part of our marathon media spend, and our creative team developed an amazing ad spot. We had been absent from TV for a while. We jumped back into TV. Local broadcasts and national broadcasts were streaming and broadcasting all day long on Patriots Day. So every half hour we had this ad spot running, and basically it was beautiful imagery of an empty course. And the verbiage was just wonderful. It said, we're speaking of resiliency and community. And this is our statement of solidarity with the frontline workers, that even though we're not all together on Patriots Day, we're more together than ever in our support for all those frontline workers. So we were happy to make that shift. So on one side, we're still getting value for the sponsorship. On the other side, we're still supporting the community. Our community nonprofit bibs are still at $28 million. And this is now for a virtual event. So that's a statement to the passion that runners bring, and our partnership with about 150 local nonprofits. And so through the virtual event, how we also made that pivot, because it is another pivot to a virtual event, which has never been done before. We're supporting that through elite athlete engagement. And part of the beauty of owning the elite athlete field is that in their contract, we have them appearing for us on behalf in the past. So since, Bill Rogers, Matt Keflezighi, Des Linden, Dina Castro, all of our heavy hitters have appeared on Zoom calls with business units, been inspirational, motivational, and we're still getting a lot of value from those athletes. So on September 14th, leading up to race week, we're going to have relays from around the world, Kenya, Ethiopia, Japan, of elite athletes. 3 people will participate. It's a friendship. And it's an allyship. We're all in this together. So the elite athletes are going to be motivating and encouraging about 18,000 people who will be running the virtual event all around the world. So we're bringing Boston to the world this year.
Wow, thanks for sharing that. It's really thoughtful. I think let's change gear a little bit. Obviously, today is about women in sports marketing. Let's focus a little bit on that. Deidre, why don't you tell us a little bit about how has it been for you being a woman in such a male-dominated industry?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Always happy to talk about this topic. I think it can oftentimes be polarizing, but I think the way I view it is that we as leaders, as humans, men or women, we have this arsenal of tools available to us. And I think some we choose to really exploit intentionally, and others are just part of our DNA, right? So I think, like it or not, being a woman is kind of part of that arsenal. And I think you just have to figure out how to make that work as an advantage to you. We're obviously all judged as humans, and we're applauded, we're criticized for everything we do, from physical appearance to our nonverbal actions to socioeconomic status and definitely gender. So I think unfortunately, especially right now in 2020, it feels unfair that there are still a number of inequities happening, I think in the women's landscape. But for me, it's all about being self-aware. And I think having the professional capacity to really be able to assess and understand, I think each interaction that you have and kind of choose to really kind of lean into particular aspects of what makes you unique based on the situation. And I think, gender falls in that category. So, I think it takes time to hone in on how that works for you. But, I think it's regardless of what you choose to exploit, I think it's crucial that whatever version of you put out there, it's still unapologetically you. And, I think that takes some time to hone, but, I think we can pretty quickly hunt out who the phonies are. So for me, I really personally choose to acknowledge and be aware of, I think what happens in the marketplace. We know, right, that there's a very small percentage of women in executive leadership roles in the US. The wage gap still is very real in the year 2020. And, you know, I'm very aware of that, but I also don't get that bogged down, or I think let myself get frustrated with that in everyday life. So it's all about focusing on the controllables. You know, I believe, and my experience has been that, you know, as a man or a woman, as someone, you know, I think who has had a lot of opportunities in the sports industry, that if you show up and you really demonstrate that you're an asset and that you're adding the value that no one else can, in whatever capacity that is, that's unique to you, that that will transcend gender. And I'm fortunate that that's been my experience largely. Certainly have there been some circumstances where, you know, I felt like there were some inequities? Absolutely. But my perspective is, you know, is show up and show the value that you can't be overlooked. And lastly, I'll just say that I think some of my strongest allies and the best mentors I've had in my life have been and continue to be men and women, right? So I think this idea of, you know, I think dispelling the myth a little bit of this men against women thing is kind of where my head's at in my experience, right? It's really been a great experience in the sports industry. And, you know, I think it's really crucial that you build yourself a strong network, a support system that's really fully inclusive. And that includes, you know, a diverse set of voices, men, women, ethnicities. And for me, that's, you know, I think that's kind of how I've treaded maybe this territory. You know, I think one thing I would just say is one thing that I've noticed, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Kyle and Mary Kate, is, you know, I think being very self-aware, this idea of self-awareness as a woman or a man. But one thing that I've seen and noticed in numerous interactions with particularly women leaders, but this could definitely, you know, be something that male counterparts could also express, is the fact that we oftentimes we undermine ourselves with our own language. This whole idea of I've even seen executive women do it in, you know, in conference rooms and in meetings and on stage, of this idea of apologizing before sharing an opinion. You know, I've heard things like, "I'm sorry, but can I say something?" Or, "I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's a good one." So I think it's just being super aware of your language and really every word, right, that you're putting out there, because you're building your brand, man or woman, and that's something that follows you. So, you know, again, I think I choose to really look at, you know, I think the sports industry as a great opportunity as a woman leader, and feel really fortunate to be surrounded by such a great group of other leaders, men and women across this industry and you know, and in other industries as well.
Mary Kate.
That's a great response, Deirdre. Good job. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe just dividing it a little bit between internal and external. So internal, I agree, you know, find an ally, a female ally. At John Hancock, we're really lucky. Our CEO is a woman, Marianne Harrison. She's amazing, intelligent, authentic. Our CMO, Barb Goose, is a woman. Our brand lead is a woman, Kate Ardini. And my two teammates, Ellen and Fee, are women and best in the business. So surround yourself with allies, people who understand you, understand your passion, understand all your little quirks and your positives and negatives. And then I think, you know, internally, intelligence is always going to win. So become an expert in your field, become an expert in your sport, in your niche, whatever you need to do. Be constantly researching, reading, what is next, innovating, strategizing, improving. Do that research. And if you want to move the needle, if you want to do something different, if you want to do a test, you have your foundation. You can make a case. You can be your own advocate. Don't be shy about speaking up. And then externally, I've worked mostly with men in this industry. From the 6 World Marathon Majors, the race directors are all male. The World Athletic Leads are all male. Most of the agents, I'd say 90% are male. Shoe reps, most of them are male. Media, starting to be a good mix. There are some amazing female journalists who are covering the sport. But I don't think along the way that it has really impacted my focus on getting the job done. I've worked with some amazing men and women, and the majority are insightful and collaborative. One thing that has helped me throughout my career is my husband gave me this advice a long time ago, but he said, process over personality. So don't get hung up on work styles. Find a mutual area of agreement and leave the table with both sides getting close to what they want. You know, there's two parties. You're not always going to get everything you want, but you both can get close to what you want. So when I hire 50 athletes every year, you know, you have to be patient. You have to be true to yourself. You have to always do the right thing. You have to reduce the reputational risk of your company. And this transcends gender. You know what I mean? And even though I joke, you know, sometimes, you know, working with a few agents, I have put them in the penalty box. And no one knows that but me. But if you're not working with someone who's also doing the right thing, it makes things difficult. And get the job done. Don't get hung up on personality. And then I also think externally, women need to be mentors and allies for other women in sports marketing. It's very important. Over the past few years, there have been a number of women becoming recruiters, and that has not always been the case. So Marla Runyon, who actually was in the John Hancock Elite team a while ago and an Olympian, is legally blind. And she now works for the Boston Athletic Association, recruiting the para field and the wheelchair fields. And she is a great resource for me. She is phenomenal. And, you know, as you travel your journey, you're going to meet people who are younger than you that want advice. One agent comes to mind. She's in her 20s. She's from Ethiopia, lives in New York. Every time I'm in New York, she reaches out to me. She says, can we have coffee? Can we have tea? Can I sit and meet with you? And she taps my brain. And I talk to her about her athlete group. I tell her to keep pushing. For several years with athletes, they're just not good enough for the elite athlete field. This year, she finally had an athlete who was good enough for the elite athlete field. I took her into the group. She is now part of our family. So, you know, just being that advocate for people growing up, and it might be the teacher in me coming out, but I do love to mentor people who are just entering this field, because it's not easy. You have to stick your elbows out. You know, in track and field, you're always sticking your elbows out because you want to maintain your lane. You want to maintain your pace. That doesn't override that you can be a decent human being along the way. So those are a couple of tips for women in sports marketing.
That's cool. That's a great metaphor. And I love the fact that you both touched on talent and merit and you know, and bringing your best selves forward. I think that's really, it's really positive, because I think a lot of these conversations can get weighed down in, you know, aspects that are outside of your control. As you just said, actually, it's a lot of it is about sort of what to do next and how to make the changes. On a sort of broader note, if we have time, briefly wanted to touch on the sort of like wider diversity and inclusion as a whole. And if you guys don't mind sort of taking us of kind of what your organizations are doing on that. I know we touched upon, you know, seats on the board, representation, all of that stuff. So anything sort of taking it a bit out of sports marketing, but overall organizational activities, initiatives, things like that it would be cool to share.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to make one last comment after hearing Mary Kate. I think we're very much aligned really in our philosophy around being a woman in the industry. But I think one really important thing is also the fact that we have such an advantage because we work in the sports industry. And as we all know, there's so much passion for sports, and sports is really a universal unifier for men, for women. And I think it really allows us to find commonalities, you know, across you know, a diverse set of humans. And so I think it's also exploiting the fact that, you know, we work in a space where people have such passion, and it can really be, I think, a shared value, a shared topic to continue to grow and develop relationships. And then I think lastly, you know, I think we have a responsibility. I echo what Mary Kate says, as women leaders in the sports industry, to also to have a voice and to make sure that we're using that voice, and, you know, ensuring that if there are, you know, things that we don't feel, you know, I think good about, or things have been handled in a way that really are not in line with our expectations, that we have confidence to step up and share our voice. and hopefully that will be learning moments for people along the way. But I just wanted to echo what you said, Mary Kay, because I think you made some really very strong points. But then I think thinking about diversity, and inclusion, obviously a very hot topic. And, I think at Toyota, we have kind of what we call it One Toyota, and that's really, there's some core tenets that live underneath, our brand. And two of them, which are really, I think, quite relevant in the current time, is that, continuous improvement and respect for people. And those are two pillars that have really been core to what we do. And I think really help guide us as we strive to be leaders in diversity, and inclusion. And, I think one of the, maybe it sounds simple, but I think one of the probably most fundamental changes that I've seen, over just the last few months being at Toyota is, I think we're having conversations, ongoing tough conversations. We're talking about it. We're talking about racism. We're talking about social injustices. We're talking about inequities that are unfolding around us, in front of us. And we're really being challenged as leaders to, to identify our own prejudices, our own biases. And it's really hard work, right? It's uncomfortable, and people are pushing one another outside of their comfort zone. But I think there's never been a better time, a more important time for us to do that. So although it sounds simple, it's really, I think, been a great opportunity for all of us to kind of be introspective and take a hard look at, your experiences and your biases. And so I think that's probably the biggest change that we've seen. But, we're also, of course, actively asking our team members to get involved. So we're finding a lot of ways, not just, I think, saying the right things. We're really trying to actively participate in creating a better society. And so, encouraging things like volunteerism. We have, a system in place where, you can, use a day off to volunteer. Again, some things hopefully that can help break down some social barriers. We have a number of business partnering groups at Toyota to give our team members a positive voice. And whatever's really important to them. We're encouraging team members to make contributions to nonprofits, gift matching. And, I think there's a list of things that are happening, but I would say the most important is the fact that it's really become really core to our discussion as a leadership team, and a real responsibility that we feel in terms of having accountability for driving these conversations forward. And it is tough, right? I think you don't want to say the wrong thing. I think there's some hesitation around, I think having these hard conversations, but I feel really empowered to be able to have the conversations, and we're all going to make some mistakes, but let's figure it out together and move forward. And I'm really grateful that the Toyota organization has truly embraced, I think, sort of this path forward for us.
So Mary Kay, rather than go about that, I've told that we're edging into our Q&A time. So I might start with a question for you instead, if you don't mind. But I will make it adjacent to that. So
I can answer this really quickly.
Yeah.
So we committed over the next 2 years, Manulife, which is our parent company, are committed to investing $500 million over the next 2 years. We're going to increase diversity by 30%, and then we're committing 25% to hiring graduates of BIPOC, so Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So we're really putting our money behind those initiatives. There.
Okay, so on that note, do you think, or do you believe, rather, that teams but more likely organizations that engage with philanthropic endeavors such as those you've just mentioned are more likely overall to be inclusive in terms of their own cultures internally? I.e., does that investment kind of filter back into the organization and the culture you live in?
Oh, the partnerships we make? Yes. Okay. So this is great. We're on top of this. So every year, as part of our sponsorship, we have 1,000 nonprofit BIPs, and we disperse those throughout the community. So picture, 150 nonprofits. They support their mission, which includes a lot of DEI efforts is supported by marathon runners. So the average raised by one marathon bib, and we donate 1,000, is about $11,000. So during the tenure of our sponsorship, BAA and John Hancock nonprofit runners have raised $372 million for these nonprofits. These nonprofits are living DEI every single day. They are doing the work, and they have been for decades. So yes, community is very important to Hancock, and it's very important to the marathon sponsorship.
Cool. Okay, Deidre, I might ask you something else, just to kind of, mix it up a little bit. We don't have too long. Consumer behavior. What trends are you seeing in the marketplace in terms of consumer behavior, and which of those are important to you and your business?
That's a good question. So it's something that we're tracking very closely. So I think one thing that, of course, we continue to really keep a pulse on is the interest in the Olympics and Paralympics, right? With the postponement of the games, do consumers, with it now being another year away, do American consumers particularly, are they still as interested and are they still as heavily invested as they have been? And I think for us, the good news is that it more than ever, American consumers have an intent to watch the games. And not even an actual expectation that by having the games proceed, that they're going to feel really better about, I think, society sort of returning to, whatever our new normal is. But, I think that's one thing that we continue to track very closely. We're also, of course, using our social channels to understand just consumer sentiment in general. And I think that's one thing we've probably, I think, really honed in on, is taking the time to listen and to learn. What are consumers saying? How are they acting? How is consumer behavior changing? Social media is a great tool, of course, for that, because you can get a pulse on what's happening out there very quickly, and to have the opportunity to refine what you're doing as quickly. So, I think one thing that we've really focused in on is our message still relevant? Is it still resonating? Are we being sensitive to what's happening? And we've been really working closely, actually, with Kyle's team at Media Monks, who do a lot of work with us, in full disclosure here, mapping out, really taking a hard look at what's happening in the marketplace and mapping out a new narrative for us. And it's a narrative that's more nimble than it's ever been. It's really, I think, sensitive and ever changing. And so, for us, it's, I think, one thing we also understand and know, which makes me so thrilled to be part of the Olympic and Paralympic movement, is that, our Team Toyota athletes, their stories, that they really continue to resonate with consumers. And so I think it's been one interesting maybe insight is, I think that now we know, right? Consumers are yearning for sports. We're being starved of live sport programming. And it's really cool to see that our consumers are still really responding positively. It's resonating, our athlete storytelling. And so, what we've seen is that, I think, as athletes who are facing all of the same things we're facing in a global pandemic, they're really being humanized in this time period. And so it's making them very relatable to people. And so it's kind of just maybe a nuance in the way we've messaged, or we've communicated our message, but it's been, I think, really insightful for us to figure out how to make sure that narrative is really mirroring consumer sentiment.
Awesome. Thank you. Great answer. Mary Kate, how about Hancock and, your social endeavors, your messaging, right now? What are you seeing, especially in the running community with your athletes? I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Commitment is supporting health with our customers, our employees, and our communities. So let's just talk about life insurance. So we're leading a change in life insurance in the life insurance industry through our Vitality product, which basically is a policy which rewards you for running, walking, meditating, for living a healthier life. It actually lowers your premium. So this is a big push for us, just because of our commitment to this culture of well-being. And then just the health of our employees would be a second pillar. So this spring alone, 1,500 employees participated in a Work Your Way to a Virtual 5K in the Global Running Day. And we have a similar spring series going on. And we partner with Best Buddies, Special Olympics. Because of our marathon partnerships, we're able to afford these opportunities to run these other events or ride these other events with groups like Best Buddies and Special Olympics. And then just that investment in physical and financial and mental well-being in the community is ongoing. With the Red Sox, we've been a long-time partner with, we have, with the Red Sox, a long-time sponsor of the John Hancock Fantasy Day at Fenway. That's raised about $8 million for cancer research through the Jimmy Fund. And then we also support Hats Off to Heroes during the game and Home Base, which are 2 programs supporting military veterans. So we're trying to, make that product alignment with our sponsorship rather than just brand awareness. We're trying to align products that we sell with this sponsorship. And there really is a wonderful, authentic, natural fit with the marathon.
Let's go back to the topic, women in sports marketing. What advice would you both give to a woman who was starting off a career in sports marketing today, knowing what you know, and obviously in today's landscape?
Jump in, do it, go for it.
It's the best place to be. I think I would say surround yourself with as many others who have kind of paved the way for you as you possibly can, and really just lean into developing a support system and go for it. I think take risks, be bold, and really just have faith in kind of where you're setting your sights. And it's the best industry to work in. And I think just finding ways to add value and continuing to just embrace and be truly grateful for having the opportunity to be in this space. And I really try to take a step back every once in a while, take a moment to really just, I think, appreciate the fact that you are in this industry. And so I think also not taking that for granted is really important. But I would say first and foremost, it's creating a network, a support system that can really kind of help advocate for you and guide you along the way, because there are twists and turns in this industry that you can never anticipate, but that's what makes it so much fun.
Definitely agree with Deirdre. Also, it's okay if every day you wake up excited to work with the people that you've surrounded yourself with, excited to work with your athletes. This is okay. It doesn't have to be, oh, that will never happen. You can make it happen. Find where you're passionate about, find that niche, become well-informed, and jump in. My kids are like, I can't believe you have your job. You're so lucky. I can't believe you. And I'm like, I'm lucky.
I love that you say that. I love that you say that, Mary Kate, because I've had advice before given to me that you really have to separate work and personal life. And I think when you're a person that is so passionate about what you do and live in the world of sports marketing, actually, I fully believe that, no, you actually can embrace, right, the fact that your personal life and your professional life, sports are such an integral part of that, and just be really grateful that that's even an option for us.
That's a pretty great place to be. That's the dream, right? Well, I'm getting the Oscar nod. So if you thank you so much for sharing your stories, incredible accomplished stories, and hopefully that was interesting and useful for those listening and watching. So thanks again.
Thank you
so much.
Appreciate the opportunity.
I'm sorry, but can I say something? Nah, just kidding. I heard you, Deidre. This was so great to hear you out, Mary Kate and Deidre. I actually have one question, because I thought it was really interesting to hear your thoughts on consumers. But then, like earlier on, you talked about a focus on the athletes, and like with the Olympics and Paralympics being so kind of unique because it's once every 4th year. I mean, many athletes are looked upon as privileged, etc., but there are so many athletes coming into the Olympics, like doing everything to focus on that one moment, like training for 4 years, like focusing on their climax. So I mean, having that connection with the athletes, how do you feel about them trying, keeping them motivated to, of course, train, and of course they are, but it's kind of a restart, and also like keeping the connection with the fans going, etc. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that in my experience working with Olympic and Paralympic athletes, they are the most resilient and driven human beings on the face of the earth. I have been just so enthralled by the fact that they could, in a couple of days, just really overcome the announcement that they were going to be competing in 4 months, and now they're competing in a year and 4 months. So I think they don't have any lack of inspiration or commitment to be able to continue training, and I think we're just honored to be a part of that. So it doesn't take a lot for us to continue to influence or push them. It's really a natural connection, and certainly our honor to just be a small part of the journey that they're on to the game. So we have the great ability to tell their stories, and we take that very seriously.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. Yes, sorry, Mary-Kate, go ahead.
Oh, I agree. And all our Olympians, because we usually bring in a whole lot of Olympians, they are not stopping. They are resilient runners, leaders, and they're going to just be the example for all of us who are out there hitting the roads every chance we can get just to run our 3 miles. They're awesome.
Right.
They just have to make a new plan, right?
That's right.
Thank you so much. It's been incredible to hear insights and empowerment and to have you. I think I want to remind those of you watching that you can still invite friends, colleagues. You simply just have to share the event link with them and have them join. We still have a great day, a great program in front of us. And thanks, Kjell, as well. So next up is our fireside chat with Marissa Blomstrom. She's currently the Vice President of Marketing at Minnesota Timberwolves and Lynx. In her role, she oversees the brands, campaigns, media, research, retail offering, and the creative team. And she is currently leading the campaign for the Lynx first ever single site season in the WNBA. So keeping the fans engaged, I guess, and informed on this very, very unique basketball season. I let Samantha, who is Program Director at Media Monks, continue the conversation.
Hi, I'm Marissa. Thanks, Kyle. How are you doing?
Hi, wonderful. Thank you for having me. It's lovely to see you guys again.
Yeah. So I've had the opportunity to get in to know you this week, but I'd love for you to start telling us a little bit more about how you transitioned from Target and 3M into your first role in sports marketing.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy to share a bit more of my career journey. So I would say after I got my MBA, I took a role doing brand management at 3M on the Post-it brand. It was a totally new experience for me. I moved to the vendor side and actually in the stationery business, and I actually love paper goods. I actually worked at a boutique stationery store in high school and college, and I almost went on a very different career trajectory and bought a stationery store. And actually was able to lead a brand project at 3M where I launched a boutique retail brand for them. And then Target called, and honestly, never say never, because I actually started my career at Target back when I thought I wanted to be a buyer. And I left to go to Pottery Barn Kids headquarters out in San Francisco and thought I would probably never go back to Target. But my parents, especially my father, definitely always taught me to always listen to new opportunities because you definitely never know where they're going to come from. And they had a role that was essentially a brand manager, but inside the retailer, working on their own brands, also known as private label, in some other areas. And it was working in food and beverage and essentials industries. Again, I had never worked in, but I've always loved retail. And actually, I loved the culture of Target. So I took that role. And in that role, I led brand strategy of brands you may know and love, like Archer Farms, Simply Balanced, Market Pantry, Wine Cube. And then my pride and joy project was really working on future state food and beverage for Target in total, which led to the rollout of Good and Gather, which is the flagship food brand for Target across hundreds of categories. And then in my most recent role before I left Target, I was tapped to lead one of their largest brand campaigns that was known as the Style Campaign, which was all about putting Target's stylish lens on everything from food and beverage to essentials to apparel to sporting goods and connecting to culture. And it was a great experience working on a very large scale campaign creating TV spots, that would debut at the Emmys, to doing really cool delight and surprise moments with Will Smith and self-checkout monitors, to literally hardworking display ads. It totally ran the gamut across all types of media and all types of channels with really big reach. And then last fall, I was contacted by a recruiter from the NBA on LinkedIn. And honestly, every time the recruiter contacted me, I just would laugh, because it was like an NBA recruiter contacting me made me feel like I was being scouted for the NBA or the WNBA. And my basketball career definitely ended with the 8th grade B team at Morton Junior High in Omaha, Nebraska. So every time he emailed me, I just had this sense of joy on top of the job. But when they reached out, it was this role as VP of marketing for the Timberwolves and Lynx. And I was immediately interested, but I really had this feeling of well, why are they interested in me? And I read the job description, and actually it felt really well in line with my background in brand and campaign management and creative and retail. And I remember on my first call with the CMO, he asked me, is it the sports industry driving my interest? And I told him, honestly, I was no, it's really not. I love sports, but it wasn't my expertise area. And I told him if I was going to make a move, I was looking for a few key criteria that I'd already developed. And one being, I wanted an organization that was people first, had a vision, had a purpose, had strong leadership. 2, ideally, it was a job that was brand management, campaign, and team. And then 3, I was looking at different locations. So either need to be in Minneapolis or another kind of large city center like a San Francisco. But for me, it was really the organization and the role, not the industry, that was my driving factor. And I really believe that so much of the brand principles, campaign principles, creative principles can be applied across any industry. So you can apply that anywhere. So I would say, for anybody watching that wants to break into sports, I would say you don't have to start here. You can prove yourself and you can gain credibility in other areas, and you can work your way in. And I feel super fortunate to have this job. I love my job. It's a very cool job to be able to work, with the NBA and the WNBA. And I'm super happy that while I think I wasn't the obvious choice, probably from the outset, that they saw a lot of value in my experience from other areas. So that led me to my journey to start with the Timberwolves and Lynx in January.
I love that story. It's all about having a passion for your role rather than, not necessarily in your case, having a passion for sports. But it seems like over your career, you've been able to really pivot in different industries and learn quickly. So after starting at the Timberwolves just a few weeks before the pandemic hit, how have you found being able to build rapport and learn the sports industry? Have you found it easy or challenging?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think all sense of time for me just feels off in COVID season. And it's crazy to believe that literally I've been with the organization for, about over 6 months now, but I actually only had 6 weeks in the office with the team before it shut down, before we started working from home. And, it feels like I've been a part of it again for so much longer. And it feels like I've been a part of the family for so much longer. And so when I told you that when I was looking for my next role, it was really about, the people. It's because it was such an important part of it and that criteria. And then I wanted to work for that organization that really prioritized that. And I would say when I was interviewing, to kind of even back up, I was just so impressed with how they all spoke about each other. So it wasn't even prompted by me. I didn't ask, what do you think of each other? They would just speak about each other so positively from the outset that it really just spoke, I think, to being super people first. And I think as you think about being able to build rapport, you want to work for a place that actually allows that and embraces that. And I think this organization was always really people first, during COVID. But I think COVID has really only heightened that. And I would say so much of the ability to connect with others, especially early in the organization, is on the interpersonal side. And yes, you definitely have to show your value, right? And you have to show what you bring to the table, but you also have to be really vulnerable. Initially building that rapport with my teams was really about getting to know them as people and as humans. And even in my first few meetings really with them, I would sit down with them and say, I don't want to talk about the role yet. I don't want to talk about get into the details. I want to know you. I want to know you as literally a human. At Target, we always had GTKYs, the get to know you type meetings to start with. And not everybody loves those, but I think it's incredibly important. And simple things like literally creating a document with my team that I had them write down, like, when is your birthday? Do you even like birthdays? Because not everybody does, even though I really do. What's your favorite drink from Starbucks? What's your favorite Instagram handle? Because I love to do, I think, the small things I think make a lot of difference. Is someone's having a great day or even a rough day, I can run down to Starbucks and know that what they really want is a grande almond milk latte with 2 pumps of vanilla and no foam, and you can drop it off at their desk and it feels really hyper personalized for them. So I think a lot of it is honestly, so much of building that rapport initially is taking the time to get to know people as humans and having them really understand you too and your expectations is just incredibly helpful. And I would like to think that I've always been like an empathetic leader. And I think my perspective probably fundamentally shifted a few years ago. And I shared this with Sammy the other day when my father passed away, really suddenly of a heart attack. And it's one of those life-changing things that happens. And it really just shifts your perspective. And I worked at Target when my father passed away. An SVP I worked for called me in his office a few days after I came back. And I took 2 weeks off after he passed away. And I mean, you guys, I take long weekends, but I don't take 2 weeks off. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I encourage everyone to take their vacation. I just had never done that. And so when I came back, he was like, I'd like to see you. I was like, I'm totally in trouble. And I walked in his office and he just told me, he was like, I know your priorities have shifted, and that's okay. And we are here to support you. And it was just like one of those, it's again, a poignant moment, I think, in my career where he was coming to talk to me just as a person to say I get it. And I'm here and my whole team is here for you. And they really become your extended family, and they're there for you on that day to day. And, even as I reflect back of how that made me feel, it's I was the most important. My family was the most important. Our health was the most important. And I just don't think I could ever work in an organization that wasn't like that ever again. And I'm just super fortunate that I found another one, because the Timberwolves and Lynx are very much, in that same depth of character that not only should I show up as an empathetic leader, that's very much the way in which I'm expected to. And I'll share one more little side note too, because literally 1 week into COVID was the 1 week anniversary of my father passing away. And I planned on taking the day off, but it was a random Wednesday, and literally we're a week into NBA shutting down, so much chaos. And I was like, is it okay if I take a day off? This doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel proper for me to do that. And so I decided to talk to the CMO about it. And he was like, absolutely, you take the time, you spend it with your family. It doesn't matter what's going on here. And I was like, do I tell my team? Do I not tell my team? And why am I taking a random Wednesday off in the height of COVID of what's going on? And I was just so moved, I think, by the outpouring of support. And I share that too, because I don't think you can be, you have to show vulnerability, I think, on your own side to expect it from others. But it took up until, I would say, more recently in my career to get to that point.
Yeah. And it's great to hear that is your leadership style, because it is so important these days to have that empathy when working with people. And when people are happy, they do good work. And if you've got a really motivated team that you support, I can only imagine that the output is just going to definitely match that. And especially now, given the times of COVID, I mean, everyone needs more support than ever now that everyone's more isolated and more at home, and we're missing that human to human contact in the office.
Oh my gosh, I missed that.
Focus.
I know. Agreed.
So I guess through it all, we spoke a bit about this, but you've had support from great mentors who've given you advice, really built you up. Are there any great stories you've had there, or mentors in particular through your career that have really pushed you through? And I guess definitely sounds like you've had mentors push you through those different career changes through your career. Do you still lean on mentors, or are you finding yourself to be more of a mentor now in your new role?
Yeah, it's a great question. I am a big believer in mentors and the value that they bring in finding people that you relate to and people that push you to be better, but also really understand you. And I can definitely tell a couple stories too, just about experiences I had, especially working for really strong female leaders that really kind of pushed me, and is advice that I go back to and that I give to people that I'm also mentoring. The first I think that I'll share was when my leader was actually leaving the organization that I've been working for. And she'd been a super strong advocate for me and ensuring I had a seat at the proverbial table. And she always asked me hard questions. And so when she was leaving, I asked her, I was like, well, who's going to ask me the hard questions now that you're gone? And she like looked at me and she was like, you are. Like, I've taught you well. Like, you need to go through and be able to take that strategic lens, understand your stakeholders' point of view. Like, you have to do that for yourself. You can't expect other people to do that for you. And I was like, oh, okay. Onus is like back on me. I was like, okay, I can do that. I know what to expect now. I know what XYZ is going to want to see in the deck or where they're coming from. And then I asked her, I was like, but how am I going to get included in things? Because she made space for me at the table. And I will literally never forget what she said to me. And it was, make yourself so valuable that they can't have a conversation without you. And I was like, oh, that's kind of profound. Okay. And so I took it to heart and I leaned in and I learned everything I could about their business and made sure I understand their business challenges so that I could bring them marketing solutions. And over time, I started to get included in more things and in more conversations. And they started to really see the value that marketing could bring beyond just kind of the face value of putting something shiny, out in the world, of the strategy lens that we could bring and how we could bring cohesion to different parts. And I think the takeaway really is, it's like, you have to know your audience, like know what they need and understand what they want so you can make yourself seem valuable to them and build that credibility and that trust by showing up over and over and over again. And it made it feel like I was like a dotted line extension from their team, even though I was in a completely different area of the company. So I give that one out frequently to other people that I mentor, of just how do you make yourself really valuable to other people? And then the other one I will share that probably sticks out to me too is I was working on a very large scale project, and we had a new member of the C-suite coming in, and we had to bring him along on this journey we'd been on, because the train was moving. It was out of the station. It was going 100 miles an hour. And it was like, we have to get him bought in. And so we were going to have this big presentation to the C-suite. And so I was in a meeting with the VP at the time and some other people about how we were going to sell this in. And so I was talking through the deck we were going to put together and the speaking points and what I was going to provide her. And she stopped me and she was like, oh, no. Like, you're presenting this. And I was like, that's really kind. Like, that's really kind. I really appreciate it. But like, I know how the hierarchy works. This is a C-suite conversation. I was a marketing manager at the time. And I was like, you've got this. And she was like, no one knows this better than you. You are presenting this. And she was like, Marissa, go buy a new dress and you act at whatever level you think you need to be at to be in that room. And as a side note, she didn't tell me to go buy a new dress because it mattered what I wore. I wear a dress every day. I have a dress on right now. I wear a dress in COVID. I take a shower every morning. It's very annoying to people. I'm like, it's just my brand. It's just like how I show up. So her being like, go get a new dress and like put on your game face was her being like, just go do what you need to do for you to show up in this moment. And, I just like needed that confidence, I think, to know that like I was supported. And I mean, it's one of those things you can look back in retrospect, like I was leading this massive thing. So you're like, you must trust me enough to do that. But I didn't think I was the right person to be in the room at that moment. And I've thought about that moment, more than once, and thinking about how do I do that for other women and other people that maybe not be the obvious choice to have there, that need to go present and own that and give them that autonomy and that support. But I think sometimes you just need that little bit of push, I think, from both of those women of like, no, the onus is on you. You go do this. And then you just need to have the confidence in yourself to show up that way.
Yeah, and you know the work the best. And I feel like if you've got leaders around you.
Yeah, she's like, nobody knows it better than you. I don't want your speaking points.
Yeah, you're going to do a way better job at it. So, it's clearly paid off. Look at you now. I mean, VP of Marketing. So it's definitely worked. That's great. That's such a good story. It just shows the importance of having those role models and having the people above you to help break down hierarchy in some cases and just do good work and get it presented and get it over the line. And I know we spoke about a bit about this, but COVID's here. The NBA bubble came into play down in Florida, and I know more importantly, the Lynx are in the wobble. How are they going at the moment, and how did you have to pivot when that came into to be a solution, I guess, with COVID?
Yeah, well, we definitely have been on a bit of a journey, like I'm sure other brands would also say as well. So in early March, we were, finalizing the Lynx strategy and creative. And since we didn't know how long COVID was going to last, right? If we think back to early March, none of us, I think, thought we were going to be here. The season was going to start in mid-May. And we were like, okay, that feels like that's still possible, but like we have to do scenario planning, which is always smart. And I always advocate for scenario planning, probably just not this broad of like, are we planning for fans, no fans, in a site, not in a site, at Target Center? And then once we found out the WNBA was going to be down, as Sammy was just saying, we affectionately call it the Wubble. So instead of the NBA bubble, it's the WNBA Wubble down in Florida. We really had to shift our plans. So we normally had spent our dollars of paid media on single game ticket sales. And so clearly we were not selling single game ticket sales down to the Wubble in Bradenton, Florida. So on the messaging side, we really had to shift to tune-in messaging for key matchups, brand awareness that the W was back, even just like honestly, like celebrating that sports are back, because that was just so exciting that so many of us really, really missed sports. And then we also had a really unique opportunity to tell stories about our players down in the Wubble. And, we had this really unprecedented, everybody's favorite word, views of their lives, on the day-to-day, and really key opportunities to showcase more of those stories. And we have an internal digital content team that does an awesome job of telling those stories and doing that. But we weren't necessarily doing it in like the paid space. And it was like, we actually have an opportunity to not only tell stories about, say, Crystal Dangerfield, who's, a rookie coming in, having this awesome season so far, but like literally about everyone and understanding them. And it might just make a new fan of someone, and someone that maybe, hasn't tuned in before. And, we're able to tell things like this week we're putting out content of like, what are her top 5 things she had to have down in the Wubble? And it's like, cool. Now I know that she couldn't live without her PS4, her phone, some puzzles, some books, and then some flip-flops, I think, who's like her random, like kind of 5th thing she needed down there. But it's just an interesting opportunity, I think, to continually engage with your fans and do it in new and unique ways. And then also to make sure we're leaning into consumer behavior. So obviously, more and more people are viewing on screens and really leaning into video content in a bigger way for brand, for tune-in, for emotional connection, and doing it in spaces like, OTT and connected TV and pre-roll. And, the majority of ours are quick hitting 6s. We've got some 15s and, early results, but view completion rates are incredibly high. And I think it just shows that, fans and consumers are willing to really watch ads that feel endemic and feel like they're entertaining, and they're short and snackable. I mean, it's hard to beat a 6, right? You don't even need to skip out of it because it's so quick. I'm a big fan of the 6s, but you have to have something that's like hard hitting. What's that story? And honestly, just us showing like, it's a day at the beach. What are they doing? Tune in, see what kind of, the on schedule days look like. And then on the creative side, we just saw an opportunity to really like infuse Florida, into our branding. And so we have a current campaign called Get Up, but finding ways to just subtly nod to Florida and the sunshine and the water and the waves, and doing even just like playful lines and not deviating too far from our brand in like a kitschy way, but, lines like wish you were here, or like watch us heat up Florida. Like there's just like some fun things I think that you can do. And, our fans are engaging and they're watching, and the team is doing really well. We're 8-4 as of last night. And so, just tons, I think, of positive momentum, and we really just have to be nimble. We're constantly changing the media mix and looking at it and optimizing and seeing what's working. And, just that kind of like test and learn mentality of like, we normally wouldn't have done this, but nothing is normal right now. So like blank slate, like what do we want to go do? So I love it. I love change and I love learning new things. And we are not at a shortage of either one of those right now.
No, and I love that you shifted the strategy from, typically this the content of the players was used for internally, but now using it through paid channels to actually drive renewals and expose what it's actually like in the Wubble. I mean, that would just be like great content for people to consume, and I can only imagine it would have great results. And
yeah, super fun.
Being able to test and learn at the moment, I mean, through those digital platforms, and you being a new leader in this team, in a smaller team, I mean, compared to Target, how have you found your the ability to get your hands a bit dirty and then try new things and really pivot quickly with things are working well? You can change up taglines, interact with the players more. I think it sounds like you're finding it quite successful.
Yeah, I think what's really great about the way in which we're structured at the Timberwolves and Lynx is we're incredibly nimble, and we have to be, right? I mean, we have games, you're literally only as relevant as the last game, and then the next one's coming in. Things are constantly changing. And so we always have lived in that environment. And, when I was interviewing, they're like, are you used to something fast paced? And I'm like, well, retail is fast paced. Well, sports is like real fast. It's like on fast forward, I would say. But I love that. I remember like one of my first few weeks, my boss was like, how are you doing? And I was like, well, the good news is I do my best work when I'm on the verge of drowning. And I do. I've said that like my kind of whole career, when you're just like constantly have something going on. So I would say we're adjusting. We're looking at things daily. We have new ideas that pop up. We're making them happen the next day. So it's just a constantly changing environment. And it's a lot of fun too. And I just have a team that I just think is incredibly bright and smart, and they work so hard, and everybody's just always willing to just jump in, to anything, which makes such a big difference of like, just have that attitude side too.
Yeah, and be quite reactive, and it's that, I guess, healthy dose of anxiety when the pressure's on. You can't do more work. I think
I do. I thrive in a high pressure situation, so this is for me.
Because I love what you're talking about. At Media Monks, we're focused on helping our partners build digital content and creative that definitely drives emotional relevance. And I know you mentioned that you were jumping in and pivoting really quickly. And how do you feel that your own personal leadership style and having to wear many hats, are you learning more in this new compared to other roles you've had across how to actually execute these successful campaigns? Are you finding it personally to be quite fulfilling?
Yeah, I would say it's incredibly fulfilling. I mean, the number of times that I've said, like, I love my job. And I tend to be a passionate person. I kind of go in on all things that I'm doing, but I love my job, and I find it incredibly fulfilling of the work I get to do, but mostly it's the people, honestly, that I get to work with. And it is a whole new industry, but kind of what I was saying before, I think the farther you move along in your career too, you can apply those same principles. And I was literally talking to a fellow VP this week, and he was talking about something I didn't know. I didn't have the experience or the background in. And I said to him, I was like, gosh, I feel like that's kind of intimidating. And he was like, but that's why we hired you. Like, we didn't hire you for your like expertise in that area. We hired you for all this great experience you bring from all the other areas, and that lens that you bring in. And I was like, thank you for saying that. Like, I just really appreciate, I think when, you kind of like, it brings you back down of like, you don't have to know everything, and I'm still learning, and definitely have a lot still to learn in this space. And as I think about like my leadership style, like I want my team to know that too, that like we should all be continuous learners. I don't expect everybody to know everything. People are experts in different areas, and we're all still growing and need to have that growth mindset. And I don't know if you're familiar with Discovery Insights. I mean, I feel like there's like so many different like behavioral things you can take, right? Of like, what kind of leader are you? It's one I've done at 3M a couple times, and actually at Target too. But essentially they give you a color, right? You're either like red, you're yellow, you're green, or you're blue. And I am red and yellow, which makes me orange. Because nobody's like a pure color, right? You're kind of like two colors, maybe all four colors. And that makes me a motivator. So I'm equal parts of like red and yellow. And red is about being like director, and you make things happen, and you get things done, and you think about progress, and you think about efficiency. And yellow is about collaboration and sunshine and people and doing it and like having a healthy dose of fun and energy. And I think that sums up how I like to do things, of like, I like to go get things done, but like, I want to have fun doing it. And I want to know the people that I'm doing it with. So as I think about like COVID, it's not a shortage, right, of like having to try new things and learn new things. But I'm still learning a whole new team and a whole new industry on that side. So that definitely still pushes me overall. But I think, the yellow, I think, comes out in a strong way of how do I connect with my team, and how do I do that virtually, which is just interesting too. Virtual happy hours, to team fun that we have to make time for, to growth opportunities and learning opportunities, even like this. You have to make time for these things, because it's really, onus is on you, right, to continue your growth and development. Nobody's going to push that for you. But I really am trying to make a way, for myself and establish myself, but really more importantly, it's about my team and understanding them and make sure they have what they need and helping them progress in their career goals.
Great. Yeah. And they've definitely, it sounds like you've got bringing a completely fresh perspective in there, because you're new, I guess, relatively new in sports marketing, which is just like super exciting. We do have some Q&A questions, which I'll jump to.
Yeah.
So do you think teams and organizations that engage highly with philanthropy endeavors are more likely to be inclusive?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's kind of price of entry. I think we all have to figure out what is our role. For us, it's on the court and off the court. And again, I'm just really glad that I work for an organization that has very much prioritized the off the court piece as well, of we are weaving social injustice and inequities and solving for those things into our DNA. We are taking partners with the Minneapolis Foundation, Rise, and others to make sure that, it's action over words. We're not just bringing lip service to things, but I think more and more consumers, fans, and employees want to understand what you're doing outside your four walls, or virtual four walls, I guess now too, of like, I think you have to have that. And I think everybody expects that, and they want to know where you stand on things and what you're doing and what your human side is. So I think it's incredibly important. And we're making it a part of our DNA of everything we're doing as we think about our future marketing campaigns. How do we all of these pieces together to put people really at the forefront so they understand who we are and what we stand for?
Yeah, I love that. And I think it's so true at the moment. It's that brand voice and having that tone of voice that goes out into the market. I'm going to ask some another questions that have come through from the Q&A. So, I love this one. I think you would. So, if you could give yourself your younger self a piece of career advice, what would it be?
Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to go back to almost what I said before of advice my dad gave me. Like, you have to just be open to opportunities coming in from everywhere. I couldn't have seen, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, if somebody would have said, you're going to be the VP of marketing for the Timberwolves and Lynx, I would have been like, how does that happen? Like, how do I get there? And I think you just have to be really open to your career that maybe doesn't seem like the obvious choice again at the outset. And I would say too, this is probably 10 years ago, I was told this advice of like, if a recruiter calls, like, you should listen. You should talk to them. You should understand your value and what you bring and what your options are. And I tell my employees the same thing, so that if someone calls and wants to talk to you about a job, like, you should talk to them. I hope you stay, but I want that to be a choice that you make, because this is the best place to work and you love your job and what you are doing. And if it's not, I support you in your future endeavors. Like, I want the best for my team overall. So I think it really goes back to like, you just have to be so open, I think, to learning from different places, to where those opportunities come from, because you really just kind of never know where they're going to lead, and what that role is really going to be like and where it might take you next in your career. I think you might really be surprised. And I think my younger self would have been surprised, especially when I first started at Target. It was very much a career pathing company. It's not like this anymore. I mean, they have a career path, but it was very like, this is, you do this and then you do this. And my like hyper type A personality type was like, this is perfect. I start as an analyst, and then I'm a senior analyst, and then I'm a consultant, and then I'm a manager or a buyer for like the rest of my life. And that's how you work your way up. And every 18 months to 2 years, you get a new job. The world just really doesn't work like that anymore. It's not that linear. It isn't this cut and dry of do this and you will get this role. And not that it was quite that cut and dry, but it was, you have had a very clear path of how you worked your way up. And I think you just have to be super open, because again, you just like never know where the path is going to lead you.
Yeah, and every industry is changing so much, so rapidly, and there's different roles that have different names. Everyone's going to have so many different job titles through their career. So it is important to have those conversations with people, and definitely reach out to different mentors and different groups to get that support and find new opportunities, because it sounds like you've had great success in being able to pivot quite easily to learn a new industry, but the core of your role in being passionate about brand and marketing, that's really what's important. And if you skill up in your actual discipline, the industry you work in, you can quickly pivot.
I totally agree. And I think even go back to your point before too, Sammy, about like mentors, like kind of early on in our conversation, like having those mentors you can go to and talk about like, is this a good fit for me? Like, here's what I'm seeing. Here's what you know about me. Help me talk through all of these things, and having people that will say no to you. Like, actually, I don't think that's the best fit for you. Or like, you should really consider that. I think you're on the fence, but that's really interesting. I think you need people that are going to push you on both sides, but it's because they really know you and they have your best interest at heart, to give you kind of the tough love you might need sometimes too.
Yeah. And I think also, do you have any tips, I guess, in when you were doing the interview process, you were talking about the importance of finding a company that had people at the core and that were passionate about that. When you were interviewing, what were some key things you were looking for, or some tips you'd give people because in those interview situations to really find the right fit for them?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I would say the heart of it is that you need to be interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. So like you want the job and you want to put that forward, but you need to make sure it's a good fit. And I think, it's when you get to that portion of like, do you have any questions for me? It's like, I do. I have questions, to understand, how do you guys engage with each other? What does collaboration look like here? And I think it's their choice of words. And I shared this a bit before too, with this organization, it was how they spoke about each other. And so I think you have to really have that lens and leaning into, do they like each other? And it's like, oh, they don't just like each other. They really like each other. They're like family. And, they're talking about them like they're such a great person, like just like more like deep intrinsic ways that they spoke about their colleagues, that I think you have to just have kind of that lens the whole time of like, how do they speak about each other? And does it feel like it's an atmosphere that I want to be a part of? And I think it's one of those things where you're like, you immediately sometimes meet people, right, that you're like, you could just keep talking to, that you're just like, let me just tell stories. And, it's like the interview keeps running over because you have so many ideas and you want to talk through things and you have so much energy. And I think I knew right away when I was interviewing with this organization that like, we talked for hours about things. And there were so many things where I was like, I just wanted to keep having conversations with them. And I think that's just so indicative of finding the right fit.
Yeah, absolutely. I love those tips. So I want to ask one more question, and then I think we might be at time. But when it comes to communicating with your consumers, this is one from our Q&A. How do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm a big believer in having a brand purpose and having clarity to that. I kind of feel like all things should be kind of this beautiful cascade down that line up to a big vision and North Star on that. And I've been fortunate to work for organizations that also felt similarly. And I think instilled that in me, from early mentors and leaders that I worked with. And I think you need to understand your purpose. Your staff needs to understand your purpose. And then so does your fan and consumer. They have to understand, what's the big reason for you guys being here? What's the reason to believe? And then everything you do has to back that up. You have to be able to reinforce it. Again, it's kind of that actions over words. Like, what are you doing to deliver on that? And don't deviate. Find your positioning, stand for it. Because I think a lot of brands can get lost in that too, of like trying to be too many things to too many different people. And so you really have to find your way. So yes, I believe a brand purpose, have something to stand for, have clear positioning. What are your values? That's so much of what I've spent actually my career on, is like building those brands, especially kind of from the startup phase. And I just think if you don't have that foundation, then you're looking at creative and you're like, well, what am I using to evaluate the creative on? It becomes really subjective. It's like, you need to have that filter. You need to have that lens to understand, like, this brand stands for XYZ. Does that creative feel like it stands for XYZ? What's my strategic intent? What's the big picture? How are we delivering on all of those things? And then I think you're able to have conversations that, again, feel less subjective. They're much more strategic if you can set that foundation from the outset and be really consistent with it too.
Yeah, and if you're setting that tone of voice at the top and then scaling it through your creative output and through channels, you're going to be able to have, I guess, a little bit more fun with the output, which it seems like you're doing a lot of that test and learning at the moment, driving that fan engagement, but then also having it stay true to the core of what you're trying to achieve in that tone of voice, which is super important.
Absolutely.
Well, Nora's back, and Marissa, thank you so much. It was really great talking to you today. It was great learning about your whole career path to where you are now and how you're really, making things happen within the Timberwolves, which is super exciting.
Awesome. Thanks, Amy. That was super fun. I enjoyed it too.
No worries.
Stay on for one question, please, Marissa. And thank you so much, Samantha. I was actually just curious, talking about brand purposes and, what athletes to partner with, etc. if you're a brand that care much about purpose. Because I was actually listening to a panel. Actually, it was about soccer. So this is where I'm curious to know a little bit more about your view on basketball, because the panel was on soccer influencers. And so it's a little bit different with the NBA and the WNBA, because there are such strong voices from the NBA players. But like, the conclusion of that panel was that many female athletes almost are stronger voices in social media because they're kind of not as held back from like being a brand. What is your experience when it comes to it? Do you see any difference in the like Timberwolves versus Lynx when it comes to like how the appearance is in social media?
No, I would say, I mean, I think we think of them as very much equal. They both have equal voices and try to stand them up in equal ways and empowering ways. And I think we see really bold voices on both sides, which I think we're super proud of like making sure that they feel like their voice is heard, and having equality on both sides of the NBA and the WNBA. When we think about, our organization, it's like, that we are one, but we don't treat either side differently. But I would say I don't know that I see that on our side from kind of how they show up. I think they have really bold voices too, and I think are not afraid to be heard. And I have a huge appreciation for that, as well as working for an organization that really embraces that.
I do believe so too. So that was also kind of what I was curious, because I think like the NBA and the WNBA are really strong, and I think like maybe that goes more for soccer, where we've seen like really strong voices from female athletes from the US team, amongst others. So great to have you. Thank you for learning us, teaching us. Wonderful discussion. Thanks, Amanda. Let's continue and move on to baseball, right? For next up in our fourth session for today will be Caroline Morgan, who is VP Digital Strategy at LA Dodgers. She's joined by Tina Torres, who is SVP Growth at Media.Monks. So I want to welcome Caroline and Tina.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Good morning.
Hey, I'm going to leave it to you, and I'm going to be looking forward to listening in.
Thank you so much, Nora. Awesome.
Hey.
Caroline, how are you? By the way, I am loving your pink blouse.
Oh, thank you. I, don't get to dress up anymore, so I went big with my closet selection this morning.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. So thank you so much, obviously, for taking time today. I'm super elated to chat to you. Your background really intrigues me, just going from the film and entertainment space into the sports marketing space. I'd love to learn a little bit more about your background, and where are there any parallels, if any, between the film and sports arena that you've taken into the Dodgers realm?
For sure. I think my path from entertainment to sports was sort of kismet. A lot of things just lined up and opportunities sort of unfolded. And originally I was a little worried about how one would translate to the other, but I think at the end of the day, the red thread between both industries is very much storytelling. And one of the things on the entertainment side, I focused on theatrical for a long time, and it felt a little Groundhog's Day-esque in that you're working on maybe 12 properties at the same time. A lot of them are new IP. If you're lucky, a handful are part of a series or franchise, but it's difficult of trying to, by the time that you build a brand of an independent theatrical movie, you're sort of done. It opens and you have only so much time to utilize those learnings, and then you sort of move on to the next project, which is in many cases a wildly different genre or picture or project, and it doesn't necessarily translate. So the notion of working on one brand, season over season, and such a storied and legacied brand, I think was interesting to me. But I almost think about it as the difference of, trying to storytell a long-standing TV show season over season, and trying to differentiate why this season will be different or why you should continue to tune back in. And I think that the storytelling element of theatrical and film and entertainment marketing is very much important to successful sports marketing. So that's been, I think, a tool in my toolbox from my sort of past life in entertainment that's been really helpful in the sports space.
And why the Dodgers? What brought you there? Like, what was the sort of hiring practice that you contemplated? What was sort of your strategy, or what did you want in the next phase of your career that aligned really nicely with the Dodgers?
Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts, and if you're from the Boston area, you're inherently a sports fan. It's just sort of a rite of passage. So I'd always grown up a sports fan, and sort of made my way to Los Angeles for college. And during my time at UCLA, I'd sort of had my aha moment of, movies and film and TV had always been a passion of mine, and I'd always been sort of interested in advertising, and once I got out to Los Angeles, I sort of realized that there were careers in entertainment, and that became something I wanted to pursue. So started at Lionsgate Entertainment as an intern in 2011 during a pivotal time for the studio when they were working on the marketing for the first Hunger Games movie. And then, just kind of stayed. I dug my claws into that internship pretty hard, and hung around long enough, and was lucky to, be offered a full-time job, and then sort of grew my career in Lionsgate, kind of coming up through the system, and eventually was overseeing digital media on our theatrical team, and loved it, and had an amazing experience in the film space. But it was coming up on my 8th or 9th year, and sort of in my first job, and was just observing trends in the industry and how it was changing, and with the rise of streaming and sort of, the theatrical offering, not losing ground, but definitely being competed against with the streaming space, and just felt like I wanted to try on a new type of brand marketing for size, and, diversify my own portfolio. And sort of at the same time that the Dodgers reached out trying to, fill a newly formed position overseeing digital marketing and strategy. And it sort of just felt like, oh, I wanted to try something different, and, what a cool opportunity, and a legacy brand, and that I'm also passionate about. I, always have loved sports. So went for it.
Awesome. I love that you mentioned the change in live stream and really consumer consumption, right? Thinking about that, what are some of the challenges that you're facing within the sports marketing realm when it comes to Dodgers, when it comes to, is live streaming top of mind? Are you looking for more interactivity? What are some of those, and what sort of advice would you have for any of those pivoting challenges?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I feel like the circumstances that have arisen out of COVID have really just kind of exacerbated and shed light on areas of improvement we previously on, and I think timelines have maybe been accelerated in a way that they otherwise wouldn't have. But from sort of the top down within the Dodgers, I think our leadership and ownership collectively knows and feels like, we need to really start thinking as strategically as possible about reaching consumers where they are in sort of an ever-changing media landscape, and that, baseball is a legacy product, and that in order for us to really continue to offer the best version of that, we need to be more adaptive and more innovative in how we offer our sort of core product to new consumers, younger consumers who just fundamentally consume media in a really different way. Right. So that was kind of a big sort of marching order, and one of the main reasons that my role was created. And of course, now that we aren't able to put fans in stands for this season, that work becomes all the more important, because we still need to find a way to deliver an engaging and compelling experience to our fans without our core product offering that people know and love. But I think there's a lot of opportunity there too, in that we don't necessarily have to, we can focus more directly and more immediately on things like, global fan acquisition and global marketing, and breaking out of sort of this very hyper localized, very regional marketing for sports teams, because you're trying to attract people within the 150 mile radius who can come and see you, without that kind of important focus of butts and seats of, that KPI of needing to sell games this season. We do have time to do more thought work around, creating that compelling digital experience that still is monetizable for us in the long term, but that allows us to expand our fan base beyond sort of more localized efforts. And you see a lot of successful work happening in that space with, European soccer and UEFA and some of the work that they've done to build these global fan bases that have, a version of fandom that exists solely as a digital experience, both in a free and in a monetized capacity through loyalty and things like that.
I love that you tout it is a legacy brand, and that said, a lot of your segmented audience is a bit older, skewed older. That said, how do you help increase fandom, increase engagement, develop new KPIs to create new monetization models? I've seen that you've partnered with Postmates and you have home plates. I've seen some of the Zoom family things that some of the players are doing, which is awesome. But how do you help grow that fan base while keeping it very authentic? And also, to your point, keep money going on the money train.
Yeah. That's the $1 million question, that we're working hard towards answering. But I think a big thing for us, and even before, this season changed so fundamentally, in the off season in general, we were doing a lot of work within my group on new storytelling opportunities and bringing that kind of behind the scenes-esque content that, from the movie world that we know is so important to fans and that they really like to see it, and bring that more to brand building around our individual players in addition to with the team. So, from a content perspective, we're focusing on getting, our players to shoot day in the life footage of them at home, or visiting them in their hometown to learn about who they are, and, working to get players comfortable with doing videos for us solely for the purpose of putting on TikTok, right? That is part of a TikTok trend that has nothing to do with baseball. But, I think we're lucky in that we have players who love our fan base and want to be able to have that intimate relationship with them. So, we've been successful in that way. So a lot of what we're doing to engage younger consumers is really just customizing the content and largely the digital and social content that we create for them, of trying to build that legitimacy of, we understand that you aren't a consumer who's necessarily ever going to sit and watch a 4-hour baseball game start to finish on cable, for people who are teenagers or, in their 20s or at this point, frankly, anybody of any age, that, it just is a lot of people are not that consumer anymore. So how do we try to really think about treating our social as this might be someone's only touch point to the game. So how do we, on the one hand, let them know what's happening and to keep up with the game if they're out of pocket right now and can't sit and watch the full broadcast, but also how do we make it fun and acknowledge that if you're the kind of fan who loves the team and wants to follow, but doesn't want to sit down 162 days a year and commit 3 hours, that's fine. And we want to be part of this umbrella. And how do we give you the snippets of kind of this is what you really need to know to take away to feel like you're still part of this fandom. And then you mentioned things like our home plate service, that again, I think that was a strategic initiative and something that we've long talked about doing, of sort of an additional 365 revenue stream. Of one of the things people love about any stadium experience is getting to have a Dodger dog or a Fenway Frank or whatever it is. And that's sort of ballpark. I think we always had an assumption that people would maybe order that in their personal life and would want to have a Friday night, you're staying home to watch a game. You can bring everything else to your door these days. Why not sort of some of your favorite stadium food? So we've talked about doing something like that for a while. And then of course the circumstances around COVID just accelerated the timeline of that. This felt like really the time to try. And we'd had an existing, strategic partnership with Postmates. So it's been great to be able to see that come to life. And especially with, us trying to acknowledge for our fans that fandom looks different this year. It's a nice perk to be able to offer to them, you can sit at home and watch the game with the Michelada and a Dodger dog, and it's not quite the real thing, but it's closer and it's something that allows us to, we'll continue with it, of course, once we are inviting people back into the stands. So that's a nice takeaway of some of these innovations that we're trying to pursue because of the circumstances for this season. Long term are just benefits to our offering and allow us to have more touch points with fans in the long term.
Until then, we'll enjoy the cardboard cutouts Those have been gaining a lot of great PR attention, I'd say.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah, those are really fun. That said, Caroline, when you're starting to develop a new initiative like Home Plates or, A Day in the Life or any of those initiatives, what are some of the challenges you face? And is there any advice that comes out of those challenges in your experience?
Certainly, yes, there are. One thing I think, and this is probably more on the content and social side than it is on the sort of venture side, but there's a fine line between catering and appealing to one audience without necessarily doing harm with another. I feel like, there's a lot of work that we have to do to acknowledge that, we have a very loyal fan base and that has been with us and has been with the sport for a long time. And we never want them to feel left behind or left out of, the efforts that we're doing. So there's a bit of a tightrope of making sure that we're not going too far in any one direction, but also having to just kind of be true to our brand. And a lot of, I think, doing that successfully is understanding the segmentation of our audience and sort of who is where. And, there are things that we would do, even as things as simple as, we tend to use lyrics from songs as copy a lot. And just having to understand the differences in the demographics of our social platforms from channel to channel. There are certain use cases where, like, there have been times where I'll have to, reach out to my team and be like, hey, I don't know what that song is that was that caption, so maybe let's not put it on our Facebook channel, right? Like, so some of those things are just having a firm standing and grasp of the segmentation of our audience so that we can cater in a way that isn't sort of tone deaf or missing the mark with someone who's an important part of that audience. And I think that helps us avoid the challenge of over correcting in one direction or the other toward our either fan acquisition efforts or, appealing to our existing fan base.
I love that you mention really segmenting audiences and understanding where they are and how to speak to them cross-channel, cross-platform. That said, I'd love to talk a little bit about what are your current or future efforts when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. How does that affect marketing, your brand purpose, partnerships, hiring, et cetera?
Yeah, obviously this year has put the conversation surrounding diversity, equity and inclusion, rightfully in a very high place for where it should be. And it's really multifaceted. We as an organization pride ourselves on a longstanding commitment to diversity. We, of course, Jackie Robinson played on our team and broke the color barrier, and that's something that you can't come to Dodger Stadium and not see that represented. It's a big part of who we are, but we're not trying to rest on our laurels of something that happened, decades ago at this point. And the sport in general, I think, is coming together as it should be to focus on, issues of equity and inclusion across really all creeds. I think obviously this day is dedicated to women in sports, and it's no secret that women are underrepresented in the sports space, not only on the front office side in roles like mine, but in the ways that women are integrated into the actual on-field product. And, this year we've seen some great headlines around women making history as part of coaching staffs. Both teams, actually, the 49ers and the Giants are in the Bay Area. But, for us, I think, we're focusing right now dually on behind the scenes doing work internally as a business to make sure that we are putting more focus and due focus on creating a more equitable workplace for, our employees, and have some, an action plan to go along with doing that. And then front facing from a fan perspective of just making sure that our values are known and said, loudly and clearly to our fan base, and that we are not staying in an objective place on these really important moral issues. So, you'll see more to come from us and kind of even just the bigger LA pro sports community. The Dodgers have partnered with the other 10 professional teams in Los Angeles to form a group called the Alliance, which is making a commitment to a basic 5-year plan to continue to promote,
Wow.
racial and gender diversity within sports. So some of the details on that are still coming together, but it's exciting to be a part of. And I think just broadly as a consumer, it's been so refreshing and inspiring to see the number of brands who have come forward really unequivocally to make a strong statement about, what their values are and not be teetering on this, well, we're going to be neutral because we don't want to alienate. I think brands being willing to, lose revenue, lose fans, and not be afraid of that blowback is critical. So I was happy to be able to, be on the right side of brands stepping forward and like saying unequivocally, Black Lives Matter and standing up for, creating positive change in the country.
Absolutely. I have to say it's been a huge part of my decision journey and why I joined Media Monks. Just knowing that we're over 40% women in leadership roles and we have so many nationalities across the globe. It's very inclusive. And even for Black Lives Matters, you mentioned in our last chat what a lovely office we have on Abbot Kinney in Los Angeles. And we were actually championed to carve out the words of George Floyd alongside our building and some of our neighbors as well. So I think you're right. You have to take a stand. You have to be vocal and stand on one side or the other. That said, Caroline, what do you say to young women who are thinking about potentially pursuing a career in marketing in sports and are unsure because of maybe they don't have the relevant experience? Maybe they have, they come from a traditional background. Maybe they're unsure how to get in. Maybe they're unsure about the stereotypes that it's a boys' club.
Yeah.
Is there any advice you would give them?
Yeah. And I shared a lot of that, nervous thinking when I was approached about the job. I certainly had my own preconceptions of what I assumed working in sports, and frankly, probably working in baseball in particular would mean in terms of that. I was really afraid in a lot of ways to be coming in as new to sports, generally relatively young, in a newly created position where there can often be tension about someone coming into a new role. I think I had a lot of anxiety before I started, and even some reservations that kept me from, originally I was like, I don't know if I'm even going to want to interview for that, but I did some research on the organization and just the work that they have done over the years in promoting things like, we've been one of the first teams to have a Pride Night, and I felt comforted by kind of what I saw from the organization, and was so pleasantly surprised when I started that the things I had been fearful of in terms of experiencing, any sort of ageism or gender kind of really didn't happen. But I did need to kind of remind myself that the thing that I think I was most probably self-conscious about was coming in as someone with a relatively limited knowledge set as it relates to the intricacies of the sport and also the history of the team, since I'm not from Los Angeles and didn't grow up this diehard fan, but had to realize like that was exactly why I was hired. I think organizationally they were looking for a pretty neutral perspective and fresh eyes, and someone who, was coming in to represent a casual fan. It's probably good if you fit into that demo. So I have to just kind of in the beginning really tell myself day over day, like the thing that you're seeing as a weakness is actually probably your greatest asset if you can harness it and like own it in a way that you are not feeling embarrassed. So I would go like some of my early days, someone would be having a conversation about someone who was definitely storied within the, the franchise. And I'd be laughing as if I knew who that was and like frantically Googling to try to catch up. You always have to do that in any job at some moments. But eventually I just kind of got to the point of being like, I don't know who that is. Can you fill me in? And I think it's a helpful reminder, for us throughout the organization that some people are just joining us on their Dodger fandom. And we need to be smart about keeping that casual fan in mind in how we program, because you don't want someone to like come into our ecosystem and then feel excluded because they haven't been part of it. So it was easier for me to do my job and represent, that aspect of the business because I had that. So the advice that I think I would give is if you're feeling self-conscious or doubtful of something that maybe would make you unqualified, but you were hired for that role, it's probably exactly the thing that you should be leaning into in sort of an unapologetic way, because it can be a strength.
I love that you said, and do it in an unapologetic way. That's awesome. Before I start to take questions from the audience, I would love to ask you, what is your legacy? What do you want people to know, think, feel, say about you? And how are you helping to obviously manifest that?
Yeah, I love that question. I think as a human being, my hope for the legacy that I'd like to leave is just to do more good than harm, and to do as much good as I can, and make positive impacts in little ways and big ways, and whatever that might be. But to find ways to make positive impact, I think, is something that I try to be mindful about, in my personal life. But from a professional standpoint, I very much think, like, I know that I am where I am because I had an incredible mentor in my first boss who was literally like goals. Like, from the minute I met her, I was like, I want to be that. Like, she made it very clear to me, and not only in just supporting her team, but she manifested, like, she was the embodiment of being a really successful woman who was well liked and didn't do it in any sort of difficult way, and kind of killed the world with kindness and her own intelligence, and was rewarded for that by being really successful in her career. So I think professionally, because I benefited so much from having someone who set an example, but then also opened the door for women to follow her, I'd like to continue that. If I can be that example for somebody and then sort of help to open the door along the way, that's really all that I could ask for in terms of a professional legacy.
Super inspiring. And I think that speaks volumes, combined with the advice you give folks maybe trying to enter the sports marketing field. Very, very valuable. When it comes to perhaps you talking to your younger self, what advice would you give yourself?
Sleep more, probably.
Right?
Yeah. Oh God, I hadn't thought about that one. Yeah, I think just trust your gut. I always would have some times in my, sort of early days of having a thought in a meeting, and in that moment where you're waiting for the right time to contribute, and then somehow 5 minutes go by and you've missed it, and you sort of dwell for the rest of the day of like, ugh, if I had just spoken up. I think the advice I would have given myself was maybe earlier than I kind of had found that voice and bravery to sort of, go grab my own seat at the table, would have been to just trust your gut and trust that if you're having a thought and you feel very strongly about it in a conversation, it's probably a good thought, and try to like quiet those voices of, oh, are people going to perceive this as a stupid comment, or maybe I'm misinterpreting the situation. Like, let that be the case if that's the case. But I personally could have benefited, I think, from being a little bit more confident in my own experience, earlier. And to sleep more definitely would have been helpful.
I love the sleep more bit. I think we can all tell ourselves that even currently. A question from the audience, Caroline. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers now?
I think fragmented viewing is, and obviously, really sort of competitive environment for attention in general. But I think that we're past the days of talking about, second screen interaction, and are really more talking about like 8-screen multi interaction. People are jumping so quickly from one thing to the other. And I think that being able to, really understand the nuances of fragmented viewing, not only just generally between kind of the big bucket mediums, right, of like linear versus digital, but like there's so much nuance within the digital ecosystem, and people expect such a different product from, you know, one place to another. And I think that manifests in things like, you know, having a really sound gaming strategy. I think that's something we're still working on at the league level, but you know, people expect to be able to have a catered, customized touch point with the brand anywhere that they are, and those platforms are, you know, ever increasing. So I think understanding and embracing, you know, tailored content planning is sort of critical for being kind of best practices of how brands sort of authentically and organically like enter various channels and ecosystems.
You're absolutely right. And I think the key there is what you said, authenticity, right? Meeting people where they are. Content should be different across platforms, cross social channels. We call that at the Monk side fit for format, and really personalized, really engaging content in an always on fashion. But again, it should resonate, it should feel raw, it should feel authentic, and even evoke some sort of sentiment, right? That the brands that are doing that sentiment across user journeys. So that's pretty awesome. Another question is, how have or how will influencers and new social media platforms become part of your overall digital media mix?
Yeah, influencers for us has been a challenge this year in particular because, you know, historically, we've been really lucky in that we're a pro team in Los Angeles, and we have a lot of connections and relationships with not only digital native influencers, but just general celebrities as well. And in the past, I think we've done a really good job of, you know, leveraging our product and our experience in a way to get, you know, social coverage from celebrities. We have a digital influence manager who does a lot of time outreaching to celebrities and is very strategic in how we put together, you know, will give tickets and access, or, you know, some sort of kind of perk within the stadium, and are able to generate a lot of, you know, coverage and influencer like earned impressions through just being able to, you know, host influencers and celebrities within our stadium. And this year, I think, has challenged that sort of slam dunk of a process. So I think longer term, you know, we're going to need to reinvent it. But something that we were doing, you know, in 2019 that was successful, that I thought was actually really smart, and that we you know, wanted to continue to lean into, was using influencers as a way to, through kind of barter scenarios, like help us recruit new audiences for some of our more affinity-based programming. So, for example, we do a Korean Heritage Night as part of our broader theme night programming. We had last year a YouTube influencer approach us who wanted to shoot a mukbang video at the stadium, stadium food.
Yes.
And it was perfect. You know, we were able to arrange for her to be able to come on an off day and film the video from the field. And we gave her a custom code for her to be able to invite her fans to a meet and greet at our Korean Heritage Night month. So for us, it was, you know, win-win in that she was able to get the location for her content that she wanted, and we were able to use her as a bring new audiences into, you know, the Dodger umbrella in a way that was, you know, kind of catered to something that would appeal to them. We had a number of fans who were first-time game attendees who came and had a meet and greet with her and then watched the game. And, you know, the goal would be then to be able to go back to them and have them come out for more games. So I think influencers play a really important role in our overall conversation around segmented marketing, and even just, you know, in our outreach to women and younger consumers who might be looking for a different experience. You know, we can use influencers to push the message of coming to a baseball game and having a couple beers on a Sunday afternoon is really fun. And, you know, that's a different message than what we would push to our season ticket members, or, you know, people who are diehard fans of the sport.
Mm-hmm. Totally makes sense. Last question. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers now, you think? Live stream?
Yeah. Well, and now I'd say importantly, digital fan touch points in broadcast, I think we're setting ourselves up, but for something we have to keep going with. But across various pro leagues right now, there's a lot of innovation happening in virtual fan experiences and integrating them into broadcast, into the actual stadium. Things like our Zoom parties, things like NBA virtual fans, the KBO had sort of started with the virtual fans. These are things that are going to become an expectation at a certain point of consumers, even when, things go back to normal, whatever that looks like. We need to be, these are all changing better. And if we can move forward with the ability to house 56,000 people in our stadium, but also have people buy in or be asked into a virtual fan experience, that's a good thing. So I think that those changes in consumer behavior, just as it relates to consuming sports content this year, are things that we particularly are paying attention to as we start planning for 21 and really just the next 5 years.
And that's the strategy, right? Is not only planning for the next 6 months, but really thinking ahead into 2 to 5 year plans again. It sounds like your digital transformation is already well on way. But of course, if you want to expand that ecosystem into live streaming and AR and VR components, that's sort of the things that you need to map out. And shameless plug, when you need that map out partner.
And where to find, right where your offices are. So.
Caroline, this has been awesome. I see Nora interjecting soon, but I just wanted to say this was an awesome conversation. I think the advice was key that you've provided to watchers, and it was really an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you, Tina. I appreciated the time. It was a pleasure to be here with you guys today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Tina. Caroline, of course, I have another question. No, but I was so interested in hearing you talking about the innovation and how you create new habits in the digital space. We work a lot with that, and I think it's super interesting to kind of also figure out, and I'm curious to know your thoughts when it comes to, creating new experiences and trying to maybe stay away from just translating the physical experience to something digital. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's no holds bar right now. I think we're really trying to be okay with taking chances and okay with things not working right now, because, we're in a really unknown moment. And I 100% agree with you. I think that, there's an opportunity to try things that exist uniquely for, digital fans and digital consumers. So, I think we're continuing to champion any idea, big or small, and give it a whirl and see what happens. And are, of course, looking to our peers and the great work that's being done by a lot of the other women that, this group will hear from today and their organizations. But, sky feels like the limit a little bit for this season, because it's so unprecedented that we really don't have anything to lose. So we might as well try and see if we can uncover some sort of gems and some really strong new best practices for how to do things moving forward.
That's the spirit. I totally agree. Also, if you want to go back to trying to target those who actually would want to look at a game for 3 hours, I tell you, if you're madly in love with a baseball fan, you will watch the full Yankee season, every single game for 3 hours, even when there's rain delay.
Yes.
That's
a very small target group. It is. Thank you so much. And congrats to the start of the season as well.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. Great to see you guys.
Appreciate your time. Great insights. And while we're actually approaching halftime of today's talks, I hope that you are all enjoying the very different perspectives and experiences that are shared here today. I'd say this somehow struggling business, sports have been very affected by COVID. I think it's so inspiring to still hear the thoughts on all the strong initiatives in digital, all the new kinds of connections between athletes and fans and between franchises and fans. And also, of course, the growing amount of females in the sports business. And many of those joining today, hopefully being trailblazers going on forward. Next up is our chat with Ashley Booker, Mountain Dew brand lead for their NBA partnership and music and cultural engagement strategies at PepsiCo. So she rebooted how Mountain Dew shows up with the NBA, all the way from retail to immersive experiential experiences. I bet she and Lewis Mittingham, our Director of Creative Solutions at Media Monks, will have a lot to talk about.
Thanks for that, Nora. Shout out to Nora for also calling this halftime as well. Way to keep it like on topic. I mean, also, like, for those that don't know, like, it's probably 4 a.m. where Nora is. I don't think I've had a call with Nora where it's not dark out. So I appreciate this. It's been a real honor. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Ashley, this is going to be amazing. I'm so excited to talk to you about the stuff we've been talking about. I keep hearing different pivots from you in really exciting ways that we can engage together. But really quickly, mic check. Everybody can hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Ashley, you're there too?
Here I am.
Hey, Ashley. So how's it going on? And occasionally, Ashley and I are going to play a bit of talk show host where Ashley will call out. We do have some material to share, and she'll call out and we'll pop stuff up. And bear with me if it's laggy or anything like that. We'll get it together. So as Nora said, my name is Lewis Smithingham. I am Director of Creative Solutions for Media Monks, which is a deliberately obtuse title. I tend to be a sales-oriented creative technologist. It's the best way to think of me. And a big part of my remit is around broadcast and figuring out ways that, to be honest, we can tell stories with fans and for fans and with brands in new ways. And as part of Media Monks' core philosophy, I'm driven by a desire to make, to be honest, cool stuff with cool people. And Ashley and I think, share that value. Ashley, so what's your technical title?
So I technically have an obnoxious title as well. So I lead NBA music and culture on Mountain Dew. And I've been on the brand for 2 years. And in that time, I've had the awesome responsibility of owning how Mountain Dew, the official sponsor of the NBA, for those who don't know, come to life. So whether it be communication, so social, digital, TV, commercial, at retail, and then experiential, which is, you know, kind of shaky right now. So it's really more about fan engagement. And so whether at marquee moments like All-Star, Tip-Off, or through talent partnerships like with Zion Williamson, Joel Embiid, or Asia Wilson from the WNBA. So that is what my obnoxious title covers.
Amazing. And as of late, I think you've mostly been focused, you are focused on Mountain Dew. And I guess the question I would have is, so as part of this, how long have you been in your current title, and how did what was that journey like, and how did you get to that point?
So it was a really interesting story, but before I go there, let me tell you a little bit about what attracted me to Mountain Dew. So it's a bold and unique brand. It's a neon green soda, and it's definitely not afraid to be that, which is kind of that badass energy that I loved. I don't know if I'm allowed to curse, but now.
Well, you've started it, so now I can too.
I know, right? I opened it up. So this brand has always been an instigator brand, things like leaning into skateboard culture before Pharrell or Supreme made it cool, partnerships with emerging artists or brands like Complex before it was mainstream, or Network, right, as it hits that peak. So those are the things that I really loved about the brand. It was very non-traditional. And so over the last 2 years, or I should say 2 years ago, I was actually on the Pepsi team, and my predecessor who led the partnership was moving on. And frankly, I went right up to the former VP of Dew and told him that I was the best person for the job. And I was the best person to own the NBA partnership, not because I was a sports fanatic, but actually because I wasn't. And I know that's kind of very sacrilegious to say on this Women in Sports Marketing panel, or this Women in Sports Marketing Palooza Day. But I think if anything that you guys take away from this conversation today, is that sometimes what is your deficit is actually your greatest asset. And so I'm a girl that actually came from beauty. I used to work at Estee Lauder. I kind of grew up in that realm. Switching to not only PepsiCo, working on a soda brand where I went from a $40 product to a $2 product, that's a big difference. But then also going to a brand that is so immersive, so culturally relevant, very different from beauty. So while I loved watching basketball games with my dad or my family, I'm definitely not the one that rattles off like all the stats like hardcore fans do. However, again, that lack of experience not only gave me a really big learning curve and got me to the place I am now, but it just was a really fun experience getting here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I think that sort of different perspective is, to be honest, what drives innovation. It's certainly what drives me as well. I come from feature films and VFX, and to be honest, got bored of that structure and came into advertising in part because I wanted to do cooler stuff. And so one of the things that I've seen, knowing your work, is a lot of the stuff you do is so at a core driven by innovation. What sort of things have you seen? And you're, again, the beauty story is so amazing because it's such a different perspective, but you're still creating a consumer product. And so how did you use your perspective to drive innovation and to do things that are a little different?
So, I mean, I think unique perspectives are key. And so when you have a lot of unique perspectives in the room, kind of out of that tension and out of that discussion becomes, grows something great. But at the end of the day, or I guess I should say at the beginning of every unique, innovative piece of work, it has to really be grounded and start with a true insight. So something that is very simple and that is very permeating. And I think when it comes to NBA, even though I'm not that avid sports fan, you have people that aren't, but still love the game. So you have people that are sneakerheads and love that part. You have people that love the competition. You have people that love the celebrity and the showmanship. And so the NBA, I think, is a perfect example of a platform that's so much beyond a sport. It's really a culture, and it always has been. And that confluence of music and talent and sports really creates something bigger. And so that's what I really focused on and started to build this new platform on.
So I think we actually have a clip of one of these recent projects you made. I think it's around the All-Star games. Do you mind if I show that?
Yeah, let's flip to it.
So let's see if this works. Fingers crossed here. Cool. So here we are. It's in vertical, so it may play back a little bit weird, but let's see.
I don't know if there's sound. I can't hear anything, but I can talk over it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. So there should have been sound. Unfortunately, there's not, but we're just going to go with it like everything else in 2020. But basically, so at All-Star, we created this concept that started with the true insight of the NBA has avid fans and DEW has avid fans. And that is really where we started to find the richness and how we could weave these two brands together. And so again, the NBA having an avid fan base and the DEW Nation coming to All-Star, what does every avid fan want? They want access. And when it comes to sports platforms, specifically these marquee moments like All-Star, it's kind of always about exclusivity. It's about who got the sneaker or who didn't, who was at the party and who was not. Just experiential events. Like, do you know someone at the door or are you standing outside? And so what we did here was we really flipped that model on its head and really granted access. It was about inclusivity and inclusion, but really bringing those fans to the front seat, having them be a part of the weekend, not only from a passive standpoint, but actually taking part of it and creating the culture itself. And so we had everything from celebrities, athletes, musical guests, we had exclusive drops. It was a 3-floor immersive experience that went through the entire 3 days where fans could really have fun and have experienced those moments with people that they don't normally do. But then also just create their own fun moments with their fans or their friends. And so that was, I think, the innovative piece, again, with this idea or this insight of giving the fans what they want, granting access when they normally don't have it. And that's what made it so special.
I think one of the things that you do that's really spectacular with that piece is if I had a dime for every or $1 for every experiential event that's essentially a bunch of posters inside of a shipping container, I probably have close to $50. And I think what's so great about that is you create a thing that's not just a social media background, but is in fact a place to go and a thing to do. But I guess the one thing I'm going to call out is like, hey, as we acknowledged a second ago, it is 2020. And I don't think this would be doable anymore.
Yeah, 2020 is definitely different. It's coming with a different energy. We're all just kind of trying to like stay afloat. But I think a couple of examples. So one, maybe we'll share it. I don't know if the sound is working on that one. But I hate to say it, but we were a little prepared for this moment when it came to our TVC. And so everyone normally uses television commercials to have these really scalable moments, to really build awareness. And so you normally have these 15 or 30-second pieces of creative that run during halftime or, you know, during a commercial break of a game. And it's a great way to get your message out there. But to be honest, like who's kind of all like glued to their screen watching commercials, right? And so this idea of we're not only going to do a commercial, but we're going to add to the fan experience. We're going to enhance value or give value to the fans. So in this TVC, we actually natively released GIFs for fans to use at the same time that this TVC launched. And
so unfortunately, I don't think audio will work, but do you want me to start playing it while it's going?
Yeah, just play it and I'll talk over it.
Perfect.
And so we leveraged Joel Embiid, one of our national athletes, and he's in this really quirky scene. And it's basically this idea of even when he's watching himself play, he wants to interact and he wants to engage with his friends. And what's the funniest and the best way to interact right now? It's to send gifts. That's like the amped up emoji, right? And so we created these gifts and put them out so that, again, we weren't just saying that we were the NBA sponsor. We were actually enhancing the fan experience and natively becoming a part of their daily conversation. And so that's what was so cool about it. And that's what kind of lives on even when my beautiful All-Star activation couldn't happen in the world right now.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. And it's this thing where what you're doing here is you're not just playing on one media, but you're playing across multiple platforms. And also in a very important way, you're going to where the fans are. Now, the next thing I want to bring up is that, funnily enough, we realized while we were prepping that we've actually worked together.
We have.
I'll present another bit that sort of shows, and again, bear with me while I get these lined up, that piece of work. So for the last month, Media Monks has been working with a major telecom to broadcast the NBA in VR. We've done 15 games. This is one of our cameras. It's a weird angle because our crew shot it surreptitiously. And what's really exciting about this image and what we've been seeing for 15 games straight is this audience brought into the space. In fact, I had crew members being like, hey, why can't we be in the background there? So Ashley, can you tell me what's going on in this picture?
Yeah. So you can see kind of along the side, it looks like Jumbotrons. It's basically a large screen with these like many different squares. And so Microsoft Teams, the new other official partner of the NBA, they had this really great opportunity of how can we bring fans into the bubble? And I think Caroline, who was talking before us, made a really great point that in this digital moment, in this moment where everything is different, it actually gives way to new opportunities. And so this Microsoft Teams opportunity where it brought fans in basically on their own Jumbotron. And so now people that wouldn't be able to sit courtside normally are. And not only are they sitting courtside, they could be sitting next to a celebrity. And so I think you have like a Lil Wayne clip. We did not book Lil Wayne. I don't want to get sued by saying that I did. We didn't. I thought it was really cool. And this is a moment that, whether he asked to be there or not, whether he was planted and paid, I think the girl sitting next to him is totally psyched out.
She's losing her mind.
And this went viral. And so these are those really fun moments that are starting to pop up that weren't there before. And these are great ways for brands to engage, to lean in and give fans, whether they be avid or casual, new experiences. And so that's what I really loved about this. But I think Carolyn totally made the point, like, we need to lean in here.
And one of the things that's so great about this as well is like, and this is something we always ask our clients is like, and our creative directors to think like, hey, it sounds stupid, but what we're making, does it suck? would you engage with this? And if the answer is yeah, it's not good, and no, I wouldn't do this, you probably shouldn't make it. And
Totally.
so this is a thing where like, I would do this. This is rad. Like, and people are having actual fun. I remember there was 2 nights where there was a dog, and there were multiple dogs showing up in the feed over a couple days. Distracted the players at one point, which was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. The litmus test for every marketer should be like the cool shit test. Like, is it cool? Would I do it? Am I into it? Would I use it? Like, if I don't want to do it, then I'm not going to put it out there. So I think at baseline, everyone needs to be thinking about that. And then also one other point that I wanted to make. So I work for Mountain Dew, and it's my job to get the most value out of that NBA partnership that I pay a pretty penny for. But this is Microsoft Teams. I had no branding in this whatsoever, and we still did it. Obviously, at first look, it was kind of like, oh, like, where's my like logo bug? Like, but I think we have to start shifting our perspective, because what we did with this was we gave our frontline employees, so people that have been working day and night when COVID started and really wouldn't have a chance to have this awesome courtside experience, possibly sitting next to Lil Wayne or not, but we gifted it to them. And so that was some way that we didn't broadcast it, but it was a way that we could say thank you to people that, you know, needed to be thanked.
And one thing that you touch on there, and it's something we're seeing brands do more and more frequently, is to de-risk projects by collaborating. And this is very similar to the way features work, where you bond a feature by bringing in different investors. And so seeing, you know, Microsoft doesn't make a soft drink. And by seeing that, you know, seeing that partnership come together is really amazing. I think one of the other projects that you've mentioned before, and where, again, going back to the, is this rad? And this is another project you did with FanDuel. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So in this new world, we're all looking for better ways to engage and more meaningful ways to engage. And sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to look for what people are already doing and kind of what's growing already. So legalized sports betting is a big trend that we're seeing, right? That's no secret to anyone. And so one thing that I've been really keen on is finding new ways that we can engage with fans and meet them at a place where they're already doing what we're doing. But again, we're just enhancing that. And so we actually just launched this week. This is a free-to-play game where each night fans can pick fantasy lineups. Again, it's free to play. And with that, if their lineup, someone hits a 3 because we sponsor the 3-point contest platform, the fan automatically gets entered into a chance to win virtual meet and greets. So Ray Allen could be like in your living room from your laptop saying like, hey, what's up? Or autographed merch or cash prizes. And so that was a really exciting partnership that we did with FanDuel that, again, fans are already betting. Why not just like meet them there and make their experience better?
That makes a lot of sense to me. And I just realized that we've been doing some thumbnail stuff incorrectly. But everybody's been seeing it. It's great. I just switched over to you being the presenter, so you're center stage. One of the other things that you hit on briefly there that I'd love to dig into is this massive shift in demographic that we've seen, and the getting to places where we're seeing where the viewers are and reaching to where they are. You know, one thing we saw right at the beginning of COVID, that Travis Scott did an amazing, huge event on Fortnite, and that reached 23 million people, which if that were a real physical event, we would be up in the range of religious pilgrimages in terms of the number of people in attendance. And not that I'm making a Beatles joke there, but like seriously, it would be a huge amount. And while we're also seeing audiences grow, we're also seeing audiences change and shift. And I guess as part of that, and as the world shifts, what advantages are you seeing as a woman of color in this new landscape?
Right. So, I mean, that was a very loaded question. So let me just try to decouple that. You're throwing hard ones at me, Louis. So first off, I think it's really important to call out that we're not living in an analog reality anymore. So me as a Black woman living in New York City, the things that shape my experience and my views, it's not right outside my door, right? It's social, it's digital. There are a lot of inputs coming in. Similarly, for someone that could be something completely different, a white male living in the middle of the country. And so I think it's really awesome because social or digital has democratized kind of or broken down barriers, I should say, and allowed people to not just be influenced by what they immediately see, hear, or touch, but now they can find these bigger tribes, right, out in the world, or out in the cloud, I should say. And so as a marketer, we're not focusing on demographics, we're really focusing on attitudinal behaviors and kind of figuring out, you know, how people feel, how they want to feel, how they perceive themselves again, or how they want to be perceived. And you have all of these very different groups of people forming these really awesome tribes together when they're not physically together. And I think in this world of COVID, as we all get used to this new norm or this virtual reality, that's only going to become stronger.
That's amazing. And, you know, one of the things as well for this, and we've talked about this a bunch before this call, and I think it's hit on this. I think one way, and you have a much better way of saying this, but one thing that brands need to stop thinking about is you know, sort of like, how do we get stuff from people, and what can we provide? And much like your Microsoft Teams event, like, that's rad. I would want to do that. Can you talk about this new relationship that we're forming with consumers?
Yeah, so I think consumers are super sophisticated right now. There's so many inputs that they're giving or getting, and so that makes them actually ask more questions. So not only what as a brand can you give me, but what are you doing? What's happening behind the scenes? Are you consistent? And so I think that puts a lot of ownership on brands to kind of act in this new purpose-driven or very meaningful way, and it shifts the thinking as a marketer or as a brand owner from what I can get from consumers to what I can give to consumers. And when you have that dual way relationship or dual path relationship, where it's, you know, not just me pushing something out, but it's a conversation, it becomes so much stronger. And then you start building these real brand evangelists that will stick with you forever.
Yeah, I think there's some funny stuff. I with brand evangelists there. I've actually seen do streetwear brands as well, where, you know, that's bizarre advertising and that's building culture. How are you working? And to tie this up before we start going into questions, how are you working to build culture as a brand?
Yeah, so I mean, in my title it says like NBA, music, and culture. Let me be very clear. I'm not here creating culture. Like, there are people that are much cooler than I am. I think it's really about finding those moments in culture that you can help amplify, or being a platform where these people can come together and continue to do what they're already doing. And so that's kind of how I see it. When it comes to All-Star, what we just talked about, so what we've done from a do side, so we're all about doers. And I mean, I guess that's a joke, right? But no, it's D-O-E, like not D-E-W-E-R-S. But we're all about people that love action. And so specifically, you know, when we have an awesome platform like All-Star Weekend, and you have these like emerging artists that are just trying to get their line out there or have a new colorway that they want to share, we actually partnered with them and gave them our stage. And so Ruigi of Rude, we actually did something with him 2 years ago. Eric Emanuel, we've just Don C, we just did this year. And then we have an awesome drop happening next week that I can't preview or say anything just yet. But from a Mountain Dew standpoint, it's all about leaning into culture and, again, not creating it ourselves. We are not the keepers of culture. It's about giving the platform and handing the mic over to someone that doesn't have the platform themselves and just helping them in their journey.
That's really interesting. So I guess right before we go to questions, because you keep bringing up these amazing things, how are you working with that sort of brand philosophy in terms of influencers and in terms of engaging with microcultures that you're creating?
So, I mean, influencers are, in a world of social digital, I think influencers are very important, but we're starting to move away from these macro influencers like a Kim Kardashian, and more towards these micro influencers where there are tribes and they have these really meaningful connections with the group that they have. And so as a brand, it's important to have scale. So you have to have a proper mix of both. And it's not a perfect science, it's an art and a science, but influencers do play a role, but I think it will be really interesting to see how that role evolves as everyone now is in their own space and technically has all of the abilities to become an influencer themselves.
Okay, last question. Sorry, because you just made me think about something else. Sorry. And if people want to start posting questions, we'll start taking them in a second. So looking at all of these different pieces, I would say one of the things that is a core thread between these is, to be honest, a fair amount of risk taking. And to be honest, like, you're putting people up on a giant wall in an NBA broadcast. You're engaging with free-to-play gambling. You're posting GIFs. Like, I mean, it's all rad and it's super cool, but like, there's a lot of stuff in there that like, I'm sure my lawyers would probably be like, what are you doing there? But how do you find this line where you're threading between risk, which ultimately often means cool, and brand safety?
I mean, that's a really interesting question. And I'm going to tread lightly because anyone on my side coming for me. But I have a very good relationship with our legal team. They probably talk poorly behind me when not
Same here.
Right. But no, I think brand guardrails are really important. And how I was saying that Mountain Dew is this bold, very unique, very badass neon green soda. We stick true to that, whether we have a Heartland promotion or an NBA promotion that skews more urban. And so I think in this world where, there's a lot of risk, I think it's that much more important to be very clear about what your brand stands for, who your brand is, who your brand, wants to be, because, brands are ever evolving. This is not a static thing. And being consistent about it. So I know that's not a perfect and complete answer, but I think it's really about being very clear on your brand's North Star. And for Mountain Dew, it's about backing the badasses. It's about people that take action and do. And so if that could come to life in many different ways. And so if it really hits true to that, we'll basically make it happen.
Okay, that's amazing. And that's kind of the sort of the philosophy we go with, and particularly offsetting risk a bit to making others creating that content is a way to do it as well, which we see here, and it's fascinating. So I'm going to start throwing in some questions. So when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purposes, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
I think that's an excellent question. And I think we've kind of covered it a little, but I'll just be super clear. I think brand purpose is incredibly important, especially in today's day and age, especially in 2020 when, there's a lot in flux and there's a lot of discourse happening for good reason. And so I think it's, again, very important to have a clear brand purpose and then weave it into everything, whether it be a simple Instagram post, a large scale activation, a television commercial, it all has to make sense.
How do you keep that genuine though? Like, and how do you add a layer of authenticity, which I see in all of your pieces? Like, there is authenticity. While it has that brand philosophy, it still feels authentic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the insight, like the insight of granting fans access, like it could be access to anything. But it's that idea of we're going to remove a barrier for you and we're going to give you this platform, this stage, and like enhance what you already wanted to do. And so I think that's how you kind of weave it together. But again, I think, my answer today could be something totally different. A month, 6 months to a year from now, just because everything's changing so quickly. So I think outside of just being purposeful, it's about being empathetic. It's about being aware. And it's just about, being open to not only what you want to give to your consumer, but what your consumer is looking to get from you.
And one thing to that as well, in the age of COVID and shifting behaviors, how do you allow audiences to have a tactile relationship with a brand still, without, being able to have experiential?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all virtual. And I think we're all just figuring it out day by day. So we have awesome partners at FanDuel. We have our awesome partners at Network. Media relationships. I think, it really is going to focus on the media piece and how we can connect through screens, whether it be one screen or kind of the 8 screens now that people operate on.
And do you think that teams and organizations that engage highly with philanthropic endeavors are more likely to be inclusive? This is another audience question.
So sorry,
Sure. Do you think that teams and organizations that engage highly with philanthropic endeavors are more likely to be inclusive?
I think, that's a tricky question, because that kind of implies if I just give money, then I check the box. And so I feel like that was a sneaky question. So I don't think that is the case. I think it's really about not only talking the talk, but you got to walk the walk. So for Mountain Dew, and this is kind of separate from what I've been doing on NBA, but we just launched the Real Change Initiative to help rectify the racial injustice that's happening, or that has been happening and very prevalent in our country. And so it's about not only removing barriers for entrepreneurs and giving a specific amount of money to entrepreneurs, but really pouring in resources and assets to HBCUs, so institutions that wouldn't have gotten or haven't gotten that funding or just that opportunity before. So it's not about just donating, it's about donating, making a connection, and following through until the mission is complete.
Well, I think that also plays into the authenticity you discussed earlier, in the sense that, like you said, just throwing money at a thing isn't authentic. It's just like you can't buy your way out. I guess, and to that degree as well, it's another audience question. Did you have a professional mentor early on in your career? And if yes, how did that relationship impact your journey?
Yeah, so I've had so many mentors, but as well champions, and I'll tell you the difference. So a mentor is someone that you have a relationship with, that you have an ongoing connection with, communication. It could be someone that is your peer. It could be a lateral peer, but in a different department. It could be someone that you report to. It could be someone above that. And so for me, my mentors have taught me so much, and it hasn't necessarily been about like the functional role, but it was really about making me more confident in my style. My style of like being a Black woman in sports, or in any scenario, even when I was in beauty, and being confident about that. And so my mentors really helped me develop my style to get to this point. However, a champion is also something that I think is very important. So a champion is someone that is a little removed. You know them, but you don't have an ongoing relationship. However, they know about you, and they are willing to speak in those very high up rooms about you and vouch for you, and kind of have that pull you up through the organization. So, it's all about being prepared and really like delivering on the job. But if you don't have that pull, or if people don't really like you, or if people can't vouch for you, then you're going nowhere. And so I think it's really important to not only have mentors, but also to have those champions.
Yeah, I really appreciate that distinction. I think it's really important. And as we look at breaking down some of the nepotism that exists in my industry and the sports industry, I think engaging with champions and mentorship is such a huge part of all of this. I guess another question that came up is, if you could give your younger self a piece of career advice, what would it be?
Oh, that's a tough question. You guys are tough today.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
I know, right? So when I was on the Pepsi team, I had a commercial role, and so it was very numbers forward. And frankly, I wasn't that into it. I literally thought I was going to quit. It was the worst experience, but getting through my mentor got me through it. And I literally learned so much. And I think what that taught me, my younger self was just scared of the unknown. It was scared of failing. And so I think what I would tell myself, my younger self, is that it's okay to fail sometimes, or put yourself in situations that you don't feel comfortable, because it'll unlock something so much more. And kind of how I started this, of like how I basically marched up to the VP. I didn't do that. I was way more tactful, but I was confident enough to be like, you know what, I know I'm a little outside of the roundup who you're looking at, but like, I'm going to kill it. And this is why. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without that confidence and having a moment where I thought I was going to fail and actually like succeeded.
I think having access to mentors and all that is a big part of like being able to have that confidence and being able to fail safely. I know certainly for myself, like it's been like not having that, where they're just voids if I didn't have that. Now off topic, but on topic of the larger piece. Another question is, please provide an example of the dual path relationship relative to the Mountain Dew brand.
Yeah, so I mean, I think social is a like baseline example of how we continuously have this ongoing conversation with our consumers. So specifically when you think about social sentiment and monitoring that, like we put something out, and you don't just put something out and then like let it go and like don't look and never come back. You put something out and you see what people are actually saying under it and respond. And so we've done that on all of our social posts, especially when we launched the Real Change Initiative. I think it was earlier this month, because that was new for us. That was new for lots of brands. And so we wanted to hear what people had to say. And we, again, wanted to reaffirm our commitment to the plan that we had put out there. So I think that's a very simple example of kind of that dual path relationship. It's basically just communication, two-sided communication.
As a final question, I guess, and this is coming from me, is where do you see, we talked over the course of this, we've talked about finding culture, we've talked about serving rather than just taking from consumers, we've talked about making stuff people want. If we put all of that sort of stuff together, what are we making 5 years from now? I know that's super, super loaded, but like how, I guess, how do you see content and brands and marketing flowing into the future?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is going to be informed by our consumers and kind of what happens like immediately, like within the next year. We have a lot coming up, right? At the balance of 2020, we have the election, et cetera. But I think, frankly, if brands are just empathetic and continue to listen and pivot and evolve, because brands don't have to be this stagnant thing. They have to stand for something and have a clear purpose. But I think they can evolve. I think that's what will really inform how brands come to life in the next 5 years. So I think, honestly, it's going to be a lot of virtual moments. It's going to probably be, now that people are more comfortable in their home or spaces that they're like curated, it's going to probably be brands playing in that space. And I think that would be the future. But, you know, something could happen that could totally change. And as long as brands are seeing how it's changing, we'll be prepared.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this. This has been really helpful. And again, it's been a total honor to be here and speak with you. And with that, we have Nora Henriksson in Sweden to take us home.
Hey, in Sweden, where we used to, you know, record NBA on VHS, if there was somebody like in school who actually had that subscription of the pay TV that showed NBA back in the 90s or late 90s. Anyways, that's because it is such a strong brand, and it's like such a strong brand here in Europe as Mountain Dew is as well. And thank you so much for this. I'm so happy to work with one of you at least. From all those talks, it's so nice, you know, you talk about like when you kind of talk about, is this cool enough? Would I engage with this? Oh my God, we had many of those calls, Louis, didn't we?
Yeah.
But actually, I was also actually inspired just to kind of go back to the whole kind of, inspiring each other as women, which I think like sometimes is useful because like having a network, there was a time where I had no network and I felt like I was the only woman at the network. I didn't feel alone at the time, but when there suddenly was a female network, I understood how much I probably would have appreciated that from the start. So I just wanted to say to you that I'm so inspired of you talking about like not being a sports nerd. And there were other women in this summit today that talked about that too, because I don't know if you agree, but sometimes I think like women are more self-conscious about being like not knowing about who scored in that game 20 years ago or whatever. Do you agree?
I completely agree. And I think it's such a fun time right now, or interesting and fun, because now like women are realizing that we don't have to play by the rules that the boys made. We can actually write our totally different rules and it doesn't matter. And so I completely agree, but women are very self-conscious. And I was growing up, whether it be in the beauty industry or when I first came to PepsiCo. And so having very strong women around me, so my VP, Nicole Portwood, my senior director, Erin Chin, they've also helped me really blossom because they've poured into me. And so when someone does that for you, like you have to keep paying it forward. And so as we have this more inclusive landscape, I think it's only up from here.
Yeah, I believe so too. Thank you so much. It was so inspiring. So happy to have listened in. Let's move on to our next session, who will be with Jamie Christ and Liz Pavitt. And Jamie, she is currently the Director of Athlete Marketing at Under Armour, where she leads the global strategy for run and training categories. So she's working with professional athletes, influencers on events, partnerships, and more. And she actually played a big role in transforming awareness for Under Armour Run, turning that brand into one of the top running brands in the industry, actually. So Liz, who I also want to introduce, she is SVP Growth. I'm just not sure if you're there. Yeah, of course. When you don't see a face, you get a little bit unsecure when it comes to leave over the mic. But I'm going to hand it over to you, SVP Growth at Media Monks. Yeah, there's the virtual mic for you, I guess.
Thank you, Nora, so much. And this has been such an inspiring day. Jamie, it's great to chat with you again. Like super excited to kind of, I guess, continue the conversation that we've been having earlier in the week. It was great to get to meet and chat with you and find out a little bit more about what is behind your kind of drive and ambition. And Ashley and Nora, it's interesting, you're talking about kind of women being self-conscious. It's so weird. I live in Brooklyn and I look just behind me is McCarren Park. And I feel like there's the track and then there's the rest of the park. And I feel like it's all the guys running around the track and the women in the park bit. It's like the men are all kind of, really kind of souped up and the women are just kind of staying away. It's very weird. But yeah, so first of all, thanks to Brand Innovators and Media Monks for putting on this awesome event and inviting Jamie and I to be a part of it. I'm just sorry we're not able to be there in person. We will get to meet in person one day, Jamie. So just very quickly, and I'm just going to hand the mic over to Jamie. I'm, as Nora said, SVP of Growth here at Media and have the pleasure of working with lots of global brands to help them on their digital content journey, Under Armour included. Jamie, as you know, Media Monks and myself, we've been working with several Under Armour teams that you touch over the past 3 years or so, creating content series across various digital and social touch points. And also, as I said, it's been so insightful getting to know you this week and understanding more about your background, drive and ambition. So on that note, would love to find out a little bit more about you. I know you've been at Under Armour for, goodness, nearly 13 years now.
It's been a long time.
And love to find out a little bit more about your journey, if you'd like to share.
Yeah, and Liz, you told me, which is a mistake, that you did track and field before. So I feel like you should go on that track and totally show those guys up. You would totally be fine.
As long as it's 200 meters, just short distances.
Fine. It's totally fine. No, thank you so much. And Liz, like you said, it's been such a pleasure getting to know you more. And today has been really amazing, just seeing all the panelists and just hearing their backgrounds and everybody coming from all angles. But yeah, so like Liz said, I've been there for just about 13 years at Under Armour. I started there literally 10 days out of college. I came from sport. I grew up in sports. I played 4 different sports growing up. And it's just a part of who I am. It's just the way I was raised. And so as I was approaching graduation, you know, I couldn't imagine anywhere else besides being in sport. And I did my internship with the Baltimore Ravens. And at that time, Under Armour was teeny tiny still. And I was actually playing field hockey at Salisbury University. So we were familiar with Under Armour because of the ColdGear Mock with the logo, and that was basically it. But however, when I started my internship, every time I went to Baltimore for the games to work, I kept seeing the office of Under Armour. And I was like, this is such a cool place to be at. It's about sports, it's apparel. And it's funny because as I grew up, I was such a Nike fan and slowly fell in love with Under Armour and just understanding the culture and who Kevin Plank was, who was their founder of the company, and just this team sport mentality. So as I was approaching graduation, I applied and started in customer service. So just understanding, you know, you got to start somewhere, and worked my way through events. And really at that time, we were so tiny. I mean, campus at the time was maybe 500 people, and now we're campus almost 3,000 people. So just seeing the growth of the company overall, but also just your day to day, it's crazy. So at that time for events, we really didn't work with agencies at the time. We did everything ourselves. So my job at the time was to really build the grassroots strategy for all of our male team sports, and then build into a little bit of the women's side as well, but just because women's was such a new category for us. And then I made a move over to social media marketing. Same thing, very new. This is 2012 to 13, team of like 3 people. Also new. And I realized that I really missed people and the interaction with people versus just being on screen. So I actually made the move over to sports marketing at the time. And when I made that move, it was a job for men's and women's training, and then also running. And running for Under Armour just got started. It was 2014. We had 1 running shoe. We were totally new to the category. And to be very honest, we actually were in the category probably about 4 or 5 years previous to that, but we totally pulled out because the shoes that we made were just not a good fit. The mentality into running wasn't there. So I really endured the wellness and training space. So I was like, okay, I can learn about running. I played sports. I ran all the time. So, you know, needless did I know that there's a whole track and field side that, you know, within that sport and category. Then there's road running, there's trail running, and everything from pro athletes to events and learning into that category. So as we were growing in the run community and into the business, it was getting too big where we had 1 athlete to growing to a roster now of almost 30. It's really come a long way for almost 6 years, and I'm really proud to see where it's come out and the ways that we've really hit into the market. So that was kind of my journey along. I had 9 different lives, which is typical Under Armour. And I think that was the cool part too, that, you know, there was many times I kind of created my own role, and it was so new for the company. And it's just been a really great journey of just seeing how the company has grown from very small to a big corporate company, and you know, very North America based to globally. It's been an amazing experience.
And I think also to keep you interested and to keep reinventing these roles and kind of, you know, you being able to innovate yourself and your role within the company as it's growing, like that's testament to a great company, right? Not just that you're there for 13 years, but that you're continuing to grow, continuing to challenge, and can bring that wealth of experience with you. That's you know, that's super cool and pretty unique. And so it's interesting you were chatting about, you know, starting off with 1 shoe. It's so interesting that now look where you've got. And now I was going to ask you about the Map My Run app and the tech integration and stuff. And I feel like that's a good time to ask that, because it's like, Under Armour, when you started, had 1 shoe. And I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about that and where Under Armour are with tech integration and how the shoes play into that.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I would say, so we had the one shoe, and then at that same year, we bought Map My Run, MyFitnessPal, Endomondo was the whole platform. So what we did was really start to take those insights from the Map My Run community and what is needed. And so what we did was actually by 2018, we placed a chip in the shoe for all of our shoes. We came out with this Hover platform. It was more of about a cushioning platform. However, every shoe had the chip in it that automatically would sync up to Map My Run. And at the time, there really wasn't anything like that. What we were doing is untethering. So you can actually go out for a run in your Under Armour shoes, and when it would automatically, you don't leave your phone at home, it would automatically upload all your information to your Map My Run app when you came back from your run. So that was really the first of its kind in the industry. And it's evolved so much, even just in the past 2 to 3 years, where now you can actually do coaching capabilities for your cadence, your stride. There's training platforms in it. So now even seeing of our day-to-day marketing capabilities, we know what shoe is probably most popular within the market, within the Under Armour line. We know what their favorite distance is. We know their favorite training distance as well, what type of workouts they're doing. So just to think the evolution of just starting with one shoe, and our approach that what first shoe came with was like, we all talked about innovation. And so the way that we have just evolved each year to get better, and also just to think about the market, what we saw with the Hover platform, yes, every footwear brand had a cushioning platform, but how were we really helping runners? And that's where the Map My Run capability really came in, to really figure out other points that we can continue to make them better versus just a cushioning platform, but also what our competitors were not offering. And this is something we felt like we had at our advantage.
And I think also with Map My Run and times of COVID and lockdown, it's like that's enabling people to start kind of, even if they're out running on their own because of social distancing, it's allowing them to be able to communicate, compete, drive themselves further with their friends and their colleagues, right? In a way has existed for a while, but I think there's been, I would love to hear a little bit more about kind of how you think that focus has changed and the advantage of that, especially in lockdown or as we start to come out of it.
It's everything. Yeah. Or we're still in it. One or the other, some places, depends where you live. So I feel like what we offer through the platform is that, it's this community really. And then you touched on it, Liz, it's about, feeling this competitiveness where probably people used to get that in the gym or in classes, boutique fitness. So that's the other part of my job, is overseeing the training business, and just seeing the evolution of training and fitness has completely changed everything. But I think what apps like Map My Run has offered is really allowing people to even get started. So you're seeing, I remember probably the first 2 months of COVID and being outside, I'm like, where did all these runners come from? Like, first of all, there's too many people running. You're in my way, and it's
I need to get out of the house.
I know, and it's just like it was so cool to see all these new runners come out of the woodwork, because you just never see it. And Baltimore, where I live, I mean, it's definitely a running city. People run along the water and in different parks here, but like it was totally new faces, which was so exciting. And of course, my mind looks at their shoes, so like doing a shoe count. But I also think what I love about a lot of the app capabilities is that you find a community, you're able to see when your friends are working out, actually will ping you when your friends are working out. So you get these alerts, and when you're like sitting there like, oh, okay, Liz is working out, I need to get out, I need to move my butt now. So, there's just different ways to really motivate others. Where people used to run in groups and feel that collectiveness, you kind of lost that in-person interaction, or even in your gym or studio. So this is a great way to really allow that to happen, through the app. And like I said, the coaching capabilities has been another thing for new runners. When I talked about these new runners, I'm like, please go to Map My Run. And we've actually seen a huge uptick of subscriptions to go up for the app for new runners. So that's been really, really exciting to see. And also our challenges. So I think, with virtual races, and I'm sure we'll tap into this later, but it just kind of the fatigue of it. So how can you mix it up? And I feel like challenges really do that, to just, you have a different range of dates, just not a one and done deal. So people are able to just keep that competitive going and really connect with one another.
And I think also when you're talking about kind of keeping that that momentum of that competitive spirit going, it's like normally, I know you run half marathons and things, and you have, which I honestly, I kudos to you. I can run about 7K is about my maximum. I'd rather do it on the do it on the back of a horse, and I don't have to work out so much. But yeah, when we're talking about keeping that motivation going, when you don't have those marathons, those 10Ks, whatever you're working towards, it's like ways in which you can keep motivated, gamify it, etc., etc. And that kind of then segueing into the biggest sporting event of them all, right? The 2020 Olympics, and how that has shifted out. And like it would be fascinating to hear more about, because I know we chatted about it a little bit as well, like the effect that has had mentally on a lot of the athletes that you guys have been working with, and how you as people, regardless of the fact that you work for Under Armour, have been able to support them in this crazy time when they've worked their whole lives to perform and compete at such an event, right?
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about this before, and actually Mary Kate, your previous panelist from the Boston Marathon, she brought this up of just like immediately you check on the athletes, because these athletes train their whole lives for this moment. And I think about an athlete that we have, Natasha Hastings, where she is a new mom, and this was going to be her last Olympics, and it's like now she has to wait for another whole year, and it's just there's never been anything like it. So it's something you just don't even think about can potentially happen. But yeah, I would say the first thing for us, and what my team's mindset is, it's all about the athletes. That's our team. That's our family. Like I said, we have a good group of almost 30 athletes right now. And so immediately what we did, as states were shutting down, and I think the tough part that I think for Olympics and the team is that when other states were shutting down and some weren't, athletes automatically think, oh God, that athlete's gonna have a competitive advantage of me. They're working out. I can't with my group. And so that started to happen. And then you could just see the stress on their faces and just the anxiety around it, of just the unknowingness. Is Olympics going to happen? And I think once Olympics called the ball of like, okay, we're moving it, you could just tell the stress went down majorly. But now it's like, okay, now I'm going to train for a whole nother year. And there's so many other factors of, if they're having a good year training this year, if injuries come up, it's all these factors. So what my team and I did is just really get everybody on a call. We immediately started setting up weekly calls. Our brand is very much about human performance. We have a human performance team that works directly with our athletes, and they cover anything from sleep to recovery, training, mindset, breath work. And we actually, right before COVID, which is like insane this happened, we actually had a summit based out of our Portland office, and that's where our human performance team is headquartered. And we went through all these things right before we, were quarantined. So luckily they had all these tools, and that was the biggest thing. We want to be there for them. We want to be a brand that can provide all these tools for them. So we started doing these weekly calls, and then having our human performance team join in to kind of revisit a lot of the tidbits that they covered when we had the summit, but also just to create this platform of how athletes were feeling, and they were able to talk to other UA athletes on the roster. And it was just so powerful of just the way that people opened up and having that open line of communication and just, having that dialogue, because I think because they are pro athletes, everybody's like, oh, they're pro athletes. They can handle anything. But when it comes to this, and something I mentioned to you was like the Michael Phelps movie that just came out.
Yeah.
It's just understanding the back end of the stress and anxiety and the pressure of the games, and something like COVID that happened. It definitely put some work to them, but I'm so proud of like having the resources and tools for our team to be able to offer that to our athletes. And that's what you have to do. You got to be there for the athletes. That's our partnership. That's our relationships. That's our brand ambassadors. And so if we're not there for them, how can they be there for us? And that was really important for us. And we've continued those discussions with them. We cut back a little bit because they are back with their teams a little bit more. They're back in the gym, but they know we're aligned of connect with them anytime, any shape, way, or form.
just amazing as well. Such bizarre timing that you happen to have that 2-day immersion right at the end of February. Like really crazy.
Yeah, we remember we were like seeing COVID happen. We were in Portland, and I think it just had its first case. We're like, we're fine, like everything's good. And here we are. It was like a month later, and we were like, how? What?
Yeah.
So it all worked out.
Oh my God. Yeah. And amazing that you guys are supporting the athletes in that way. And I guess going from huge, great big athletes, famous athletes that you work with, right down to kind of grassroots influencers and running crews. Like, can you tell me more about how you tapped into those niche groups and your present day approach to influencers a bit?
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, when I started getting into the run category, just really doing a deeper dive. And I think that's one of the things is just like really immersing myself in there. I was looking around at different companies, and what I realized is that they invested all their marketing efforts into pro athletes, which is great. Or there were these running groups that seemed like they were in some of their imagery, but not really like leverage as tier 1 athletes. So as I was going through Instagram, I keep seeing these groups that were dressing alike, running together, like 200 people, and just the energy of them. I mean, they ran hard, they party hard. But the fact about them is that people didn't think they were real runners because they were like everyday people, or they weren't former track and field collegiate athletes. And what I loved about them is that they knew they were there, they were supposed to be there, and they were bringing a whole different aspect of running to the community that actually made run feel really cool. You know, they brought music, and there's just different collective vibe. And what I loved most about it is like each of these groups were bringing something different to community. So when I started researching more, I realized brands weren't really signing them, or creating a partnership. So my approach when I started talking to these, I'm like, what do you want? What's important to you? And why would you want to work with the brand with Under Armour? And they were excited to see a new brand come to the table that wanted their insights, wanted to do wear testing to give us to be better for our footwear, our products, ways that we can help them within their communities and really give them a voice to tell their story. I think of a couple of them. District Running Collective is a big one for us, that, the impact that they create for the African-American community in DC and what they do through running and creating a voice through that. They easily have 200 members running through the streets of DC and just really creating impact for the community. So as I approached this to my director at the time, I'm like, I really feel like these are everyday stories that people can relate to. For myself, I come from a wellness background, so I always related to the instructor at the front of the room. I couldn't relate to the marathon runner because that's all they did was run and train. And, for me, I'm like, I'm working my 9-to-5 job. Like, how do you train for a marathon at the same time? So I found these running crews and their leaders to really be influencers in their backyards, to really influence people to move their bodies, to use running as a platform. And people come on, from different backgrounds and real life stories. So I felt like they were an important aspect to bring running in the community alive versus just pro athletes. And pro athletes obviously are very important. They drive, our team to be authentic in this space for sure. But I just felt like there was a whole nother world of running that hasn't been told. And we've actually combined the worlds a little bit through some certain of our events where we've actually had our run crews talking to our pro athletes and like just mushing running together, and just like, it just makes the community and the industry so much better. So, there's been some struggles where they, some people felt like, oh, we're running crews are not real runners. And what I loved is that when we came into the running space, people were like, Under Armour's not a real run brand. They're a football brand. And so I feel like we kind of were on that same playing field together, and that's why we needed to show up into the run industry.
And I love that, you called it like the everyday athlete, which I think is such a great thing. And being able to be that link, right, between the everyday athlete and the big sports stars is really amazing to help drive them. Even when they may not ever meet these people, it's like they can relate to them in a whole different way, right?
Totally, yeah.
And so obviously this is this whole event is based on women in sports marketing, and I know that you've called the industry a bit of an old boys club. So, what's the most impactful piece of advice that you've ever received as a woman, and what would you tell other women who want to pursue a career like yours?
How do I phrase it? So I would say one of my mentors just said that to trust yourself because you are the expert in the room. She was a former boss of mine, and it's still dear to my heart. I think as women, and I think somebody else touched on this, we kind of second guess ourselves of like why we're there and why we're at the table, and especially, in the industry of sports, and when I tapped into the run industry, and like I said, Mary Kay and I have a lot of the same facts where the majority was men, agents and race directors. And I didn't come from a run background, so I just like the insecurity show through. Like, am I supposed to be here? Like, why am I doing this? And you're at the place at the right time, so just trust that. And like I said, my former boss used to tell me, like, you're the expert in the room, trust that and just own it. And the other thing is too, is just like, I've had such incredible women in my life through Under Armour that have been mentors of mine. I'm still we're like on a text every day, checking in with each other, especially times like this. It's so important. And I just feel really fortunate of just having those women who have just been mentors and friends of mine to help me every step of the way.
Yeah, and I think it's like, I don't know, like the level of communication that you have with people. It's sometimes you know them so well. Other women, it's like just a look or a nudge or the way that you say something. It's like, yeah, I can relate with exactly how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I think that's more than ever right now. I think about my early days of Under Armour, and it was very competitive. And I think this is for the industry in a whole, where women have had felt like they had to compete with each other to be at the table. And versus like, hey, let's pal up together and let's help each other out. And so we're on the same page so we can actually help dominate the room or get our point across the board. Yeah. And I think that's just evolved and changed, thank God, because who wants to be in that place, right? Like, just to live that way. And even right now during the pandemic, it's like women are going through so much more at home. They're the caretakers, they're homeschooling, they're doing work, they're working all hours. And I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about how women are more affected during the pandemic than men. And I think that's something too, like, you need to lean on your women, you need to lean on your girl pals and your mentors more than ever right now to help with mental sanity. And just to, like, when you're by yourself every day and versus an office, you're so used to just that everyday conversation and check-in, where you're home and you're, maybe if you don't have kids, and like for myself, I'm like, am I doing all right? Like, am I still doing the right things? Are we on the same page? Like, you feel this loneliness, and I'm such a outgoing person. I need that human connection. So I feel very fortunate of the people that's around me, but I think more than ever, women during this pandemic and these times, like, they need to support each other more than ever.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's funny, like, I grew up being a real kind of like, I was a real tomboy and like always really enjoyed kind of guys' company just as friends. And it's weird. It's like now I am seeking out much more female company just because it's like just the relatable thing, how like sensitive and delicate I am around some things and then really bullish around others. And I don't know, like, yeah, I'm learning to be more of a girl's girl, I think.
It's weird. It like evolves. I was the same way. I was such a tomboy growing up, and now it's completely evolved. And, I'm so grateful for where I am right now and the people I surround myself with.
Yeah, I totally agree. One more question, and then we'll go through to some really great questions which the audience are asking. But just with regards to your personal passion for wellness and like the way in which your personal drive kind of feeds into the work that you're doing, like, it would be lovely if you could just touch on like how you lean into that everyday athlete to drive your inspiration.
Well, I think right now it's the only way I feel like I can keep centered and grounded. Like I said, I grew up as an athlete, and I'm a very hyperactive person. So movement is so important for me. And I think in a world of sports and in the industry that we're in, it's very intense. It's very competitive. And I feel like times, it can really bog you down. And so what I've really learned, in these past 10 to 13 years is just really like what makes me feel good. And so leaning into the wellness side, if it's meditation or even just going for a run, and just having that movement just really, really allows me to just feel centered and focused. And you know, what makes me feel good. And so when I'm talking to an athlete or we're talking to a trainer, just understanding that it's actually, I used to think it would hurt me because I teach like spin classes on the side at a local studio here. And I used to think it would hurt me where people are like, is Jamie doing her work because she's teaching classes on the side? But like, it's actually really helped me in my everyday work because I'm able to drive insights from my experiences to bring them to the table at work or to talk about the consumer because that's what I'm seeing in the room, or just seeing the latest and greatest in the wellness space, that it helps us to be a little bit more innovative and thinking about the latest trends. So it's actually helped me where now it's become more about my personal brand of who I am. And I'm obsessed with the wellness scene, like anything that's new. And I'm like, I want to learn more. I think breath work and meditation is like probably the most important thing right now in the business or in the world right now, just to keep you centered and grounded and just mentally just grounded.
Yes, because the stylist doesn't show an update as if she's in transit or has she arrived.
Oh, is that? I don't know if somebody else is on.
Oh, somebody has pirated our line. But no, that's so true. And it's like, it's the feeling, whatever exercise you're doing, right? It's the feeling. Yeah. That's what I love, is the feeling that you get after you've exercised, right? Or after you've meditated or after you've done your breath work or something. It's that feeling afterwards of like stillness and feeling really centered, that it's like, that's what keeps me kind of driven to want to do more of it as well.
Totally. Yeah. It just, when you have those time, and I know when I don't do my routine or do my workout,
sure,
my confidence is down. I feel, not to say my energy is down. And especially right now, it really helps me keep to that routine to keep me sane. So it's just something that I really hope everybody else is doing those things to make you feel good in your routine. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree. So we have a few questions for the last 10 minutes from the audience, who I can't see, but I'm sure you're all lovely. So first question, if you could give your younger self a piece of good career advice.
Just go to American Airlines Court and then we'll be there.
I'm just also I'm wondering who else is on the line.
And we have a surprise guest.
Oh, joy of tech issues.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's good to hear.
I'm not sure who that is, but yeah, I guess we just go regardless.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course I can. So if you could give your younger self a piece of career advice, what would it be?
Career advice. I would say just trusting yourself. I remember looking back of just like how many times where I just second guessed myself so many times and unsure. So I would say just really trusting yourself in that regard of, what feels good to you and just going for it. I think there's times I look back and I just hesitated because I didn't feel like I was good enough for the part or for the job, or when I look around, other people have experience. So until you try, you don't know. And you may fail. And I think those failures, and actually, I didn't talk about this before. The first time I went for the sports marketing job, I didn't get it. And that was a year prior to where I got started. And I just remember that moment, I was devastated. I was like, this is it. I'm never going to do sports marketing. I have to figure something else out. And timing is everything. And so I learned a lot in that moment. But then when I interviewed they actually came to me about saying, this job opportunity, we knew you were interested in it. It just, timing is everything, and you just have to trust it. So just trusting yourself, going for things. If it doesn't work out, like it will all work out at the end, believe it or not. And I look back and I remember those moments where I was so devastated. I'm like, oh, it actually worked out for the best. So it's just funny how those things work.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most definitely. So next question. Do you think that teams and organizations that engage highly with philanthropic endeavors are more likely to be more inclusive?
Yes, I think so. But also it's about the actions. I do think that there's donations or the charitable give back. Money isn't everything. So if a company is just donating money, and I think we saw that with a lot of brands in this past 2 months, that there are people who will speak up and say, hey, just because we donate doesn't really mean that's what's happening internally. And so I think that's something that companies and teams need to think about in that regard of, it's just not about the money donations, it's about the actions. It's actually talking about the statistics within your company and what you're really doing and filling those spots and making sure that you do have a diverse and inclusive team and all the way from not just from the bottom, but all the way to the top. Like every part of it is so important, and really recognizing it. And like I said, I just think we kind of have lived through it. It's still living through it. It's not done by any means. But I do think like corporate companies really need to wake up and realize that this generation of their workers are not going to be silent if something doesn't settle well, if they put a statement out there. It's really important to the employees that they're standing next to a brand that is really speaking their truth. And I think employees were really scared to speak out about that. And I think more than ever, I think now they realize like it's really important to what I align with my values, with the company I'm working with. So just something to think about in the future. It's just making sure you are checking all the boxes and just putting a statement or a donation out there.
And I think I totally agree. And these things take time, right? And throwing money at it is great, but it's trying to shortcut the solution. And it takes time over days, weeks, months, years to be able to everyone kind of throws around that word genuine and authentic. And it's like, it's one word, one thing saying it, it's another thing embodying it, right?
Yeah. And then we just went through that with Under Armour. We, as everything was happening these past few months, we realized that we cleaned it. We said, we haven't been perfect. And, I think a lot of employees and partnerships really wanted to see actions right away. And it takes time. You have to make sure everybody's aligned. We need to make sure that same thing. You're not just putting statements. You're just not putting donations out there to say, this is what we're doing. You need to show the stats. You need to really put yourself out there. And it's really important to provide that. And like you said, it doesn't happen overnight. And it just takes time because you want to make sure you're getting it right. And I'm proud that our company, the statement they recently did, and it took time. It just takes time. And it's, you got to make sure you're doing it properly before you just hit press and put it out there.
Yeah, exactly. The next question actually relates to that. It's about brand purpose. So I'm going to skip it because it's basically what we were talking about. Okay. So moving on to the next one, how will influencers and social media platforms become part of your overall digital media mix? I mean, it's so embedded in everything that you do, right?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things for my world in particular. We do look at influencers in that sense for training or run. When we look at platforms and agencies, we actually work with our consumer engagement team quite a bit because they work more on the social side and they know the day-to-day, where my team, we focus more on long-term partnerships. So when we think about pro athletes, even we sign influencers for long-term partnerships. We have a girl, Crystal Seaver, we kept using her. She kept coming up for agency work. And I'm like, why don't we just bring this girl on? She fits the mold of the brand. She is part of the Under Armour family already. Like, let's just build a long-term relationship with her. So my team in particularly works more on the long-term partnerships, which I would say, sometimes it comes from working with agencies and data platforms, but we do work very hand in hand with our consumer engagement team on the social side. And also it helps us to understand our earned media value on our athletes. So when we are signing athletes, it's just what it is today. Sometimes I'll talk to agents and they'll just tell me the athlete stats. I'm like, that's great. But I also need to make sure that they have, they have a personality, they have a brand, because at the end of the day, they're going to be an extension of our brand. So you take a look at all, what's their audience? Is it aligned with our audience that we're focusing on? Is it going to help us drive credibility in this space? So we look at all those things, but we mostly work with our internal team on that.
Yeah. And then, no, thank you for that. And then final question, as you've been, and this is from me, as you've been at Under Armour and seen so much change over the last 12, 13 years, and bearing in mind that this, the whole topic of this conversation and talk today, everyone's talks is about women in sports marketing. It's like, how have you seen the male-female bias shift over the 13 years that you've been at Under Armour?
Yeah, I would say, especially in categories that men don't really know much about, they definitely lean on us a little bit more of like, all right, you know the space more, so tell us. I've been really fortunate to work with my close team have been all women, so that's been really amazing to just my day to day. But I would say in Under Armour itself, that we've actually brought in some really great female leaders. You can tell that the team is really prioritizing that we're bringing these experts from the outside in to help lead the company. So just seeing that from the top and then seeing it trickle down is really important to make sure that we're seeing that. I would say also too, like our company is about 50-50 female versus male now. So, I mean, they really don't have a choice of like who's in the room and driving the expertise. So I think that's really important, as they're hiring and thinking about the experts in the room and why having a female perspective is so important. And like I said, just having those folks in the room is so key.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's been like, I think this is where it's a time. Goodness me.
No.
I've been so chat with you.
No, we're not done.
I know. It's been so great to chat with you, Jamie. Thank you so much for your drive and ambition and how that shows through and answering our questions so eloquently and thoughtfully. Thank you. And Nora, back to you.
Thank you. I'm happy I'm not always having this kind of impact on people. They're like, oh no, it's time, we gotta go. I'm so fortunate to be able to ask you one more question, Jamie, and let me know if it's a bit too much off topic. Might be, I don't want to throw you a curveball, but I'm thinking how much tech has played a part, like apps, etc., to kind of motivate people to run, the amateur runner. And if you see any future trends in that, or for that matter, anything else, any kind of content to motivate like the casual runner or amateur runner, or what we will call them.
Yeah, so I would say, I think it's evolving, activations more than anything. I think about our Met My Run app, and we touched on this earlier about challenges versus your virtual races where you do your 5K, you do your 10K, you get your bib and that's it. I think we're hitting into almost a half a year now of COVID and virtual races that it's going to have to evolve. People are going to get burned out. They're already burning out. So I think it's just figuring out what they're motivated by and, thinking about the amateur runner as well, like you mentioned, they're not going to go straight up to a half marathon or a 10K probably. Like, how can you double it down a little bit more so they can hit achievements or a little bit more accessible to them, that they slowly progress and grow and lean in more to those, higher distances. So that's something we think about too, not even on the platforms, but just in general, like how do we get people to want to lean into running? How do we talk to them? But I would say just activation alone of like even the day-to-day in person where you're used to talking to somebody about the shoe, trying on the shoe, where that whole experience is changing, evolving. So even now, thinking about the way that you do challenges, not just a race and what keeps them motivated, it's community, it's support in that way and from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is super interesting because that is also kind of tapping into what we've spoken about earlier today about like the digitalization going so much fast now because of COVID and creating kind of new habits and how that could also kind of affect that area.
Yeah, for sure.
Super interesting. It was so nice having you both, actually. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Let's move on. And in our next fireside chat, I will actually be hosting it myself. And I will be joined by Divya Goel, who is the Senior Director of Global Advertising at Relevant Sports Group. And Relevant is hosting the International Champions Cup every year. And that is a tournament that brings the largest soccer teams, like the really big soccer teams, to the US and Asia for some iconic matchups. And also in front of, to some of them, a new audience, to some a new audience. And in her role, she creates omni-channel strategies for keeping the hardcore fans, re-engage casual fans, and acquire new ones, of course. So, hi, Divya.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? I know I had some like reverb issues yesterday, so I want to make sure.
No, you Sounds perfect. I think we could talk all day about like the cultural differences between soccer or like European soccer that I used to work with and like American sports, I believe. So what would you say is the biggest cultural clash?
So I think one of the things that I've noticed is I've been like a hardcore actual American football fan for my entire life. But when looking at European fans versus the American fans, especially now at soccer, I feel like a lot of the European fans sit back and they try and criticize an angle on how their team is or isn't. And the American fans are very surface level right now. And I think there's a very big difference on when the Europeans come back and they complain about their team, there's always an analysis, there's always an angle, there's always a deep, hardcore root into why they think something went wrong. Whereas I think the American fans are basically like, my team can have a winning season or a losing season. And a lot of the times they base their fandom on that fair weatherness. Well, I find that a lot of European fans stick with their team even through the worst and the dumps of the dumps, but still come out strong.
Yeah, okay. A bit more whining, maybe. I just actually wanted to say a little bit more about your career that you had before you came to Relevant, and let everybody know that you also ran marketing at the Premier Lacrosse League, and you spent 6 years with the NFL running paid media there. Also ran social analytics at the Sacramento Kings. So yeah, you were a huge football fan and you worked with the NFL.
Been through the world of sports. Yep.
Yeah, you've really been. And let's tap into that. But also, I started like the first session with asking, okay, so what was the moment you fell in love with sports? And since I know that you actually have that kind of moment, I want to ask you that very same question.
Yeah. So when I was 8, the Sydney Olympics were happening. And it was the era of Carly Patterson. Like, we always had a great U.S. gymnastics team, but this was the specific era of Carly Patterson. And I remember staying up very, very late at night, thanks to the time zone. I was living in LA and grew up in LA. I remember staying up until 12 midnight, 1 a.m. trying to watch the Olympics. And every time that I would do that, my dad basically said, I know you want to be a journalist, because at that point I wanted to write. I liked to write. And he said, so if you want to be a journalist, and specifically you claim to me you like sports a lot, if you write me an article on everything that happened the night before, I will let you stay up past your curfew to watch said events. So I was like, okay, great, I win. So I wrote him an article every single day for the 2 weeks of the Summer Olympics. And it kind of built and secured my love for sports and for writing in sports. And then also, like, as a kid, my dad and I had season tickets to USC football. We had season tickets to Dodgers baseball. We had season tickets to LA Kings hockey. So I grew up with that. And my dad was definitely a driving influencer and force into it. But, you know, having him make me put my money where my mouth was, so to speak, at a young age, definitely helped cement the passion.
Yeah, what a great motivator.
Exactly.
So, I mean, basically, how did you get from there to where you're at now?
Yeah, so I think coming out of high school, I was always into sports. I was always the person who was writing the sports beats, who was designing those pages, things like that. I got to a point where I said, okay, I really want to do this for my career. Got into college, did the journalism side, did a little bit of football at USC. Did a lot of writing for women's water polo, men's water polo, the ski and snowboard team, actually. And then decided, you know what, I don't like the writing side of it as much, but I want to be able to message properly. So I decided that going to PR was probably a better motivator for me. Then when I graduated, a lot of what was on the forefront of technology was the advent and the new harnessing of social media as a marketing tool. So all of those tools that we have now to market, to target, to spend money on, none of them existed when I graduated from college. And companies were just trying to figure out how to use this newfound platform that right now seems very personal and very fan to fan to actually get across a message. So I started helping teams out at my first internship at the NFL. I started helping teams out basically harness that power. And I ran social analytics for the 32 clubs under the NFL umbrella, and basically would go back to them every week and say, here are your numbers. This is what you should change. This is what I recommend you should improve on. This is what you're doing. Keep doing it well. And I'd go back and forth for the clubs did that for a year. And then decided, okay, then I'm going to up my game. So then I started doing the whole National Football League, the whole company, social analytics. Then my boss now, who actually was my boss back then, took me under his wing and basically said, now you know the numbers of it. I don't have to teach you the numbers. Now let's layer on the marketing and the messaging and the targeting and the media buying so that you have one full-fledged job role all together in one human being. And that way you can actually market yourself moving forward because you know how to do both parts.
Yeah, and that was also kind of why I wanted to run through your career a bit, because I wanted kind of everyone to get the same kind of impression that I did talking to you before this. And that is like, I think that you have like this hybrid approach, like you're being so adaptive and quick to move, but you're also like taking a step back and making sure like the right analytics are used in an intelligent way, I'd say. So would you mind telling us a little bit about that hybrid and why it works well?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the times when I come into companies, or even when I'm looking at kids who are looking for internships, they know the messaging side or they know the analytics side really, really well. What I've actually learned running through my time at all these sports leagues is that it's very hard pressed to find somebody who can take the numbers and talk to a C-suite level exec in the fashion that they understand it. So how do you take the 6-page Excel sheet that I'm running, which I know the formulas for, and translate it into some sort of copy or actual actionable takeaways that an exec can use? And I think especially now when everyone turns, even as an exec, and goes, well, do you have numbers to back it up? It makes it a lot easier to walk into somebody's office and say, I have numbers. I have actual proof that this is working or this isn't. What would you like to do about it? Or can we do something about it? Or let's work to do this based on what I'm seeing and based on trends and what our analytics are. I can recommend these 3 or 4 or whatever that may be, these actionable items for your media buying or for your marketing messaging or for the agencies or platforms you should be partnering with for content distribution, which are all really, really big things for especially now for football, trying to bring up international football in the US. It's really, really big to know which markets to capitalize on, what media to use at what exact time, and which fans to really go after.
Do you have any advice to anybody who wants to become that kind of hybrid and kind of learn both the pillars?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is self-discipline in terms of, I will be completely honest, although I built a lot of my career on analytics, I don't like spreadsheets that much. Like, they give me a headache. And it's kind of ironic because I'm good at doing this, and this is exactly what I push myself to do. But it was something where I self-disciplined at a young age, and I said, I need to learn how to run these formulas. I need to be able to open an Excel sheet and write formulas and do it. And I see people every day who say they're going to do it, and then they never get into it. But it takes self-discipline because you can hack things, you can get around things, you can have somebody else write those formulas. A lot of people who have teams of, I would say 100 plus companies, 100 people plus, like larger companies, they have a dedicated analyst who all they do is run Excel sheets. I didn't have that when I was younger. So a lot of what I did was just self-discipline to, how do I experiment with this sheet? Can I do it myself? If I can't do it myself, then let's ask for some advice. But I always took the first whack at it myself. And I think that really made a difference. Plus, there's a lot of interesting tools which are free to businesses. But even if you're a Joe Schmo off the street, or even if you are someone trying to learn, my advice to college kids actually is always just turn on Facebook ads for your personal account. It's not going to make a difference. You don't have to spend money, but you can actually see what analytics are being shown. You can see how to set up an ad. You can see how to target, and you don't have to spend a single cent. So that's oftentimes my advice to a lot of people is the tools are there, and yes, they're claiming only for businesses, but if you turn your personal account into that, you don't have to do anything outwardly facing. You can still play around with it.
That's a really nice advice. And it reminds me about being an athlete where you have to train your weak side, right? So if you're a soccer player, you want to be good with both feet, but you're probably better with the right one.
Mhm.
And then you have to train the left one, even though it's so boring, but you want to come to, you want to reach your goal kind of to be able to speed, right? So talking about omnichannels, marketing strategies that you work a lot with. So you've said that they have never been more important to sports. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, so a lot of, I think, what we think about nowadays is how do you get somebody to convert? I think so many people are focused on getting someone to convert that you forget all of the impressions that happen before the conversion happens. And when we talk about omni-channel, and we have so many devices now, I think, back like 8-9 years ago, there was only a couple devices per household, actually even per person. Now, I think on average, someone has almost 5 to 6 devices, whether it be a smart home, whether it be a smart TV, whether it be your computer, anything. And all of those for advertisers are ways to serve ads up. So it's so important because you could serve up an ad to somebody on Facebook or somebody on desktop or even CTV, but they might not be in the right mindset to say, yeah, I'm going to go convert, or yeah, I'm going to go purchase, or I've heard about this so many times that I need to do it absolutely now. So I think twofold. I think it helps you reach the impression threshold a human is psychologically required or needs to meet to remember your brand or property or whatever your message is. And then twofold, I actually think it definitely helps brands who have a stronger presence on one platform versus another. For instance, like Allbirds built up their whole business scheme on simply Instagram. But if I were Allbirds and my strongest platform was social media, all of the other placements I had, if I could, omnichannel would drive them to that single Instagram placement or that single platform that was the strongest for what I could accomplish.
Yeah, it sounds like you're inspired by all the different touch points. I can only agree. I think it's super inspiring. No, but it really is. And I'm also curious to understand if you think like the current climate with the global pandemic, of course, if that has kind of changed the omni-channel marketing strategies in any way.
I think it has. I think when you're coming to the omni-channel marketing strategies now, I was actually reading this morning an eMarketer article that was talking about how B2B ad spend has actually gone up, while B2C ad spend has gone a little bit down. So I think what you're looking at when it comes to these pandemic times is people are on their devices, but they're on their devices seeking very heavy, deep content. They still want to be entertained. So when we're going after that, obviously, I think out of home has become a little less relevant when you're talking about omni-channel. I think people now, when they talk about omni-channel, the percentages have swung to be 80-90. A lot of it is programmatic now. A lot of it is CTV. Like CTV, I think, is going to be a really big thing as people are at home watching their devices. So when you're looking at that and the swing of the COVID change, I think there's a shift to heavier spend on the device that you currently have in your household versus the devices that are outside. So the billboards, digital out of homes, the beaconing and retargeting. I think it's a lot more difficult to do that right now than it is to place the advertisements on the devices in home.
But also, like going back to what you said before, it's also interesting because to your point, if you have like one channel where you're super strong, it's more about driving traffic there instead of trying to, be strong at many channels simultaneously. Is that I guess that's what you're saying.
Yeah. And I think it's the same like old thing, and I don't mean to curse in this call, I promise, but if anyone watches Parks and Rec, it's the Ron Swanson quote of always whole ass one thing, don't half ass two things. So I think it's the same concept where if you have a really, really strong platform, especially for your omni-channel presence, COVID's making it so that you capitalize on that one platform, because if you ultimately have 8 priorities, you have no priorities. So I think that's something that we've really struggled with personally at Relevant, because there's so many ways that we could possibly grow football in the US and Asia. I will say we have both markets that we have had to scale back and go through an OKRs process, go through kind of a reset process on what our company goals are, what our individual goals are that measure up to the company goals, and what we want to look at for the next year. with hard metrics so that we can say, this is our 1 or 2 priorities, and everything else has to fall in line with those.
I think like in general, well, I strongly believe like that digital hasn't been kind of explored enough when it comes to sports. Like there are so many more experience to be built and promoted. I don't know, I mean, like for me in all digital channels almost. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. I think in sports, we've gotten so used to having fans always there that sometimes people forget about the innovation aspect of it. And there's certain teams and clubs that innovate at a very high rate. I would say like in the American football space, like Seattle Seahawks are very innovative. Kansas City Chiefs are usually very innovative. In the football space, soccer football space, I would say like when you're looking at some of the innovative things some of these clubs do, they're still a little bit behind when it comes to that type of stuff. I know Manchester United tends to be a little bit better than others. I would say that Liverpool is getting there right now after their championship, but you're still seeing ways that they could innovate a lot more. And I think we've rested so much on always having fans available and having fans around that you hear oftentimes in old sports organizations this phrase of, but it's always been done that way. So you walk in with a change, and that phrase is my biggest pet peeve, because if it's always been done that way and it works, then you should be giving me the reason why it's always been done that way and that it works. But I think there's space for digital innovation and exploration when it comes to mapping out the customer journey. I think right now that space is a lot of sales. When my boss right now and I were at the NFL together, his whole mission was we did a full email audit of all these messages that every single NFL fan was receiving from the NFL. What we found was the majority of the messages that fans were receiving were only sales messages. So all we were doing from the consumer was asking them to pull out their wallet and hand over money for things. And you can't do that now. You have to ask for a two-way conversation and give and take. And I think that's some place that sports organizations really need to start innovating, is what can we offer the fan, especially now because the live game experience is so different. What can we actually offer the fan for them to stick around and continue to be a fan and strengthen their fandom if they're not already a hardcore fan?
So that is, I guess, also when we could lean on innovation to create that kind of new experiences, to make fans feel like they get something actually that is new to them, right? Mm-hmm. We had some panelists before saying something like, this is almost the time for this to be exploring, because, it's almost forgiving because you have to try different things out because we're in this pandemic situation and people can't attend games, for example. Do you agree on that?
I do. I think right now is a time to experiment, but I also think on the flip side, and this might sound a little oxymoronic, but I feel like the experimentation that is being done needs to be done with more, how do I put this properly, more oversight, just because of the political, cultural, socioeconomic, health world that we currently live in. So if it's experimentation with content and with innovation to provide the consumer a better experience, then yes, go for it. But I think it has to be done. And we've leaned heavily on our PR folks and a lot of messaging folks to make sure that no matter what we're doing experimentation wise, it doesn't seem ignorant in the marketplace.
Yeah. No, I totally get where you're coming from when it comes to that. But if you see like more innovations in the digital space right now, do you also like imagine the future where more data will be able to be collected because people will have even more experience digitally in sports?
Yeah, so I think there's an interesting time coming where like Europe has already adopted GDPR, and it might be coming. We'll see what happens. I personally think it'll happen in the US eventually. But what I think we're looking at is a time when brands need to go out and prove to the consumer or fan that data is there to enhance the fan's experience. And I think I would say like 90% of these companies do it right, right? Like they come out and they want to say, we're using your data for the right thing. But there's also the execution piece of it, where if I'm asking somebody for their email, instead of being a certain sports clothing retail brand that decides to email me 60 times a day with offers that I'm never going to use, only to purchase their merchandise, versus a brand who asks for my email and I give them my email and my zip code and maybe my birthday, and I get a birthday email and I get, here's all this new cool stuff that we're doing in the space. And I get do you want to be involved in creating a sneaker? Vote now. I get a lot more content pieces than I do, hey, pull out your wallet and purchase. And I actually find myself going back to those websites a lot more personally, because I'm really interested to see what they're continuing to do versus the brand who's emailing me 6 times a day with a sales message 6 times a day. So I think that's what we really need to get to a point of with data and innovation. I think people and brands need to innovate on how do we use personal data to make the consumer comfortable enough to want to hand it over? Because ultimately, we want to, at least personally, my brand experiences at all the companies I've worked at have only wanted that brand or that consumer data to make a consumer's experience better, to provide them with a better personalized email, to provide them with a happy birthday, to provide them with a game or tune-in info to the market that's closest to them, so they don't have to go searching for an hour on the internet to go find it. So I think that's where we need to get to. And I think, unfortunately, it's the 10% of companies that screw it up for the other 90%. But I do still think there is an innovative way to add in a lot of these things that we're talking about to be able to have the consumer trust brands.
But when it comes to that, the kind of trust issue and the position that Sport has, because I kind of believe, maybe this is me, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts, but I believe like, okay, do I need a tailored shopping experience? Well, why not? But do I really want a tailored kind of sports fan experience? Yes, I really do. I really want to have all the news, from the Saints or from Juventus, my teams. I'm pretty eager to give away my data to get that personalized. So I'm kind of thinking, does that say something about me or about like sports fans in general? Because if so, then sports have some kind of unique position. I don't know.
Yeah, I think sports fans do have a unique position because a lot of these fans or these hardcore fans want to give up their data because they're eligible to meet players, because they're eligible to actually get a personalized email, or we could personally send out a message saying happy birthday from like a sports team, and it makes somebody feel special. I think the gap lies though in fans who are not hardcore. And I think that's where it gets a little iffy, where it's fans that you're trying to convert over that are younger fans that say, but wait, like my brand loyalty isn't quite there yet. How do you make them brand loyal? Because once they're brand loyal, they have no problem giving over that extra amount of data. We've seen it through research and survey panels and things like that. Once they're excited and loyal and bought into your company, they're there. But it's one of those things where I think sports has a significant advantage, but I also don't think sports takes advantage of the significant advantage as much as it should. It's the same concept of, but it's always been done that way, but you have to get people out of that mindset.
So this kind of unique opportunity, do you have any best in class, like best practices when it comes to actually using the user data in the right way?
Yeah, so I think at least the NFL, what we swapped the email strategy into was being able to hit users when they did some sort of web action or triggered action. So we already knew that they were raising their hand and saying, I'm interested, I'm there. So instead of spamming them to tell them to go do it, it was, if they're organically on it already, let's hit them with a second message so they really get hit home with it. I think now what we're trying to do with that user data is target even your website messaging to them. So I think it's really interesting when somebody knows that my cookie is there and I have been on the site 3 times and I've purchased 2 tickets. So the message that comes up is going to be hey, the schedule's coming out in a week. Sign up for the schedule and you'll get all these other things. Or for instance, this morning I was actually on a call talking about like consumer confidence and how quickly fans are going to want to go back to live stadium experiences. And so we're doing a lot of surveys, or I've been taking a look at a lot of surveys companies have been doing for that exact topic. And a lot of what came up was, if someone hands over their data and says, look, I'm a first time buyer and I'm young and I just want to get out and go to games, there's a market for that. Those are the early purchasers. And what you want to do is you want to serve them up a message and give them a message so that they are excited to go to the game. They're focusing on the fun they're going to have. Maybe it's something that we help them sit in like a certain fan zone because they're all about being pumped up and wanting a certain game experience. And if we don't know that without the data they've given us, we can't even work to provide that. So I think a lot of innovative work is being done right now to say, we're actually listening, we're having a two-way conversation, and you're saying you want more of a custom this. You're saying you want to vote on what content goes out. You're saying you want to vote on and help shape the future of what we will be doing in the future. So in that case, let's listen, let's respond back, and then we will shape next year's tournament heavily based on some of these responses. Like even so far down to like what teams come play, I think is a big one, because especially now that a lot of these teams need some money because of COVID and unfortunately not being able to have fans in the stands, I think we're very much there where we really want to bring these teams over to satisfy the US fan.
I actually see some questions popping in. So to make sure that we have time for them, I'm going to ask you one that I see here. That is, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Always a tricky one.
I'll start with a small anecdote. Won't take too long. When I was interviewing for my internship at the NFL, the interviewer, who was at that time the president of Club Sites, asked me the same thing. And I deadpan in his eyes told him, I want to be in your seat. He enjoyed it. I don't think that amount of confidence is for everybody, but he very much enjoyed it. I will say, I think in 5 years, what I really want to be doing is continuing to innovate internationally. I think internationally for me is a big piece, and that's where I want to get into. I'm, and most people can't tell, I'm of full Indian descent. So my parents immigrated from India, and I am very interested in the international world of sports. So whether it's the NBA expanding in China and even India and the Philippines, whether it's soccer coming over to the US and then also bringing it to Asia, whether it's, cricket is actually announced that they're going to start doing some matches in the US as well. I think it's really interesting to have sports go outside of their country of origin.
And a little bit outside their comfort zone. So then it's kind of a work challenge too, right? To launch them and to create the buzz, no?
Yep, exactly. And I think for me, I still want to be at the crux of tech and marketing. I think that's very, very big, is how do you figure out what tools we can use to actually market to these individuals and target. But I want to be running a department that basically marries those two together.
I have a pretty long question. I haven't read through it because I was listening to you, but let's take it on. Would love to know more about your experience at the PLL. Having worked in lacrosse, I know the fan base is extremely passionate. However, as a new league, the PLL wants to expand the reach of the sport. How did you approach building a marketing strategy for two very different audiences, the lifelong lacrosse fan and the person who is brand new to the sport?
Okay. So I'm not sure if this is what the person who was asking the question was alluding to, but I'll flat out say it. Yes, the longtime hardcore passionate fan is usually white, wealthy, male, and lives on the East Coast. So, so we did do that research. We knew that was a thing. And I think part of it was having our multicultural players speak up. Part of it was highlighting the fact that players from all backgrounds were doing very, very well on the field. And I think players that came from all different places also, like we even had, staple white kids, but they came from very, very poor neighborhoods that were all around the West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, whatever you may call it. And I think it was highlighting and championing those players so that we could reach the new fan. What does the story bring? Because I think most people look at a typical lacrosse player at like UPenn or Duke, and you know the background, right? They were born, had a pretty good lifestyle, got to college, or you think you know those backgrounds, I guess. And so highlighting players like Kyle Harrison and highlighting other like multicultural background players that are doing well and actually telling their stories, and especially how the PLL was inspirational for them to want to play a pro sport when professional lacrosse athletes haven't really had a pro league that they can be proud of, I think was a very, very big thing in our marketing strategy. It's how do we unveil what's behind the helmet.
That is so interesting, and I feel like you have this kind of approach to many of your different jobs to kind of create something new, launch something, or find a new audience. I think it's super interesting. So I'd say like there is somebody joining us today who is really interested in brand purpose, and I think it's really nice that this question comes up almost every time because people have such different perspectives on it. So the question is, when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
So we're actually getting to, I think, the crux of that right now with relevance. This is a very interesting piece for us. One of our designers actually brought this up and said, we don't really have a brand purpose. And we actually surveyed a lot of our fans about it. And now that we've had to change the model from tournament style so we could focus on a tournament to just an always-on content platform because of COVID, we unfortunately couldn't have the tournament this year. We've had to reset because what we got from a lot of the survey respondents was we have brand confusion. Normally, all you message me about is a tournament. That's it. But now you're trying to be an always-on news platform serving as a voice for these clubs to speak through to a US demographic, US and Asian demographic. And so I think for us, it's definitely impacted our approach because we have looked at everything we've been putting out and we've had to narrow it down to that one or two priorities. So right now our priority is being always on, maintaining the impression count, maintaining the reach count, maintaining our presence so that whatever happens next year, people still have us at the top of their mind. But we had to go back to the brand purpose to say, what are we actually trying to do with our brand and what does our brand stand for? And what we came out of that was we really want to be the growth of football in the US and Asia. We want to be the voice of that. And then we also want to work with these clubs one-on-one so that they have a better resource to grow in these markets. Because ultimately, if they grow, we grow. If we grow, they grow. It's a very symbiotic relationship. And once we narrowed it down to that brand purpose, it helped us get rid of all the extra priorities that weren't actually priorities, that they were just there because somebody had a side project or someone thought this was cool, which is all great for innovation. But then when it gets down to actually making progress forward, we had to be like, unfortunately, these don't really go with the path that we forged forward.
So it was a good exercise after all, even though maybe
it was. It was a little bit of a pain to start with, but I think it was a really good exercise because it got us back on track. Now I even think the OKR system, which I'm pretty sure many of the people on this call have heard of, has definitely helped each of us as employees get on track as well in terms of what we're looking at, what we are accomplishing every single day, and then how that funnels up to a gold standard operating platform, basically.
Here comes another question that one of the panelists thought was a bit of a curveball, but we had it before today too. Do you think that the teams and organizations that engage highly with philanthropic endeavors are more likely to actually be inclusive?
So I think there's twofold to this, and I like the word engage because we've actually sat down and said, how do we not just write a check to a philanthropic endeavor? So I like the word engage because in my eyes, I think that's what we should be striving to do, is actually truly engage with the philanthropic endeavors. We don't want to just write a check and have it go off. We want to either be there. We want to give back. We want to talk to these individuals. And I do think companies like that are a little more inclusive because they're empathetic as long as they engage. I don't think that writing a check helps you to engage. I think it helps you to say we're doing something and that's it. But if you truly want to engage with those philanthropic endeavors, I think it opens the employees and the C-suite level execs and whoever it is that decides to come and help out with that platform. I think it opens their eyes to empathy. And actually, I'm a firm believer that I think every single kid who goes through college should take at least one psychology course, because I think it's really important to think and be able to understand how other people think and understand. And I think the engaging with philanthropies definitely helps with that piece.
Yeah. Education being a little bit more French with philosophy and psychology, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did you have a professional mentor early on in your career? And if so, how did that relationship impact your journey? I think you told us a little bit about that already because you told me, but I don't know. No, please answer yourself.
All good. So I was actually very fortunate when I was at my time at the NFL. Every single one of my bosses, and I went through 3 there, were all very good mentors to me. I think the biggest mentor, though, is the boss that actually took me under and said, you know, the analytics, now let's start teaching you the marketing side of it. And, lo and behold, he's my boss here at Relevant Sports again. Mm-hmm. So clearly we get along. And I think one of the biggest things that he's been great with me on and impacting me on is he has always been a straight shooter with me. And he's always basically said, develop thick skin. We're going to work together. There's certain going to be days where you screw up. There's going to be days where I screw up. There's going to be days where, things just don't go right. But I'm going to tell you exactly what I think when I think it. So it's not like I'm sitting here in the dark, over analyzing a text message or over analyzing what political scenario is happening in the company. He's very much, I'm going to show you the way. I'm going to teach you how to handle it. And he's also very empowering. So at the NFL, if I walked in and I said, hey, I have all this data to back up that this is either going wrong or this is going really well, or we should reinvest, or we should move around our dollars or move around our budget or ask for more budget, we'd be like, okay, cool. Now I'm going to send you to, whatever VP is requesting this, and you can go present the data to them. Thank you for telling me. If you're going to tell them that they're wrong or right or whatever it is, just tell me before you do it. And as long as you have the appropriate data backing and you've done your due diligence and you've done your research, I will let you go do it. So I was like a 24-year-old walking into like a senior VP's office, basically telling them like, you did something wrong, or you did something right, or you need to reinvest, or you need to move around your budget. But he was always aware of it. And he always gave me that empowerment to say, as long as you've done your due diligence, go do it.
I think we're at the 2-minute warning now, to be honest. But I want to leave the audience with something that I think was interesting that you told me in the prep talk. And that was when we talked about data and how to use it in sports, etc. And you brought up surfing. And I thought that was unexpected.
So sorry, can you repeat that? The ski and snowboard team? Or this, the stay surfing thing?
Yeah.
So my Stay Surfing app, if that's what we're referring to, was when I was at USC, they gave us 10 grand each in our grad programs to go out and create an online community. So we created a surfing app. There were 4 of us on that team to measure and track how individuals surf in the water, measure their improvement, give them statistics, because it's statistically shown that if somebody tracks their exercise and their movement, they get better over time because they see the improvement and they see the numbers. So we made the app. We sold the technology about 1.5 years later, which I think was really cool of USC to let us do. But so I've co-owned that app for a while. We sold it in a bit, but it was a very interesting experience to kind of, as a college kid, build something from scratch, like completely from scratch. We had no idea what we were doing. I went out and found an app developer. I went out and found a designer. We acted as our own UX, UI. We acted as our own survey panel. And it was a good kind of leap off into the real life industry.
Yeah, and also I think we talked about it because it was such an interesting way of using data, because it was really useful, right? For
Yeah,
finding
exactly.
the right, yeah,
Yep.
the right moment to surf. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to have had you, and I think it was super inspiring, like hearing you going from writing articles in the middle of the night to show your father to where you're at right now. So thank you so much for joining. I think we will actually move on, and it's our last session for today, unfortunately. And I would like to introduce Heather Hinkle, Senior Director, Brand Strategy of the Minnesota Twins. And she will be joined by my colleague, Michael Lean, who is our SVP Growth at Media Monks. So, Michael, over to you.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
You ready to take the mic?
Yes, I am. And do we have Heather? Is she on?
Yeah, maybe not yet.
Otherwise, that makes my job a lot harder.
Yeah, right. Slight delay again. Sorry about that, Michael.
No, it's good. Hey, Heather, thanks for joining me.
Absolutely.
So before we go in, I'll intro myself and we'll intro you, and that's why people are here. But my name's Michael Lean. I'm SVP of Growth out of New York, based out of the New York office, but I actually just moved to Austin, Texas. And my specialty is platforms. And I have the pleasure of talking with Heather today. Heather, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Michael. It's good to see you again. I am Heather Hinkle, the Senior Director of Brand Strategy at the Minnesota Twins. So kind of just a quick nugget on what does Senior Director of Brand Strategy mean for the Twins. So I actually oversee the brand marketing department. So basically in the role that I'm in, the team and I handle everything from digital to social to promotions and giveaways to experiences in and out of the ballpark to external and internal creative to digital advertising. So while it sounds like a small title, it's definitely, there's a lot that falls under there.
Awesome. Caveat, Sarah, who works with me in PR, said I wasn't allowed to wear any other team hat on my head.
Well, I should tell everybody that you had a Yankees hat on when we first met, and I told him to take it off.
No, I'm just gonna leave this right here.
Okay.
That's it. But tell us a little bit about how you got this job. It seems kind of like a dream job.
It does seem like a dream job. So let's see, I'll go back to kind of the start of my journey. When I graduated from school, I went into traditional advertising. And I was in traditional advertising probably for a little over 10 years. And I realized quickly I wanted to make a pivot. And so I changed and I went into a more strategy consulting firm, all located here in Minneapolis. And I realized that I needed to just sharpen my strategy toolbox. And so I went there for about 4 years. And then I had this realization one day, probably over the course of many days, that, I really wanted to just work for a brand. And I was sick of working, if anybody on the call is from the advertising world, you work on many brands. And sometimes you work on those brands for 3 months and then you never see them again, or sometimes you work on them for a year and you become super passionate about that brand and then they leave or go somewhere else, and you always wonder what happened to that project, or what happened to that thing that I implemented. Did it work? Did they like it? Are they still doing it? And so that was when I had that aha moment that I really wanted to dig deep into a brand, and I really wanted to find a brand that stood more for than just like a consumer packaged good. I wanted to find a brand that could actually make impact in the world and in the community, and a brand that was willing to take a stance and do something and to really have meaning behind the things that we did. And I really wanted to be able to, pick a brand that, is changing. And I really wanted to be on the forefront of those changes. So I wasn't really seeking the Minnesota Twins. I'm not a baseball. I didn't come up, I wasn't born and bred through baseball, which is probably a lot jarring for a lot of people on the call. And, the first couple of conversations that I actually had when I was, seeking out the Minnesota Twins were pretty clunky. And we were feeling out if I was the right fit for a sports team, given the fact that, I don't necessarily fit the mold. So after a number of conversations and, kind of months of not talking to one another, we finally realized that there was a partnership here at the Twins. And I'm really excited because, I'm able to really do what I want to do and work for a brand that is, going to make real change in this world.
So talk a little bit about how you're not from this world of sports and baseball, and, what is that doing for how you're looking at the problems that the Twins are facing and how it's benefited you? And then maybe like some of the learning curves that you've actually had to navigate because you do kind of need that knowledge.
Yeah, well, I'll start with the learning curves. I mean, obviously when I started at the Twins, I would enter a conference room and I would be, one of the only females potentially in the room, and one of the only females that didn't really like speak the language or, walk the walk or talk the talk. And so there was a learning curve. It's like sometimes I felt like I was speaking a totally different language than the individuals in the room who really knew baseball. But I think the learning curve has been that, I needed to educate myself on the sport, but I actually spent the first probably 7 months at the Twins not really thinking about the sport, but just really concentrating on the brand. And there's the learning for me is that there's two drastically different entities. There's our brand and there's our sport. And when it comes to MLB, when it comes to the actual sport of baseball, there's nothing I can really change, right? Like I'm not on the field. I'm not within the coaching staff by any means, nor do they want me. So I spent a lot of time like just really learning about the brand and how the organization works and where were some of the opportunities. And I think, I quickly identified that we're really in this dynamic place where the world is changing so fast in terms of entertainment. And that even though we are a sports team and an MLB team, we're actually an entertainment brand. And if we start to think about ourselves as an entertainment brand and less about just a sports team, that way our runway is really strong.
And how do you segment out who's coming to the stadium? So you said it's entertainment. So I'm sure different age groups or personas go for it for different entertainment needs. How did you segment them? And then how do you target each one?
Yeah. So when I started, one of the projects that we did right away was we did an audience segmentation. And, I think about that and I'm like, that doesn't sound innovative. Yeah. Everybody does audience segmentations. But for us, it actually was innovative because we spend so much time talking about our core fan. And our core fan is extremely important to us. We obviously want to cultivate the relationship with our core fan. We want to strengthen it. We want them to be as loyal as possible. But really, when I did this audience segmentation, it was less about the core fan and more about the non-fan, the future fan in this younger segment. And so what we started to do was sort of change the way we thought about fandom, and we changed our focus and started to move away from just focusing on the core fan and started to talk about as a brand, how are we going to adapt and how are we going to evolve our brand to capture this younger segment, to capture this almost this non-fan, like who is it that's only coming to one game a season? Mm-hmm. And then we started to do more studies behind that to figure out, okay, well, why are they coming to a Twins game or why not? And where else are they going? And then what is it that we can pull from the experiences that they have with other entertainment brands into our brand that will attract a younger fan?
Yeah. So I'm sure I'm probably the first person to bring up COVID. But so what are you doing for sort of like when a vaccine comes out, people start returning to the stadium? What steps are you doing now to sort of appeal to that non-core fan?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is so much bigger than me, obviously. And a lot of people are involved in what is the return to play plan. And honestly, we have a lot of health and safety protocols that we do now, and we will probably do them forever, just to make sure that our fans are, feeling safe and ready to return. But I don't think the playbook is fully written on this yet. as I think things are still going to change. We're not really sure where the sentiment is going to be with our fans in a year, because obviously, you know, we're thinking about the 2021 season when we might be able to have fans back. And I don't know if anyone really has the answers to what exactly are we going to do. I think what we're doing now is we're making sure that we are learning how to engage with our fan base at home. And we're finding ways for us to modify our content so that they feel like they're getting a more robust experience than they normally would. And I think that's what we can do to make our fans, you know, still feel part of our brand, even if they're not able to actually get down to the ballpark. I mean, I also think about it as like there's some low-hanging fruit, like, you know, cashless payment, touchless systems, and all of those things will be in place. But, you know, I continue to think that the playbook for COVID is going to continue to evolve.
What are some specific engagements you're doing right now with your fan base?
Yeah, I mean, we are actually, I have to say one thing is it's like we're lucky, right? We're a sports team that has been able to come back, and we're one of the few sports that are back. So what's been incredible is engagement is so high with our fan base naturally, because everybody was just waiting for, you know, sports to come back. They were waiting for baseball to return. You know, they were craving live content.
Yeah.
So I started to think about like, well, what is it that we're doing to really like capture this audience? And it's like, they are here, they are listening to us, they're watching, because not only are we a fantastic, you know, baseball team this season, it's like we are live, we are the live sport that's back. So, you know, beyond the basic, you know, digital engagement, social engagement, content that we're pushing out, email communication, our fans are here cheering us on, and you know, they're happy that we're back.
And probably new fans too. I became a NASCAR fan, even though I'd never watched a NASCAR race in my life, but they were the first ones to come back.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
any sport. But yeah, so talk about the new fans, and how do you make sure that once they're coming in, you keep them?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, ESPN just put out an article that said younger demographics are tuning in more to sports, obviously because we're live and we're back. So how do we capture them? So obviously right now we're trying to do any sort of data capture that we can. And what we do that through digital activations that we have on our app. So again, just low hanging fruit. Like, how do you, you know, cheer for us remotely when you're at home? How do you, you know, play games with us, whether that be, you know, through our mobile app or, you know, through our social channels, just to kind of capture the attention of our younger audience. I also think, like, and this was not planned this way, but our creative campaign that we have out in the market is pretty high energy. There's a lot going on. It's definitely a little bit jarring when you think of what a traditional sports team's campaign looks like. And so we're doing things on all different levels to, you know, capture the core fan, capture that younger fan in those ways.
Which social channels are working best for you?
So it really depends on the type of fan. I would say our top social channels are Twitter for sure, as people like are consuming, you know, baseball news and baseball content that way. And then I would say Instagram, and then Facebook. We've dabbled into TikTok. I mean, who knows where that's going to go? But I appreciate the fact that COVID has given us the opportunity to, you know, take some chances, get into some channels that we normally maybe wouldn't have, because we've had not like we have a lot of time, but we're able to get on TikTok and see what it does for our brand.
What are some fun TikTok things you've done? I'm just curious now.
Our TikTok channel is definitely not our top priority, and nor do I think it should be at this point.
So we've kind of you've talked through a lot of different things that you do, but tell us at all, what are you judged on in this role? Like how when you do your yearly assessments, or how are you judged?
Yeah, well, prior to COVID or during COVID, I guess.
Let's talk about the new normal. Why not? Let's not dwell on the past. So how are you judged now?
Well, I mean, obviously in the past, part of marketing and brand marketing was to help fill the stadium, but which is like just really traditional. And there's more than just putting butts in seats. So We talk a lot about engagement, which I actually think is a big word and people overuse it because it can mean a lot of different things. But we're judged on our, how are our fans engaging with us? How are they consuming our content? What more personally, what I judge us on is what are we doing that's new and innovative? How are we pushing the boundaries? I don't know if this is across all the leagues, but in MLB, it's kind of like, how do we, instead of just kind of follow, how do we set the standard? So as in my role, whether, I don't know if everybody's judging me this way, but one of the things I judge myself on is how am I continually like pushing us to do something different? And not to say that I just want to do something different to just say I did it differently. But I judge myself on, how are we setting the standard? How are we just not following along? How do we, capture the attention of other clubs? And they're wondering, wow, how did the Minnesota Twins do that? So while the basic engagement is definitely a measure of success, I think I find myself when I can push through something that we've done that feels just a little bit different or a little bit more innovative or just thought about a little bit differently, that's really where I feel there's more success.
Is there anything that you're particularly proud of where you had to push some boundaries and sort of stick your neck out a little bit to do?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would talk about, which is one of my passion projects, is so at the Twins, we're working on a brand evolution project. And a lot of people this was tough, right? It's tough to tell a brand, that it's time to evolve. I would say, you think about the sport's 150 years old. And while we're not going to change the actual sport, how do we really evolve our brand and evolve our brand in a way that captures the attention of this younger audience or captures the attention of a casual or non-fan? So I think about how do we evolve our brand beyond the game of baseball? And that's really where I am focusing a lot of my time and a lot of my energy and my effort. And, I'm not doing it alone. Like none of this is on my shoulders. There's obviously a team of people who are working on this for me, but you start to think about our core fan, our season ticket holders, there's going to be a day where they're aging out. And if we're not capturing that younger fan now, we don't want to be left with an empty stadium. And if the younger fan is all about experiences, how do we develop those experiences?
So talk about the stadium a little bit. Like, how are you evolving the stadium to fit those younger fans?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're still like in the process of doing this, right? And obviously COVID hit probably mid-project. So right now we're not really doing anything in our stadium, rightfully so, no fans are there. But we've started to talk about like, how do we innovate within sports? How do we innovate within entertainment? So how do we use our venue as more of an entertainment venue? How does our brand become more of an entertainment brand? And then the third area that we're innovating in is how do we create more of a sustainable future for our fans? So those are the three territories that we talk about evolution, and how we do that is the work that we're doing right now.
And you talked a little bit about this earlier about pushing boundaries and that you're not the typical person found in the clubhouse. Are there any other obstacles that you had to face? And talk a little bit about how you overcame them or that you're still trying to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, obstacles. So this is always a
different... Are you accepted? Did they accept your ideas?
Did they accept? I sure hope so. At some point, they just have to. I would say, yeah, I mean, there's definitely obstacles as, a woman in a sports organization. There's obstacles when it comes to that. I'm a petite woman. I come off young. I very much am transparent and wear everything on my sleeve, very emotional, like, all those things. So I would just say, the obstacle was just to try to be myself in an environment that I felt very much like I didn't fit into. And that's in it, and it's okay, right? It's taken a long time for me to get over some of those obstacles, but I've really felt like at the Twins, they have embraced me, they have listened to me, they have partnered with me and championed and supported me. So, while the obstacles might appear to be obstacles, just visually, like they definitely have, we've moved past them.
Yeah.
And put really linked arms and put our energy together to do great work.
That's great.
Yeah.
And so speaking about great work, what are some things on the horizon that you are really concentrating on, or that you would like to see happen? Whether or not they do, that's another thing. But like your wish list for the Twins.
Yeah, my wish list. Oh my gosh, no one's asked me that before. I would say number one on my wish list is definitely our brand evolution project, which I just kind of briefed you on. And that's probably like 1, 2, and 3 on my wish list, because I do think, and that really the brand evolution that we're doing as a brand, you never should stop evolving. So that should really be a project that continues to go, year after year after year. I mean, we're really just creating like an innovation lab and making sure that we do that right. My other wish list, I would say, less on the actual project base, is just to be able to think about things differently and be able to kind of challenge the norm. So kind of one of the obstacles and what kind of translates into a wish is that, our organization has a lot of people who have been there for a really long time, like 10 plus years. And then my wish would be that you get into habits, right? You start to rinse and repeat things when you've been there for so long. So one of my wishes is that we just kind of take some of these older programs that we have and just start to rethink them. Our loyalty program, how do we make that stronger? How do we create a ticketing model that is more conducive to the way that people want to consume the sport? How do we create our venue into more of an entertainment venue, like I mentioned before? So
how do you think the younger demographic views loyalty, or what do you think would appeal to them in that regard?
Honestly, I think one of the things with the younger demographic is changing the ticketing model. So, some of the baggage that comes with baseball is that it's long. And a lot of the younger fans, and this is not just from my mouth, like they call it boring, right? And so I think one of the hurdles with the younger fan is to create a ticket that is more conducive to how they want to consume the game. So, is it a ticket that allows them to come in for a certain period of time in the game, and then they can consume the rest of the game at their own leisure back at home on their app? I also think about like, how do we provide them an experience at the game, that is what they're looking for, just beyond what's happening on the field.
And in terms of like families that come, do you treat them as a separate segment, and how do you sort of attract them? And especially post-COVID, how are you going to make them feel safe?
Yeah, families is definitely our sweet spot. If you ever have been to Target Field, it's very conducive to families. I think community and family is, when we went through some of our brand value proposition work, is like number 1 and number 2. So we don't have troubles attracting families. And now post-COVID, right? That's a whole nother story. Like, how are we going to make them feel comfortable? Is still to be determined. Like, we're obviously, going to make sure that we continue to do things in the safest manner, but how are we going to make families more comfortable? We don't know yet. We don't know where this thing is really going to end up.
Yeah. And where do you get your data? Do you do it in-house? Do you do surveys? Do you use outside organizations? How do you get that intel?
Yeah, so we have our business strategy and analytics team, and so all of our data is in-house. And so what's been great with the audience segmentation work that we've done is we've been able to, or we're in the process of being able to segment out the data that we have in order to figure out where you fall on that audience segmentation. And then, working backwards or working forwards, then we're developing customer journeys to figure out, okay, where is it in this journey that we should be messaging to them, and where is it in the journey that we don't necessarily, we fall short. We need to, shore up some of those weak links. But yeah, all of our data and all of that is just used to just be down the hallway from me.
Yeah, now it's a Zoom call away. It's hard.
Yeah, right.
So how do you guys, just as an organization, stay connected with culture? Are you still able to go meet and do some things, or is it completely remote right now?
Yeah, most of it is at home. I mean, obviously now that we're in season, there's definitely part of our organization that is going into the stadium. Just if you have like a role that needs to be there, but otherwise we're really playing it safe and having people work from home. And obviously it's Minnesota right now, and Minnesota summer is what I meant to say. So we're able to meet outside, but give it a couple of months and it'll be a whole new dynamic. I think we're lucky enough that we've been able to stay connected and do it through Zoom. But I think, as times are just going to continue to get harder and harder as our weather changes and makes that a little bit more painful to be outside.
Yeah. So this next thing, it's kind of like a lightning round, but you don't have to just say a word or two. You can take a few sentences, or you can do what you want with the questions. But I'm just going to go through some things. Give me your first sort of thing that comes to mind. Doesn't have to be a lot of thought behind it, but just a fun way to go through a lot of subjects in a quick amount of time. So we kind of talked on it, but what's your personal favorite social channel?
I would say if it's for friends and family, Instagram. If it's for baseball and news, Twitter.
Twitter. Who do you think the most influential ball player is today from a brand ambassador's standpoint?
A brand ambassador. I would say, well, my favorite ball player on the Minnesota Twins is definitely Max Kepler.
Yeah.
Today. Yeah. Influential, I say, would be Nelson Cruz.
Okay. And what about just sports player in general?
Interesting. I don't know if I have an answer to that.
That's fine. It's lightning round. Which brands do you admire?
It depends on for what, right? So like,
non-sports.
Non-sports. Okay. I would say, I always, the big ones, right? You always look to what like Nike and Apple are doing. I also think some of the more innovative brands have been the ones that have disrupted an industry, like Casper's of the world and, Warby Parker's of the world, ones that have like completely flipped an industry on their head. So it depends on what inspiration I'm looking to get.
Yeah. So going outside of lightning round, because you said something interesting. So with like Nike, that's very much into talking about what social causes and purpose. What's the role with like the Twins? Should they take social stands? Should they be talking about culture, what's happening right now, or is it purely entertainment? What's the role, do you think, personally?
So I think definitely we should be taking a stance. This has been, since the incident with George Floyd, this has definitely been a pretty heavy topic at the Twins. Because we're a brand for everyone. We historically haven't really planted a flag or taken a hard stance on some things. And we've changed our tune a lot in the last couple of months. And we've started to use our voice a little bit more than we have in the past. And we've started to take a stance. And I'm proud of us for what we've done. We definitely want to make sure that we still, don't alienate some fans, but we do have a point of view. And we do a lot in our community. And I think that's, for us to just be silent would be a mistake. And we haven't been. And I think, it comes more than just in the form of donating money. It comes in real action. And I think, the Twins, we've played in all of it. And I think we've definitely found our voice. Now, my goal for the Twins would be that we continue to use that voice in a productive and positive manner.
Mm-hmm. And do you get to involve the ball players with that as well?
Not really that much. We do in terms of, what the league helps us, things that the league has pushed down for us to use. And obviously we support our players and the messages that they want to say, but we never, I don't want to say never, but we don't really give our players a script to say, like, we want you to say this on behalf of the Twins. We want our players to have their own voice, and we want to support them when they want to speak up.
That's great. Thank you. All right, back to lightning round. What baseball teams do you think are doing it right? So you said you want to be seen yourself as doing things that sort of set the standard for the league. But what are some other teams that you're looking at saying they're doing some cool stuff?
Yeah, I think you see pockets of this across a couple of teams in terms of, collaborations and partnerships that they're doing. You see teams that are creating their own content channels. You see teams that are creating their own production houses. You see teams that are doing, collaborations within the apparel space. So those are all ways that they are evolving their brand beyond the game of baseball. And so you see that sprinkled throughout, right? It's not that just one team is doing it. And I think as the Twins, our goal is to set the standard. So how do we do that, holistically and better than everybody else?
So taking the Twins out of it, who's doing it the second best?
I actually don't. I'm going to be like totally honest. I don't have a team that I think is doing it second best, right? Because if our goal is to set the standard in baseball, we need to set that bar. And I think, right, maybe lofty goals, but I think when it comes to the other clubs, one of the issues I think is that we always look to what the other clubs are doing. And I think one of the things is we need to get out of that mindset of just like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, we should do that too. Instead, we need to really find where is our voice. Like Minnesota is not the same as New York. It's not the same as all these other markets. So if we want to set the standard in Minnesota and hopefully, broader, we need to do that for what's right for us.
I like that answer. That's great. Well, is it easier to say which ones you think are doing it wrong?
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus.
All right. What about a dream collaboration? If you could have any person or brand to do a collaboration with, who and why?
That's a good one. Honestly, I would say the first thing that came to mind was a brand. Like it would be cool to do a collab with Red Bull, not because I drink Red Bull. Can't even tell you the last time I had one. But more so because they've just revolutionized the sports industry. And I think they are on point with their brand at every touch point. They provide the same level of excitement and entertainment. And how jarring would that be for like a baseball team to partner with this like high energy, crazy sport Red Bull brand and, have a mashup that way.
That's the first thing. The last time I've had a Red Bull, it was at my friend Gradwell's wedding or his bachelor party, and Red Bull and vodka, too many. I don't even want to go into it, but that's the reason why I'll never have a Red Bull.
That was my drink. That was at one point my drink of choice, but not.
I can't do it anymore.
If you think about Red Bull, not to continue on that train, but and I've said this in our organization too, it's like such an interesting brand because like the drink is sort of second than all of their events. So they've they've evolved their brand beyond this like energy drink that tastes terrible. Sorry for everybody out there who loves them.
I actually switched to Go High, which is like this bubbly caffeinated water, which sounds bad when I say it out loud, but it's delicious. I love it. Okay, so not including the job you have now, which is a dream job, I think for everyone. I think for anyone, it sounds incredible. What would be the other dream job? Like if you couldn't have this job that you would love to do as a marketer?
Oh, really? In marketing? Okay. I was going to say like my dream would have been.
Okay. Let's go with that.
My dream would have been to be like a professional tennis player or something.
Oh, that's great. All right.
But in marketing, oh man, that's really good because I've kind of like gotten myself on this track of like not really wanting to be in marketing for like a brand that has to like sell an object, like a CPG brand or an apparel brand. Because I've really like just appreciated the fact that like the Twins is a brand that is so much more than just like an actual object that you have to buy. Yes, we want to sell tickets, obviously, but it's like, it's way more than that. So I've kind of jaded myself a little bit into like, I don't know right now. I mean, like you have to remember, I'm like a year in at the Twins. I'm still drinking the Kool-Aid and loving it.
Yeah. Okay. Diplomatic. I like it. I did this last time, and I make a little library of videos for my daughter. But if you had advice for like a little girl, 4-year-old girl who has the world in front of her, what advice would you give her in terms of career and what she should be doing to do the right things as a woman who would want to go into business or marketing? I'm going to film you.
You're filming me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I do have a little girl and she is 2 years old. So I would tell her to be independent, be strong-willed. I would tell her that she needs to speak up and to be confident and to not let words or what people tell her to bring her down, to be her own person.
I like that. Thank you.
Too bad my daughter's napping. I wish you could have heard that. You have to send me the video.
I'm gonna send it to you. Do we go to Q&A now? I think we've been, let's see. Did they give us a little notification? I don't know, Nora, how does that work? I don't want to steal people's questions. I have a lot more I could talk about. Okay, well, while she's sending me a message. So we talked a little bit in the lightning round about collaboration. What are some partnerships that you're really sort of focusing on?
Yeah, well, I think obviously sponsorship and partnerships is a core tenet of our business. I think what I would love to do in terms of partnerships is to go beyond, just the basic local partners. Is like, how do you do something that's more meaningful for both the twins and the partner? Is how I would answer that question. Is that let's go deep on the partners that we have versus just continually fill the bank.
What are some of your most, I guess not, what are the partnerships that you enjoy working with that you have that are existing?
Yeah, I mean, we have a really strong partner, obviously, in Target. I mean, obviously, they're headquartered here. They're the name of our stadium. They just do it really well. Like, they do our kids' Sunday activation. And instead of just like giving kids a gift card or something, a t-shirt to Target, they actually have like a full experience that they put out on our lawn. And I think those are the types of things that actually mean more and go further with people than to just like see a logo smothered in the outfield.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so I can go to questions now. So I believe they're right here. This one that I have.
I actually came on to help if you need help, Michael.
Hey, Nora. Yeah, so where are these questions that I can ask?
They're supposed to be at your right, but if you want to, I can go through them.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. So where do you see yourself 5 years from now, Heather?
Yeah, I actually caught you asked that question on the last one too. Honestly, I see myself at the Twins, right? I just joined. There's still so much work to do ahead of me. I've enjoyed my time. I don't think sports and entertainment world in 5 years is going to be different than what it is today. So I don't, see myself getting stuck, right? Like there's just going to be continual evolution to be done. So yeah, I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in.
Do you think things will be back to normal next year in your estimation?
No.
No.
I don't think they will be. I mean, in my estimation, I don't think they will be. And like I said before, Michael, I honestly think in our industry, it's okay. COVID has taught us to think differently. While it's presented us with so many challenges, it's really taught us to just take a step back and to just try new things, to take a little bit more risk. So I don't think things will be back to normal. But who am I to say? I hope I'm proven wrong.
Either way.
There's also this question that came up before, but could be interesting. You touched upon this already, but how will influencers and new social media platforms become part of your overall digital media mix?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we have to lean more on our digital platforms than ever before. Which we do right now. We obviously utilize our social platforms and our digital platforms, but I think it's just going to we need to be hyper focused. That's the way that people are going to be consuming our brand more and more. And, honestly, I think more so than anything, I'd love to see us get more, personalized in terms of our digital platforms. I would love to see us be able to figure out what content people want beyond just game content. When it comes to a sports team, obviously we put out a home run highlight and it goes off the charts. But what else do they want to see from us? And how can we do that in a way that is still engaging and meaningful?
What do you think the role of VR is with specifically baseball?
Yeah, I mean, we've dabbled into VR. We have a VR experience that's in stadium, and it's definitely has its good days and its bad days. I think VR is going to become more and more important. I think it needs to be done in a way that is less clunky. The league has definitely put some attention into that area as well, and to figure out like how are we going to roll that out as in the next couple of years. But we dabble in this space now already.
I think this was such an interesting chat. There are no more questions for you, Heather. But yeah, I think it's really interesting to hear from you and from baseball.
I have one more question.
Yeah, you do.
Heather,
Sorry.
who would you love to throw the first? Who would you love to throw the first pitch once everything goes back to normal, if it does?
That's a good one. I give you that.
Who would I love to throw the first pitch?
Who would you pick if you were in charge of picking?
Oh my gosh, my son! I would be like, my son out there.
I mean, I love that. That's a great one.
He's dying to go to the games, and I'm like, you can't.
That's awesome. Well, yeah. I really enjoyed this chat. Thanks for being on with me. This was a real pleasure.
Thanks for inviting me, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for being the last chat today, wrapping this day up. I'm almost sad to wrap it up, actually, because it's been such a nice day with some really useful insights, different perspectives. And I would like to take this moment also to thank our panelists and our moderators today. It's been incredibly insightful, as I mentioned, and I think it's safe to say that we actually find ourselves in a moment, in kind of a key moment in sports marketing, a moment that will actually push for innovations, some that we've already seen, but also some that haven't seen the light of day yet. So I'm really curious to see what happens. So should you like to follow up more with us, please, you'll find us at MediaMonks.com, but you can also drop us a line in the follow-up email that we will get from Brand Innovators. So don't be shy, please reach out. Love to talk to you more. Brand Innovators are also letting you know that there will be another live cast as soon as this Monday, covering the topic of purpose-driven marketing. So don't forget to tune in and watch that. I think that's it for today, actually. Thank you for joining, everyone, and I hope to see you somehow